As Abraxas Malfoy closed his eyes upon his sickbed, he believed that his unwavering loyalty had procured the protection of the Dark Lord for his son, Lucius. However, the cost of such protection far exceeded his expectations. Beside his father's yet warm corpse, Lucius became the most clandestine possession of Voldemort. Within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, Lucius was compelled to masquerade as the haughty heir of a pure blood lineage, whilst enduring the tyrant's morbid possessiveness under the cloak of night. He traversed the razor's edge, learning in despair and maturing amidst humiliation. He vowed to transform the shackles imposed upon him in this twisted game into a blade of retribution. The roles of prey and predator would ultimately shift in the shadows of the night. Chapter 1. The Price of Protection. In the bedroom of Abraxas Malfoy, the atmosphere was thick with a tension that felt as if it could distill poison. The four-poster bed, crafted from dragon blood pine, was draped with silver curtains held aloft by golden hooks, revealing a pallid face that, despite its waning vitality, still bore the angularity of nobility. Even at death's threshold, he stubbornly insisted that the house elf arrange each silver strand of his hair, as if preparing to attend a momentous meeting at the Wisengamot. Lucius Malfoy knelt at the bedside, his hands tightly clasping his father's cold fingers. He wore a deep green robe, with emeralds at the collar flickering uneasily in the candlelight. The remnants of youthful innocence lingered on his cheeks, yet his steel-blue eyes were filled with a weight far beyond his years. "Father," his voice was barely a whisper, fearful of disturbing this final moment. Suddenly, the flames in the hearth transformed into an eerie green, and a tall shadow emerged from the churning fire. Lucius turned sharply, his heart racing madly within his chest. Tom Riddle stood before the fireplace, his dark robe billowing behind him like the wings of a raven. He bore no mask, later to be feared, and his handsome, almost cruel visage was devoid of any expression. His gaze first settled upon Abraxas on the bed, then slowly shifted to Lucius, his black eyes resembling a deep pool that entirely consumed the boy's fragile form. "My lord." Lucius hastily rose, his knees slightly numb from prolonged kneeling. He bowed his head, adhering to his father's teachings of etiquette. Yet in the fleeting moment before his gaze fell, he caught a glimmer of appraisal in Riddle's eyes. "Abraxas." Voldemort's voice was deep and melodious, a stark contrast to the shrill timbre it would later adopt. He approached the bedside, gazing down upon his most loyal and affluent follower. "I have received your message." The elder on the bed struggled to open his eyes, the murky gray orbs igniting with a final glimmer upon beholding the Dark Lord. "My lord." Abraxas's voice was like the whisper of wind through withered leaves. "I thank you for coming. Personally." Voldemort elegantly waved his hand, a ring set with black gemstones glimmering between his long fingers. "You have served me for many years, Abraxas. The Malfoy family has always been among my most valued supporters." Lucius stood by, feeling a tightening in his throat. He had encountered the Dark Lord on numerous occasions, at the banquets hosted at Malfoy Manor and during gatherings of the Death Eaters. Yet, he had never before shared the same chamber with him at such proximity. The formidable aura of magic enveloped the room like a tangible pressure, suffocating every inch of air and rendering him breathless. "My time is running short." Abraxas gasped, his chest rising and falling with increasing urgency. "I have but one request." "Lucius." "He is still so young." Voldemort's gaze shifted once more towards Lucius, this time more focused and penetrating, as if appraising the authenticity of an ancient artifact. Lucius felt a slight sting against his skin under that scrutinizing gaze. "Hogwarts is about to commence its term, and he shall embark upon his 7th year of studies," Voldemort stated calmly. "In these tumultuous times, a young heir devoid of his father's protection will encounter numerous perils." A flicker of hope ignited in Abraxas's eyes. "Indeed, my lord. Narcissa. She is merely a girl, and the Black family is hardly secure. If only we could have your protection." Lucius held his breath. He observed his father's frail hand attempt to rise, seemingly striving to grasp the hem of the Dark Lord's robe, yet ultimately falling feebly back onto the velvet sheets. Voldemort remained silent for a moment, his gaze traversing Lucius's pallid face, from his platinum hair to his tightly pressed lips, and finally to his slightly trembling fingertips. That scrutinizing look made Lucius feel akin to a bird ensnared by a serpent's stare. The Malfoy lineage is of pure blood, its wealth substantial, and its influence in the wizarding world profound. Voldemort finally spoke, his voice soft yet imbued with undeniable authority. Lucius will undoubtedly become a significant asset under my command. I assure you, Abraxas, I shall protect him, guide him, and ensure the continued prosperity of the Malfoy family. A palpable sense of relief washed over Abraxas's countenance, his taut body relaxing as though a colossal burden had been lifted. Thank you, my lord. Lucius, serve the Dark Lord. Forever. The elderly man's voice grew increasingly faint, the final words barely a movement of his lips. Then everything froze. Lucius watched helplessly as the light in his father's eyes extinguished completely. That hand which had always held his now utterly devoid of warmth. He stood paralyzed, engulfed by overwhelming sorrow and confusion, rendering him incapable of shedding tears. Voldemort stood quietly, observing the scene unfold. His expression remained devoid of any emotional fluctuation, neither sorrow nor joy, only an almost scholarly concentration. Father. Lucius finally reclaimed his voice, which shattered upon release. He bent down, pressing his forehead against his father's now icy hand, his frail shoulders trembling slightly. Uncertain moments passed before a hand rested upon his shoulder. The touch was unexpectedly gentle, yet sent a shiver through Lucius's entire being. Death is invariably grotesque, even for those of pure blood. Voldemort's voice resonated from above, yet it is inescapable, save for those who have mastered more profound magics. Lucius lifted his gaze. Through tear-blurred vision, he saw the Dark Lord looking down at him, a complex emotion in his black eyes that he could not comprehend. My lord, he choked out, thank you for being there in my father's final moments. Voldemort's hand slowly ascended from his shoulder, ultimately resting upon the nape of his neck. That touch remained gentle, yet carried an inescapable sense of control. I promise to protect you, Lucius. Voldemort's voice was low as a whisper, but everything comes at a cost, even the protection of the Dark Lord. Lucius blinked, striving to fathom the meaning of those words. He observed as Voldemort waved his wand, cloaking the body upon the bed with a silvery light, which then gradually vanished. The now empty bed was left with only disheveled velvet sheets, a testament to a life that had recently departed. My lord, Lucius ventured uncertainly, a nameless fear beginning to spread within his heart. Voldemort's fingers pressed lightly against his neck, that sense of control rendering Lucius stiff with apprehension. Your father implored me to safeguard you, to guide you, to ensure that the Malfoy family remains aligned with the right side. Voldemort's voice remained calm, yet his gaze deepened. But loyalty must be proven, Lucius. Trust must be established. Lucius felt his heartbeat accelerate, an instinctive unease urging him to retreat, yet Voldemort's grip held him firmly in place. I shall prove my loyalty, my lord. He endeavored to steady his voice. I will become your most devoted servant, just as my father was. Voldemort's lips curled slightly, though it was not a smile, rather a cruel distortion. Words are cheap, young Malfoy. His voice lowered further. Actions hold true value. And tonight, you shall provide me with your first demonstration. As soon as the words left his lips, Lucius felt a surge of power propel him towards the bed. He stumbled and fell onto the velvet sheets, which still bore the faint warmth of his father's body. Terror coursed through his veins like icy water, and he finally grasped the implications hidden within the Dark Lord's words. Chapter 2. The price is you. The word no slipped from his lips purely out of instinct. Voldemort stood at the bedside, towering over him, a glint of danger flashing in his eyes. No, he repeated softly, his voice laced with a hint of amusement. This is how the heir of the Malfoy family repays the Dark Lord's protection? Lucius trembled violently, his reason urging him to submit, to accept any price demanded by the Dark Lord, yet his body rebelled, every cell screaming to escape. Please, he whispered, fear unmistakably tainting his voice. My father, your father entrusted you to me with his last breath. Voldemort interrupted, his tone suddenly turning cold. He believed I would shape you in my own image. Guide you. And this is where it begins. Another silent spell. You possess the same eyes as your father, the Dark Lord murmured, his breath brushing against Lucius's ear. But your gaze is far more vivid, more fragile. Lucius shut his eyes, attempting to withdraw from reality, but Voldemort's fingers gripped his chin roughly, forcing him to open his eyes. Everything has a price, Lucius, he reiterated, his voice deep as an irrevocable decree, and this is yours. Tears blurred his vision, obscuring Voldemort's expression, yet those profound black eyes were indelibly imprinted in his mind, akin to the darkest of nightmares. He turned his gaze towards the spot where his father had lain moments ago. Now, it was vacant, marked only by a silver trace, symbolizing Abraxas Malfoy's final existence in this world. Then, his consciousness began to fade, and just before plunging into darkness, he felt a cold voice whispering in his ear, "Don't write, just make do with what you have." The bedroom door creaked open, and a house elf timidly stepped inside, its large eyes brimming with fear and sympathy. "Young master, you are awake," it squeaked, bowing deeply, its long nose nearly touching the floor. "Master Voldemort has instructed that I escort you back to your room once you awaken." Lucius stared at it blankly, his mind a void. Then memories surged back like a tidal wave. His father's death, the Dark Lord's protection, that price. A wave of nausea rose in his throat, and he staggered into the adjoining bathroom, collapsing onto the marble floor to vomit violently. The house elf followed in a panic, wringing its hands helplessly. "What does young master need? Water? Revitalizing potion?" Lucius waved it away, struggling to stand, and gazed into the mirror at his reflection. His complexion was pallid, dark shadows beneath his eyes, platinum hair disheveled over his shoulders. Yet what shocked him most was the transformation within his eyes. Those once proud gray orbs now concealed a vulnerability and trauma he could not recognize. His vision blurred, and he struck the mirror with his fist, cracks radiating from the center, fracturing his reflection into countless shards. "Lucius Malfoy." A terrified voice called from outside the door. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to straighten. The Malfoys never show weakness. His father had always taught him so. Even in the darkest moments, one must maintain an appearance of grace and dignity. "I'm fine." His voice was hoarse but steadier now. "Prepare my bath, then leave." "But Master Voldemort, do as I say," he barked, authority lacing his voice, causing the house elf to vanish instantaneously. Lucius turned back to the shattered mirror, gazing at the fragmented version of himself. Pain and humiliation still seared through his body and soul, but beneath that, a new emotion was germinating, a cold, hard determination. Voldemort believed he had acquired a weak, malleable plaything, a puppet who would submit out of fear and gratitude. But Lucius Malfoy bore the blood of one of the oldest lines of Slytherin, and Slytherins know how to wait, how to disguise, how to seek opportunity even in the most desperate of circumstances. He gently touched the broken reflection in the mirror, his fingertips pressing against the fissures. "Everything has a price. Tom Riddle," he whispered to himself, almost inaudibly, "and one day, you will pay for what you have done tonight." Outside, the darkness before dawn was at its most profound. Lucius stood there, watching the last star in the sky vanish beneath the horizon. His childhood had ended with his father's death, his innocence stripped away along with that price. But platinum does not rust easily, it only hardens further in the flames. He turned away from the bathroom, each step laden with pain, yet also imbued with newfound resolve. The game had begun, even though he had not chosen to partake. Yet now, he must learn the rules, accumulate his chips, and await the opportune moment. One day, power would change hands. One day, the prey would become the hunter. But before that, he must survive. Chapter 3. The disguise of Slytherin. Morning light streamed through the high windows of the Malfoy Manor master bedroom, casting diamond-shaped reflections upon the mother-of-pearl inlaid floor. Lucius stood by the window, gazing at the meticulously trimmed garden in the distance, though his eyes did not truly settle on any particular sight. He wore a custom-made silver-gray robe, the collar standing high to perfectly conceal a purplish bruise on his neck. "Master Lucius, breakfast is ready." The house elf Dobby squeaked from the doorway, its large eyes darting nervously, unable to meet the gaze of the young heir. "I am not hungry," Lucius replied without turning, his voice as calm as a frozen lake. "Prepare the carriage. I shall be heading to Diagon Alley in an hour to procure supplies for the new term." Dobby bowed deeply, its ears nearly touching the ground. "Yes, master." Dobby will prepare. Once the elf vanished, Lucius finally allowed his shoulders to sag slightly. The sleepless night had left faint shadows under his eyes, but he had employed a clever disguise charm to conceal them. The Malfoys never show weakness, especially in front of their servants. He turned to the bedside table and picked up the wand resting there, made of yew, with a dragon heartstring core, measuring 10 3/4 inches. The feel of the wand in his hand provided him with a modicum of solace. This was his weapon, his shield, his only tool to alter his fate. "Father," he murmured to the empty room, as if Abraxas could hear his vow, "I will survive. I will make the Malfoy family stronger than ever before. I swear it." An hour later, Lucius stood before the gilded mirror in the Manor's entrance hall, adjusting his appearance. He looked impeccable, platinum hair neatly tied back, his gray eyes devoid of any superfluous emotion, the corners of his mouth maintaining a perfectly measured cold curve. Only he knew the fractures hidden beneath this flawless facade. "Lucius," a familiar voice called from behind him. He turned to see Narcissa Black standing at the entrance of the hall. She wore a delicate blue robe, her golden hair cascading over her shoulders like sunlight. Yet her blue-gray eyes, so similar to his, were filled with concern. "Narcissa," he nodded in greeting, keeping his voice steady. "What brings you here so early?" She approached quickly, her gaze scanning his face. "I heard about Uncle Abraxas. I wanted to come last night, but Mother wouldn't allow it. She said the Dark Lord was in the manor and that I mustn't disturb him." A chill ran down Lucius's spine. He forced himself to maintain his expression. "Thank you for your concern." Father passed peacefully. Narcissa's eyes narrowed slightly. She knew him too well, able to detect the subtle tremors beneath his calm facade. "Are you all right, Lucius? You look rather pale." "I am fine," he responded briefly, turning towards the door, burdened by fatigue and the impending preparations for the new term. She quickened her pace to match his, gently grasping his arm. "I shall accompany you to Diagon Alley. With Andromeda and Bella away, I find myself dreadfully bored." Lucius initially contemplated declining her offer, but upon reflection, he realized that having Narcissa by his side might avert unnecessary scrutiny and inquiries. He nodded. "If you wish to do so." The Malfoy carriage, drawn by two shadowy steeds, stirred the air with their invisible wings, creating subtle ripples. Lucius had been able to perceive them ever since he witnessed his grandfather's demise at the tender age of 8. Today, their hollow eye sockets and gaunt forms appeared even more disconcerting than usual. "Mrs. Black informed me that the Dark Lord has pledged to protect you," Narcissa murmured as the carriage began to move, her gaze fixed ahead. "Is that true?" Lucius instinctively tightened his fingers, crumpling the luxurious fabric of his robe. "Indeed. My father requested his protection before his passing, and he acquiesced." Narcissa turned to him, a flicker of complex emotion crossing her eyes. "That is good, is it not? In this tumultuous time, his protection ensures your safety." Lucius nearly scoffed at the notion. Safety? Memories of the previous night surged forth like a tide. The sensation of Voldemort's fingers upon his skin, the pain, the humiliation. Of course, he heard himself say, his voice distant as if it belonged to another. "I am grateful for the Dark Lord's generosity." Narcissa fell into a contemplative silence before softly adding. "Bella mentioned that receiving the Dark Lord's special attention is a tremendous honor. She is almost envious of you." A wave of nausea washed over Lucius. Bellatrix Lestrange, Narcissa's sister, a woman consumed by an unhealthy obsession with Voldemort. If she were to comprehend the true nature of such special attention. "I do not seek special attention," he replied cautiously, "but merely wish to fulfill my obligations to the Dark Lord and uphold the Malfoy family's standing." Narcissa seemed poised to say more, but ultimately nodded, redirecting her gaze to the rushing scenery outside. Diagon Alley bustled as ever, yet the atmosphere felt palpably tenser than in previous years. Wizards hurried about, their conversations hushed and circumspect. A few individuals bearing ministry badges patrolled the street corners, vigilantly observing the passers-by. As Lucius disembarked from the carriage, he felt several pairs of eyes fixate upon him. He lifted his chin, adopting the characteristic haughtiness of the Malfoy lineage as he strode into the crowd. With Narcissa quietly trailing at his side, "Lucius," a slick voice called out. He turned to see a stout man hastening towards him, his face adorned with a sycophantic grin. It was Hawk, the proprietor of a shop specializing in dark artifacts at the edge of Nocturne Alley, who had frequently supplied the Malfoy family with rare goods. "Mr. Hawk," Lucius greeted with an air of indifference. "I have heard about your father's passing. It is truly unfortunate," Hawk remarked, though his eyes betrayed no genuine sorrow. Abraxas was a great wizard, a steadfast defender of pure-blood lineage. "Thank you for your condolences," Lucius replied, his tone firmly indicating that the conversation ought to conclude. Yet Hawk leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "Please inform the Dark Lord that I have prepared what he requested. It can be delivered at your convenience." Lucius's heart skipped a beat. Voldemort was evidently utilizing the Malfoy family as intermediaries with certain merchants, and Hawk now assumed that Lucius would seamlessly inherit this role. "I shall convey the message," he said tersely, hoping his hesitation went unnoticed. Hawk smiled with satisfaction before bowing and hurriedly departing. "That man is utterly repugnant," Narcissa remarked quietly, wrinkling her nose in distaste. "But he is useful," Lucius replied, already devising how to leverage this intermediary position to glean information. Knowledge is power, and in the current climate, he required every ounce of influence he could muster. They had not traversed far down the street when another voice called out to Lucius, causing every muscle in his body to tense. Chapter 4. Narcissa's perception Severus Snape stood at the entrance of Flourish and Blots, clad in black as if he were fashioned from shadows. He was a year beneath Lucius, a student of Slytherin, renowned for his mastery of dark magic, yet ridiculed for his bloodline and poverty. Malfoy, Snape inclined his head in acknowledgement, his obsidian eyes scrutinizing Lucius. I have heard about your father's passing. My condolences. Lucius narrowed his eyes slightly. Snape had never been his friend, despite their shared Slytherin heritage. This half-blood wizard was too intelligent, too observant, unsettlingly so. Snape, he replied, his voice cold enough to freeze flames. Thank you. Snape's gaze lingered on his face for a moment too long, a duration that made Lucius uncomfortable. Those dark eyes seemed capable of penetrating the carefully constructed facade he maintained, exposing the cracks and scars hidden beneath. The new term is upon us, Snape finally said, his tone devoid of emotion. Professor Slughorn has requested my early arrival to assist in preparing potions class materials. Narcissa let out a soft huff. Of course he would choose you. Horace has always favored talented students. She paused, her unspoken words hanging in the air, regardless of their bloodline. A slight, almost imperceptible smile twisted Snape's lips. Indeed, talent surpasses bloodline in certain realms. A wave of inexplicable irritation surged through Lucius. Snape's insinuation struck a sensitive chord. The Malfoy family excelled in every aspect, Snape. Always. Of course, Snape murmured, his gaze sweeping over Lucius's face once more. I have no doubt. Another wave of discomfort rippled down Lucius's spine. What did Snape know? Or was he merely speculating? We must be on our way, Lucius suddenly declared, grasping Narcissa's arm. There is much still to procure. Snape nodded slightly. Until we meet again at school, Malfoy. Miss Black. They turned to leave. But Lucius could sense Snape's gaze lingering on them until they rounded the corner. Why did that insufferable half-blood look at you like that? Narcissa inquired softly, her brow furrowed as if he could see through your very soul. Snape is always like that, Lucius feigned nonchalance. He fancies himself more astute than everyone else. Yet they both understood that this was not entirely true. Severus Snape was indeed more intelligent than most, especially when it came to dark magic and the frailties of human nature. For the next few hours, Lucius mechanically gathered the necessary supplies for the new term, new quills, parchment, potion ingredients, and a custom-tailored school robe from Madame Malkin's. However, his thoughts wandered elsewhere. Every shopkeeper, every passerby exhibited varying degrees of caution and flattery towards him. The news had evidently spread. Abraxas was dead, and Lucius was now the head of the Malfoy family, under the Dark Lord's special protection. Some looked upon him with envy, others with jealousy, and yet more with fear. But not a single soul knew the truth. Lucius. Narcissa's voice broke through his reverie as they paused outside Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. Are you certain you are all right? You've been distracted the entire afternoon. He turned to face her, suddenly realizing this was an opportunity. Narcissa was intelligent, loyal, and likely to become his ally through marriage in the future. He could not divulge the entire truth, but he could begin to lay the groundwork. Narcissa, he whispered, ensuring no eavesdropper could overhear. The Dark Lord's protection comes at a price. She blinked, then slowly nodded, as if unraveling a riddle. I see. So he demands special loyalty? Dangerous tasks? Lucius's lips twisted into a bitter arc, so it could be said. Narcissa's expression grew somber. Bellatrix had once remarked that the Dark Lord's methods of testing his followers were exceedingly extreme. She had recounted a time when he compelled her to torment a muggle-born witch until she could no longer be considered a witch. A wave of nausea washed over Lucius. He vividly recalled the fervent expression on Bellatrix's face as she recounted that incident. This was not that kind of test. He carefully chose his words, opting for a more personal tone. A flicker of understanding crossed Narcissa's eyes, followed by shock, and finally a degree of sympathy. Oh, Lucius. He quickly diverted his gaze, unable to bear the pity evident in her eyes. This was a burden that a Malfoy must bear. For the family. For the purity of blood. For our position in the new era. She fell silent for a long while, finally exhaling softly. Mother always said that the privileges of pure blood came with an equal weight of responsibility. But I never imagined. No one would imagine. He interrupted her, his voice sharper than he had intended. He inhaled deeply, steadying his emotions. It was paramount that we remain strong, Narcissa. You, I, all pure blood heirs must unite. The world outside, he gestured toward the bustling streets, was changing. War is imminent, and we must stand on the side of victory. Narcissa gazed at him, a new light flickering in her eyes, one of respect, even admiration. You sound like Uncle Abraxas. That remark soothed the turmoil within him more effectively than any consolation could. He straightened his shoulders slightly. I am his son, and now, I am the head of the Malfoy family. As evening fell, they returned to Malfoy Manor. Narcissa bid him farewell in the foyer, returning to the Black family home via the Floo network. Lucius stood alone in the empty hall, absorbing the silence of the estate. It had once been vibrant with the sounds of his father's footsteps, his mother's laughter, though she had passed when he was very young, the chatter of guests, the music of banquets. Now, there was only silence. He made his way to the study, the room where Abraxas had once managed family affairs. The heavy mahogany door was adorned with the Malfoy family crest, a white peacock, symbolizing purity, pride, and immortality. The door slid open silently before him. Everything in the room remained as it had been when his father left. Ledgers sprawled on the desk, a quill poised in an inkpot. Even a deep green robe draped over a chair, one that Abraxas had often worn. Lucius approached the desk, his fingers gliding over the smooth wooden surface. His gaze then fell upon a small silver box, tucked away in a hidden corner of the desk, partially obscured by a stack of documents. He had never seen this box before. He carefully lifted it and discovered a line of finely engraved text on the lid. Only blood can unlock. After a moment's hesitation, Lucius pricked his fingertip with the tip of his wand, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the silver box. It opened silently, revealing not gold or jewels, but a thick stack of letters and a folded parchment. He unfolded the parchment, his breath catching in his throat. At the top, in elegant script, were the words, "In the event of my untimely demise, guidance for my son, Lucius." Chapter 5. The Mysterious Envelope. Lucius's fingers trembled slightly as he unfolded the letter and began to read his father's handwriting. "My dear son, if you are reading this letter, it means I am no longer among the living. Please forgive me for not preparing you fully in person, but time is always our most cunning enemy. As the head of the Malfoy family, you now bear immense responsibility. Our family has endured centuries of trials, standing resolute not by mere fortune, but through wisdom, caution, and, when necessary, ruthless determination. You will encounter many who claim to be friends, but trust very few. You will face numerous traps disguised as opportunities, yet discern the truth beneath them. Power is an alluring wine, but those who become intoxicated by it will ultimately be consumed by it. Particularly beware of the Dark Lord. I served him, believing in his ideals, yet I never did so blindly. He is a great wizard, yet also dangerous and unpredictable. His ambitions may ultimately contradict the interests of the Malfoy family." Lucius inhaled deeply. His father's words resonated as though they were spoken directly from the grave, striking precisely at his current predicament. Behind the third book from the right on the shelf, Pure Blood Lineage Studies, there is a concealed compartment. Inside, I have left you some tools that may aid you in dark times. Lastly, remember this: the foremost loyalty of the Malfoy family is always to the family itself. Our bloodline, our traditions, our future, these are what endure. May Merlin guide you, my beloved son. Your eternal father, Abraxas Malfoy. Lucius set down the letter, feeling his eyes moisten. He quickly blinked to dispel any signs of weakness. His father, even in his final moments, was guiding him from beyond the grave. He approached the bookshelf and located the hefty tome, Pure Blood Lineage Studies. Just as the letter had indicated, there was an almost imperceptible seam at the back of the book. He gently pressed it, and a small section of the shelf slid open silently, revealing a hidden compartment. The compartment was modest, containing only 3 items: a silver ring set with an unfamiliar deep blue gemstone, a petite crystal vial filled with a silvery liquid, and a thin notebook bound in black leather. Lucius first picked up the ring. Upon his fingers' contact with the metal, a cool sensation coursed up his arm, as if a protective barrier were forming around him. He immediately recognized it as a powerful protective artifact, likely crafted by Malfoy ancestors centuries ago. The liquid in the crystal vial was unrecognizable, but as he opened the cap and inhaled, a potent aura of magic enveloped him. Inscribed at the bottom of the vial were the words, "Memoriae Aqua, drink to see the memories you seek." Finally, he turned to the black notebook. Upon opening it, he discovered not written content, but a blank page. Yet, when he touched the tip of his wand to the paper, writing began to materialize, not in his father's hand, but in a more ancient, elegant script. This was a tome of ancient magic, family secrets, and hidden powers, the wisdom passed down through generations of Malfoys. He carefully stowed away these treasures, feeling an unprecedented surge of hope. His father had left him tools not only of magic, but also of wisdom and guidance. He would not face his trials alone. That evening, Lucius dined alone in the grand dining hall. The long table could accommodate 30 guests. Yet now he sat in the principal seat, surrounded by empty chairs. The house elves served quietly, their eyes filled with sympathy, which made him uncomfortable. "I do not require your service any longer," he finally said, waving them away. "Go on, all of you." Once the house elves bowed and vanished, he set down his utensils, tasting nothing in the meal. The silence weighed upon him like a tangible entity, oppressive and suffocating. Then he felt a sudden heat on his arm. He rolled up his sleeve abruptly and saw the dark mark on his skin glowing faintly, its color deepening and its design sharpening. This was not a summoning, but rather a reminder, a declaration of ownership. Voldemort was telling him, "I am here, I possess you, You belong to me. Lucius's hand clenched tightly around the edge of the dining table, his knuckles whitening. Fear and anger warred within him. He wished to scream, to smash something, to escape this prison. But then he recalled his father's letter, the treasures within the hidden compartment, and his own responsibilities as the head of the Malfoy family. He slowly released his grip on the table's edge, inhaling deeply, forcing himself to regain his composure. He picked up the napkin and elegantly dabbed at the corners of his mouth before rising and departing from the dining hall. As he ascended the staircase, his stride was firm and his back straight. At the threshold of his bedroom, he paused for a heartbeat before continuing on to the library of the manor. Within those walls lay millennia of wisdom, the guidance bequeathed by his father, and the tools to alter destiny. The Slytherin knew the art of patience, the craft of disguise, and the virtue of gathering strength in shadow. Lucius Malfoy might presently be a prisoner of Voldemort, but he would not remain so forever. He entered the library, shutting the door firmly behind him, thus sealing the outside world away. Tonight, he would commence his studies. Tonight, he would begin to devise a plan. The whistle of the Hogwarts Express echoed at platform 9 3/4, reminiscent of a familiar nightmare. Lucius stood at the periphery of the bustling crowd, his fingers tightly gripping his new wand as though it were a lifeline. Clad in a pristine school robe, its collar embroidered with exquisite silver thread, characteristic of the Malfoy family's opulent style, he found that the lavish attire suffocated him today. Lucius. Narcissa's voice pierced through the din of the crowd. She approached through the mist, followed by Bellatrix, who held her head high, her fervent gaze scanning the platform as if seeking someone or an opportunity for disruption. Are you ready? Narcissa halted before him, her eyes filled with concern as she scrutinized his face. You look paler than last week. Lucius managed a strained smile. Just a bit sleep-deprived. There's much to organize at the manor. Bellatrix scoffed, a malicious glint flickering in her dark eyes. Don't tell me you spent all night poring over those dreary ledgers, young Malfoy. Now is not the time for playing the dutiful son. Bella. Narcissa cast her sister a warning glance, but Bellatrix merely shrugged. Her attention diverted to a commotion at the other end of the platform, where several Slytherin upperclassmen had gathered around a newly transferred Durmstrang student. Lucius was grateful for Narcissa's defense, yet he felt a deeper unease regarding Bellatrix's demeanor. There was a new scrutiny in her gaze, a near-envious appraisal. Did she know something? Had Voldemort divulged the truth of that fateful night to her? We should board, he said tersely, retrieving his luggage, which had been neatly arranged by the house elves. Inside the train, the atmosphere remained as crowded and cacophonous as ever. Lucius instinctively made his way toward the Slytherin compartment, only to nearly collide with Severus Snape at the corner. The boy in black appeared like a shadow, clutching a battered copy of Advanced Potion-Making, its cover marred by dubious dark stains. Malfoy, Snape nodded, his obsidian eyes keenly observing every flicker of emotion on Lucius's face. I hear you are now the official head of the Malfoy family. Congratulations. A wave of discomfort washed over Lucius. There was a barely perceptible sarcasm in Snape's tone, as if insinuating that he had ascended to his position through his father's demise. Thank you, Snape, he replied coolly, attempting to sidestep the encounter. But Snape subtly shifted, blocking his path, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper only they could hear. Interestingly, the Dark Lord has recently shown an unusual interest in the affairs of Hogwarts. He particularly inquired about the curriculum for the 7th-year students. Chapter 6. The New Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor. Lucius felt his blood run cold. He forced himself to maintain a stoic expression. Voldemort had always valued education after all. Hogwarts was the cradle for nurturing the next generation of wizards. A near smirk twisted Snape's lips. Indeed. But it seems he is particularly concerned about you, Malfoy. He asked whether I believed you could handle the pressures of your N.E.W.T. year. Lucius's fingers instinctively tightened, nails digging into his palm. Voldemort was watching him. Through Snape? When had this half-blood wizard become the Dark Lord's confidant? I can manage perfectly well, he replied, his voice sharper than intended. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must find my compartment. This time, Snape stepped aside. Yet Lucius could feel those penetrating eyes tracking his retreat until he vanished at the end of the carriage. He ultimately chose an empty compartment, slamming the door shut and drawing the curtains, isolating himself from the outside world. As the train jolted to life, a strange sense of liberation coursed through him. At least for this fleeting moment, he had momentarily escaped the shadows of Malfoy Manor, fleeing from that room filled with painful memories. Yet this sense of relief was ephemeral. As the train pulled away from London, the rolling fields flashing past the window, Lucius felt the dark mark on his left arm begin to throb with a subtle heat. It was not a summons, but rather a persistent, annoying reminder of his inescapable reality. He rolled up his sleeve and gazed at the mark, which appeared more pronounced than it had weeks prior, its serpentine outline seemingly poised to awaken and bite him. He touched it with his fingertips, a faint sting radiating through his nerves. One day, he whispered to himself, "I will find a way to rid myself of you." The compartment door was suddenly yanked open, and Lucius hastily lowered his sleeve, his heart racing. "So, you were hiding here." Narcissa entered, followed by a short, stout Slytherin boy, the son of Vincent Crabbe, a taciturn yet prominent pureblood. "I need silence," Lucius stated curtly, hoping his agitation remained unnoticed. Narcissa shot him a keen glance, but settled into a seat. "Everyone is eager to know about you, Lucius. About your assumption of the family headship, about the Dark Lord's favor. Even Professor Slughorn is inquiring." A wave of nausea washed over Lucius. He had become the center of gossip, the object of curiosity and speculation. In the pureblood circles, no secret could remain concealed for long. "There is nothing to discuss." He turned to the window. "My father has passed. I am now the head of the Malfoy family. That is all." Narcissa exchanged a glance with Crabbe, but refrained from pressing further. The remainder of the journey unfolded in an awkward silence, the rhythmic clatter of the train's wheels filling the air. As the towers of Hogwarts came into view, Lucius felt a conflicting sense of reassurance. This castle had once been his kingdom, where he held titles as Slytherin prefect, Quidditch captain, and Prince of Pureblood. But now, everything had changed. He was no longer the carefree, arrogant youth. His soul bore the indelible scars of turmoil. The great hall remained as resplendent as ever, floating candles casting a warm glow upon the ceiling. Yet Lucius keenly noted the changes this year. Several new faces occupied the staff table, and the atmosphere at the Slytherin table appeared palpably more tense and anticipatory. "Look," Narcissa whispered beside him, gesturing toward the staff table. "The person sitting next to Professor Slughorn. He is the new defense against the dark arts professor." Lucius followed her gaze, his heart plummeting. It was a tall, slender man with neatly cropped black hair, handsome yet bearing an unsettling stiffness. Most distressing were his eyes, dark and profound, strikingly reminiscent of Tom Riddle's. "Who is he?" Lucius inquired, his voice involuntarily taut. "Professor Evan Rosier," Narcissa replied. "According to Bella, he was personally recommended by the Dark Lord." A chill coursed through Lucius. Voldemort was not only surveilling him through Snape, he had now embedded his confidant within Hogwarts. This Rosier undoubtedly harbored another agenda, to closely monitor the young head of the Malfoy family. As the sorting ceremony commenced, Lucius barely registered the allocation of the new students. His gaze occasionally drifted towards the faculty table, each time discovering Professor Rocher intently observing the Slytherin table, or more precisely, him. After the feast concluded, the head of Slytherin was expected to lead the first-year students to the common room. Lucius rose, adjusting his robes, ready to fulfill his duty. "Mr. Malfoy," a smooth voice called from behind, "please hold." Lucius turned to find Evan Rocher standing before him, a professional smile adorning his face, though it did not reach his eyes. "Professor Rocher," Lucius acknowledged with a nod, striving to maintain his composure. "I am deeply sorry to hear about your father's passing," Rocher remarked, his tone imbued with just the right amount of sympathy. "Abraxas was a great wizard. His departure is a tremendous loss for us all." "Thank you, Professor," Lucius replied. Rocher stepped closer, lowering his voice. "The Dark Lord has instructed me to ensure your smooth transition. 7th year is fraught with challenges, particularly for a student burdened as you are. Should you require any special guidance, my office is always open to you." "Special guidance?" Lucius nearly scoffed aloud. He was acutely aware of what such special guidance entailed: increased surveillance, greater control, perhaps even more dire consequences. "You are too kind, Professor," he replied cautiously. "But I believe I can manage." Rocher's dark eyes narrowed slightly. "Of course, the Malfoy family has always been renowned for its capabilities. But remember, excessive pride can lead to unfortunate repercussions." He gently patted Lucius's shoulder, a seemingly casual gesture that bore an unmistakable air of dominance. "Now, go attend to the first years. We shall converse again soon." As he watched Rocher's retreating figure, Lucius felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He was surrounded by Snape's watchful eyes among his peers, Rocher's scrutiny among the faculty, while the Dark Lord himself orchestrated everything from afar. "What did he say?" Narcissa approached. Concern etched on her face as she glanced in Rocher's direction. "Just offering condolences," Lucius replied tersely, turning to the gathered first years. "Keep up, do not lag behind." While leading the first years to the common room, Lucius mechanically recited the instructions he delivered each year, though his thoughts had long since wandered elsewhere. As they passed the third-floor corridor, he noticed a blank canvas. The portrait of Phineas Nigellus Black, which usually occupied that spot, was conspicuously absent. Upon arriving at the stone wall of the Slytherin common room, Lucius halted and turned to the anxious first years. "The password is pure blood," he enunciated clearly as the stone wall slid open, revealing the entrance beyond. "Remember, you now represent Hogwarts' oldest and proudest house. Every action you take reflects upon Slytherin's honor." The first years nodded in awe, filing into the common room. Lucius was the last to enter, the stone wall closing behind him, temporarily severing his connection to the outside world. The Slytherin common room lay beneath the Black Lake, adorned with green and silver decorations that shimmered in the eerie light filtering through the underwater windows. Typically, this place would bring him solace, yet tonight, even the emerald flames of the fireplace seemed to carry a chill. Chapter 7. The Black Notebook. The head boy meeting has been cancelled. A seventh-year girl informed him as she approached. Dirk said Professor Slughorn has other engagements. Lucius nodded, releasing a silent sigh of relief. The last thing he needed at that moment was the insincere socializing with head boys from other houses. He found a secluded spot by the window, retrieving the black notebook left to him by his father. Though he was under surveillance at Hogwarts, this was also the prime location for seeking answers. Millennia of accumulated knowledge and magic lay hidden in the corners of this castle. Just as he opened the notebook, a familiar voice echoed above him. An intriguing read. Lucius abruptly closed the notebook and looked up to find Severus Snape standing before him, a cup of pumpkin juice in hand, his expression inscrutable. "Snape," he said coldly. "What do you want?" Snape's gaze fell upon the black cover. "Just curious. It doesn't he appear to be one of our textbooks?" "A private journal," Lucius replied tersely. Shoving the notebook back into his bag, Snape settled into the chair opposite him, legs crossed. "Professor Rocher seems quite interested in you. He inquired about your situation after dinner." Lucius felt a jolt of anxiety. "What situation?" "Your studies, your friends, your mental state." Snape took a sip of his pumpkin juice, his black eyes glinting in the dim light. "He seems to be concerned that you might be vulnerable following your father's death." "I am not vulnerable," Lucius retorted sharply. "Of course not." Snape's lips curled slightly, but interestingly, the Dark Lord has expressed similar concerns. He personally wrote to Professor Slughorn, suggesting a reduction in your coursework. Lucius's fingers clenched tightly around the armrests of his chair. Voldemort was publicly displaying concern for him, while simultaneously declaring to everyone that Lucius Malfoy was under his special protection and control. "I do not require special treatment," he forced through gritted teeth. Snape leaned forward, his voice low enough for only the two of them to hear. "We both know that the protection offered by the Dark Lord comes at a price, Malfoy. The question is, how much are you willing to pay?" Lucius abruptly stood, the chair scraping noisily against the stone floor. "Mind your station, Snape," he coldly stated. "I am the head of the Malfoy family, and you are merely a half-blood wizard." Snape completed for him, a flicker of danger flashing in his eyes. "Yes, we are all aware of my lineage. Yet blood does not determine everything, does it? Otherwise, how could the purest Malfoy blood find itself in such an intriguing predicament?" A fierce impulse surged within Lucius to draw his wand and cast a curse upon Snape, but reason held him back. Attacking a fellow student in plain view, especially one as adept in the dark arts as Snape, would be unwise. "Good night, Snape," he finally said, turning toward the staircase leading to the boys' dormitory. "Good night, Malfoy," Snape's voice called after him, tinged with a note of victory. Sweet dreams. The boys' dormitory was deserted. The other seventh years were still mingling in the common room. Lucius approached the window, gazing out at the giant squid and other strange creatures moving in the depths of the Black Lake. They glided freely through the deep waters, unbound and unmonitored. He rolled up his left sleeve, once more scrutinizing the dark mark. It appeared darker than before, as though it were absorbing the surrounding light. Suddenly, the mark seared with intense pain, more potent than ever. Lucius gritted his teeth, suppressing any sound. This was not a summons, but a punishment, a reminder. Perhaps a response to his earlier anger directed at Snape. Could Voldemort sense his emotions? Could he perceive his rebellious thoughts through this mark? The pain gradually subsided, leaving a profound, unsettling sense of weakness in its wake. Lucius leaned against the cold window pane, shutting his eyes. He could not afford to break down here. He must remain strong, learn to disguise his feelings, and discover a means to retaliate. His father's letter had stated, "The foremost loyalty of the Malfoy family is always to the family itself." And he now understood the true meaning of those words clearer than ever. He retrieved the black notebook from his bag once more, lightly touching the cover with his wand. New writing emerged upon the pages, not his father's handwriting, nor the ancient script he had previously encountered, but a graceful, sharp, and eerily familiar script. The darkest moments give birth to the brightest light, but first, one must learn to see in the dark. Lucius gazed at these words, an odd conviction rising within him. This notebook was not merely a record. It possessed a life of its own, capable of sensing his needs and his predicaments. He turned to a new page and lightly touched the paper with the tip of his wand. How to rid oneself of unwelcome shackles. The ink gradually emerged, seeping from the depths of the page. Some shackles are magical, others psychological, and the most formidable are those that intertwine both. To break them, one must first comprehend their essence. Observe, learn, and wait. When the time comes, you will know. Lucius furrowed his brow. This advice was both sagacious and disheartening. He required concrete solutions, not vague guidance. He tried again. How to shield oneself from surveillance. This time, the page revealed a series of intricate diagrams and explanations for an advanced shielding charm capable of thwarting most monitoring spells, including remote surveillance through magical markings. A spark of hope ignited within Lucius. He finally had a starting point. The dormitory door swung open, and a raucous group of seventh-year Slytherin boys entered. Lucius swiftly closed the notebook, feigning an interest in organizing his belongings. "Hey, Malfoy," one called out. "I hear you've become a favorite of the Dark Lord?" Quite the stroke of luck. Lucius turned away from them, forcing his voice to remain steady, merely fulfilling family obligations. "Oh, come on," another laughed. "Bellatrix says the Dark Lord is personally mentoring you. She's seething with jealousy." A wave of nausea washed over Lucius. Bella's envy, his classmates' admiration, none knew the truth. None understood the true nature of such mentorship. "I need to rest," he said tersely, drawing the curtains around his bed, isolating himself within a small private space. In the darkness, he silently practiced the shielding charm from the notebook. His wand traced intricate patterns in the air as he whispered ancient incantations. He could feel a faint barrier forming around him, akin to an invisible armor. Not strong enough yet, but it was a beginning. When he finally drifted into sleep, his dreams morphed into a chaotic nightmare. His father lay on a sickbed, his eyes transformed into Voldemort's crimson slits. Snape stood nearby, sneering as he recorded something. Rossier chased him through the corridors of Hogwarts, his feet ensnared as if trapped in a quagmire. Most horrifying of all, at the dream's conclusion, he felt familiar hands wandering over him, a cold voice whispering in his ear, "You belong to me, Lucius Malfoy. Forever." He awoke in a cold sweat. The dawn's faint light just breaking through the waters of the Black Lake, casting flickering shadows upon the dormitory floor. The dark mark on his left arm throbbed faintly, yet less painfully than before. The shielding charm had proven somewhat effective, albeit weak. It had indeed worked. Lucius sat up, gazing out at the mermaids gliding by. They wielded crude weapons fashioned from bone and stone, their faces adorned with expressions of wild freedom. One day, he too would be free, he vowed. Chapter 8. Disguise Acceptance of Magical Bonds. He rose silently, donned his robes, and took his wand and the black notebook, stepping out of the dormitory. The castle lay silent in the darkness before dawn. Most of the portraits were asleep, and Peeves was nowhere to be found. On his way to the library, he passed the blank canvas. This time, the portrait of Phineas Nigellus had returned, the elder in the painting regarding him with an unusually alert gaze. "Young Malfoy," Phineas began, an infrequent tone of seriousness replacing his usual arrogance. "Darkness surrounds you, but remember, the deepest shadows often lie closest to the source of light." Lucius halted, perplexed by the portrait's words. What did it mean? But Phineas merely shook his head, reverting to his customary impatience. "Off to your early lessons, boy. Don't expect me to offer free advice to everyone." The figure turned away, ending the conversation. Lucius continued toward the library, Phineas's words echoing in his mind. The deepest shadows often lie closest to the source of light. Perhaps it was a hint, or perhaps just the ramblings of a mad old man. Yet, regardless, it planted a seed of thought in Lucius's mind. To defeat Voldemort, he must draw near, understand him, and to some extent, become him. The Hogwarts library was always particularly crowded on Sunday afternoons, yet Lucius found a quiet corner near the restricted section. Before him lay 3 tomes, one on advanced protective magic, another on magical contracts and bonds, and the black notebook left by his father. It had been 2 weeks since Voldemort had transmitted pain through the dark mark, and Lucius had devoted nearly all his free time to studying the shielding charm. His progress was slow but tangible. He could now maintain a faint barrier for nearly half an hour, and the pain of the mark had lessened somewhat. "Studying again, Malfoy?" A voice laced with sarcasm interrupted. Lucius looked up to see Severus Snape standing by the bookshelf, holding a copy of Powerful Potions, his gaze fixed on the books before Lucius. "Protective magic? Preparing for your newts? Isn't it a bit early to begin reviewing?" Lucius calmly closed the advanced protective magic book, leaving only the notebook exposed. "Everyone has their areas of interest, Snape. Not all are as obsessed with brewing cauldrons as you are." Snape's lips twitched slightly, whether in annoyance or amusement was unclear. He stepped closer, his sharp eyes scanning Lucius's face. "Professor Rossier has noted your frequent visits to the library lately. He is quite curious about what has drawn the usually indolent Malfoy heir." Lucius's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained an impassive facade, informing Professor Rossier that the Malfoys always pursued excellence in all fields. "Of course," Snape remarked, his dark eyes glimmering with insight. "By the way, Professor Slughorn asked me to inform you that tonight's Potions Club meeting has been cancelled. He has other arrangements." Lucius nodded, secretly relieved. The Potions Club meant socializing with Slughorn and other Slytherins, and what he needed least at that moment was to force a smile under close scrutiny. Snape seemed poised to say more, but ultimately merely nodded slightly and turned to disappear between the shelves. Once Lucius heard his footsteps fade away, he reopened the notebook. This time, the page revealed not spell diagrams, but a brief historical account. The origins of magical bonds can be traced back to the Middle Ages, where wizards indicated loyalty or subservience through magical markings. The most infamous was the enslavement mark, which the International Confederation of Wizards banned in 1612. However, advanced versions of such magic still circulate in the shadows, often imposed through blood, oaths, or acts of violence. Lucius felt a wave of nausea. Acts of violence echoed that fateful night. He continued to read. To dissolve such bonds, one must understand their magical essence. All bonds are founded on two pillars, the will of the caster and the acceptance of the subject. Will can be coerced, acceptance can be feigned. Acceptance can be feigned. This phrase resonated in his mind. If he could pretend to accept this binding, might he not diminish its power? Lucius? He abruptly lifted his gaze and beheld Narcissa standing at the table, worry etched upon her features. You have been rather elusive of late, she remarked, seating herself across from him. You haven't even attended Quidditch practice. Captain Aubrey is quite displeased. Lucius massaged his temples. I have family matters to attend to. Leaning forward, Narcissa lowered her voice. Is it because of the Dark Lord? Has he assigned you some task? In a certain sense, yes. Survival has become his paramount undertaking. One could say that, he replied cautiously. Narcissa's expression turned grave. Exercise caution, Lucius. Bella mentioned that the Dark Lord has been in a foul mood lately. Several Death Eaters have faced severe repercussions for their inadequacies. Lucius felt the mark upon his left arm emanate a faint warmth, as if in response to her words. I shall be careful. Furthermore, Narcissa's voice dropped even lower. I have heard rumors that the Ministry is investigating certain pureblood families, including the Malfoys. Lucius furrowed his brow. Investigating what? The illicit trade of dark artifacts. She glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping. It is said that someone has informed the Ministry, implicating Nocturne Alley S. Hawk and your family S. connections. Hawk, the merchant who had conversed with him in Diagon Alley. Lucius's heart sank. If the Ministry began to scrutinize Hawk, it would inevitably lead back to the Malfoy family and potentially uncover their dealings in procuring dark artifacts for Voldemort. Thank you for informing me, Narcissa, he said earnestly. She nodded and rose. Will you join us for dinner in the Great Hall? I shall be along shortly, he replied. Watching her depart, Lucius hastily gathered his belongings. He required a more secluded place to continue his research, one that would not be easily disturbed. He thought of the room of requirement. The 8th floor corridor was deserted. Lucius paced before the tapestry depicting the troll beating the hapless Barnabas, focusing intently on his need for a place free from surveillance. A smooth door materialized in the wall. He entered to discover a cozy chamber, warmed by a crackling fire in the hearth, shelves brimming with books, and a desk by the window. Most importantly, he sensed that the oppressive weight of the dark mark on his left arm had significantly diminished upon entering. Perfect, he whispered, settling at the desk and reopening his notebook. This time, he lightly touched the parchment with his wand, inscribing a question: how to feign acceptance of the magical binding. Gradually, an answer emerged on the page. The magical binding is connected to the subject's emotional state. Resistance amplifies pain, acceptance alleviates it. However, to truly masquerade acceptance, one must first master their emotions, rather than be governed by them. Attempt the mind-shielding spell. The mind-shielding spell. Lucius recognized this magic as a technique to protect the mind from external intrusion, with advanced versions capable of controlling and concealing one's emotions. It was precisely what he needed. The notebook began to reveal the principles and exercises of the mind-shielding spell. Lucius devoured the information, realizing that it could not only aid him in feigning acceptance of the binding, but also safeguard his thoughts from Voldemort or Riddle's prying gaze. Chapter 9. The Dark Lord's Reward. He commenced the exercises as instructed, clearing his mind, constructing a mental barrier, and regulating emotional fluctuations. Initially, it proved challenging. Each time he attempted to suppress his fear and anger towards Voldemort, those emotions intensified. Yet gradually, he began to find a balance, not in eradicating emotions, but in isolating them within a secure corner of his mind. An hour later, he was thoroughly exhausted, yet the pain in his left arm had indeed eased considerably. At that moment, he felt a familiar warmth, but this time it was not pain. Rather, it was a gentle heat. As if the mark were affirming his state of acceptance. He had succeeded, at least, in a preliminary sense. Lucius tidied his belongings and departed the room of requirement. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, he discovered a throng of 7th years gathered around the notice board, animatedly conversing. What is going on? He inquired, addressing Narcissa, who stood at the periphery. The Triwizard Tournament. she exclaimed, turning to him, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Dumbledore has just announced that the tournament will resume this year. Students from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons will arrive next month. Lucius felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. The Triwizard Tournament? At a time when Voldemort's power was surging and the wizarding world teetered on the brink of war? This is madness, he murmured. To hold such a perilous competition at a time like this. Narcissa dismissed his concern. This is precisely what we need. To showcase the strength of the British wizarding community to other magical schools, especially Slytherin. Lucius offered no retort. His thoughts drifted elsewhere. The Triwizard Tournament meant an influx of strangers into Hogwarts, more chaos, and more opportunities for surveillance lapses. Perhaps it was also an opportunity. That evening, the Great Hall was adorned in splendid fashion, with the banners of the four houses fluttering beneath the ceiling. Dumbledore stood before the staff table, announcing the official restoration of the Triwizard Tournament. We must remember, the venerable headmaster declared, his blue eyes glinting with a grave light behind his half-moon spectacles, that in this competition, courage and camaraderie hold greater significance than victory. International magical cooperation is particularly invaluable in dark times. Lucius noticed Professor Riddle smirking slightly during Dumbledore's speech, evidently unimpressed. Meanwhile, Professor Snape's gaze remained fixated on Lucius, as though scrutinizing his reaction to the announcement. After the feast concluded, as Lucius prepared to leave, Riddle intercepted him. Mr. Malfoy, I require a moment of your time. The tone of the defense against the dark arts professor brooked no refusal. Lucius followed Riddle into his office, a shadowy chamber adorned with various specimens of dark creatures, the air thick with an exotic spice. Take a seat. Riddle gestured towards a high-backed chair, then seated himself behind the desk, fingers steepled. I have heard you harbor some reservations regarding the Triwizard Tournament. Lucius sat cautiously. I merely believe that hosting such a grand event at this juncture may be unwise. Riddle smiled faintly. The Dark Lord concurs. In fact, he perceives this as an excellent opportunity. An opportunity? A chance to display power. Riddle leaned forward. We suspect there will be like-minded individuals among the Durmstrang delegation. As for Beauxbatons, well, they always need reminding of the importance of pure blood. Lucius understood. Voldemort intended to leverage the Triwizard Tournament to expand his influence. I see. He replied cautiously. Riddle appraised him, his gaze sharpening. The Dark Lord is quite pleased with your recent progress, Lucius. He senses your acceptance of your position. Lucius felt a wave of nausea, but employing the mind-shielding techniques he had just learned, he maintained a calm demeanor. I am learning to fulfill my responsibilities. Excellent. Riddle retrieved a small box from his drawer and slid it across the desk towards Lucius. This is a token of his appreciation. Lucius hesitated before opening the box. Inside lay a brooch, silver, set with a deep black gemstone, crafted in the shape of a coiling serpent. This is a protective talisman, Riddle explained, capable of deflecting most common curses and hexes. The Dark Lord wishes for your safety. Lucius stared at the brooch, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Was this truly a protective talisman, or yet another tool for surveillance? Or perhaps both? I appreciate the Dark Lord's generosity, he finally said, his voice steady. Wear it. Rochel commanded, a peculiar glimmer flashing in his eyes. Lucius grasped the brooch, feeling a chilling magic seep from his fingertips. He hesitated for a moment before affixing it to his robe. Something within the gem seemed to flicker slightly before settling into tranquility. Excellent. Rochel nodded in satisfaction. Now, regarding the Triwizard Tournament, the Dark Lord hopes you will serve as the liaison between the Durmstrang delegation and Slytherin. I shall do my utmost, Lucius replied. Rochel rose, signaling the conclusion of their meeting. As Lucius reached the door, the professor added, Oh, and Lucius, the Dark Lord may come to watch the tournament personally. He is very much looking forward to witnessing your progress. This statement felt like a bucket of ice water poured over Lucius's head. Voldemort was coming to Hogwarts? He stiffly nodded, exiting the office, the serpent-shaped brooch weighing heavily upon his chest. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lucius's first action was to examine the brooch. He employed every detection charm he knew, discovering it indeed possessed formidable protective properties, but simultaneously contained a sophisticated tracking spell, allowing Voldemort to ascertain his location at any moment. Clever, he thought grimly. Bestow upon me a gift I require, yet transform it into another form of bondage. He refrained from removing the brooch. That would arouse suspicion. Instead, he began devising a plan to neutralize the tracking charm, or at least render it ineffective at certain times. In the weeks that followed, Hogwarts bustled in preparation for the Triwizard Tournament. The castle underwent a thorough cleaning and decoration, with classes incorporating more content on international magical cooperation. Lucius continued to practice the mind-blocking and shielding charms, making progress more swiftly than anticipated. He discovered an unexpected aptitude in these areas, perhaps driven by a fierce motivation. One evening, Within the room of requirement, he successfully maintained the shielding charm for an entire hour, during which the dark mark felt barely perceptible. This was a breakthrough. Even more astonishing was when he opened the black notebook, revealing new content, not spells or suggestions, but a map of Hogwarts, marking several locations with brief annotations. Entrance to the Chamber of Secrets sealed. Room of Requirement safe. Astronomy tower partially monitored. Black Lake, cave unknown. Lucius stared at the map, utterly perplexed. Who was communicating with him through the notebook? It couldn't be from his father. Abraxas had passed away. Was it magic from the notebook itself? Or perhaps an unknown ally? He attempted to touch the marking for the Black Lake cave with his wand, and more information immediately materialized. Possible location of Salazar Slytherin's secret laboratory. Requires Mermish or Parseltongue for entry. Slytherin's secret laboratory? If true, the knowledge and magic left by the founder could be precisely what he needed. But how to gain entry? He couldn't speak Mermish, let alone Parseltongue, a rare gift possessed only by Slytherin himself and Voldemort. At that moment, he felt the brooch at his chest grow warm. Instantly, the dark mark began to burn, but this time it was not a punishment, it was a summoning. Voldemort was calling him. Chapter 10, The Waters of Memory. Lucius's heart raced. He was not ready to face the Dark Lord, especially now that he had just begun to make some progress. Yet, he had no choice. Swiftly gathering his belongings, he departed the room of requirement, striding along the corridor. The warmth of the brooch guided his direction, not towards the castle's exit, but underground. He followed the guidance to a secluded corridor near the entrance to the Slytherin common room. There, he was met not by Voldemort himself, but by Evan Rochel. Ah, Lucius. Rochel smiled, though his eyes held no mirth. I hope I have not interrupted your studies. Professor Rochel, Lucius nodded in greeting, his mind-blocking charm fully operational, concealing all traces of tension and loathing. Is there something I can assist you with? Rochel waved his wand, casting a powerful silencing charm before speaking. The Dark Lord is pleased with you, Lucius. Your recent progress has been impressive. Lucius offered no reply, merely inclining his head slightly. Thus, he has decided to bestow upon you an honor. Rochel produced a small vial from his robe, containing a silvery liquid strikingly similar to the memory water left by Lucius's father. He hopes you will consume this before the selection ceremony of the Triwizard Tournament. Lucius eyed the vial warily. What is it? A clarifying agent. Rochel's gaze fixed intently upon him. It will aid you in seeing your loyalties and objectives more clearly. Ensure you make the right choices in the forthcoming trials. Lucius understood that this was far more than a mere clarifying agent. It was likely some form of truth serum or, worse, a potion designed to ensure his absolute obedience. And if I choose not to drink it? He asked calmly. Rochel's smile turned frigid. That would be exceedingly unwise. The Dark Lord's generosity should not be spurned. Lucius scrutinized the vial, his thoughts racing. Should he drink it? He might lose the autonomy he had just gained, yet if he refused, he would immediately face Voldemort's wrath. As he hesitated, the dark mark on his left arm suddenly throbbed with intense pain, a clear warning. There was no choice. At least, not now. I shall certainly drink it, Lucius declared, accepting the vial. Under Rochel's watchful gaze, he uncorked it and downed the silvery liquid in one swift motion. The taste was surprisingly sweet, tinged with mint and a hint of some unknown spice. The potion slid down his throat, bringing forth a warm ripple, and then, nothing happened. No fog of consciousness. No compelled confession, no loss of autonomy. Instead, he felt an odd clarity, not towards Voldemort's loyalty, but towards his own ambitions. He sought to protect the Malfoy family, to gain freedom, to become powerful enough that no one could control him again. Rochel observed his expression closely, then nodded in satisfaction. Very well. The Dark Lord will be pleased. After Rochel departed, Lucius leaned against the cold stone wall, utterly bewildered. Why had the potion not taken effect? Was it due to his mind-blocking charm? Or could it be that the potion was not as Rochel had claimed? Suddenly, he recalled the inscription at the bottom of the vial of memory water left by his father. Drink to see the memories required. Had he just consumed such a substance? Had Voldemort actually provided him with a tool rather than a shackle? Or, more cunningly, was the Dark Lord testing him to see if he would obey even the most dubious of commands? Upon returning to his dormitory, Lucius immediately retrieved the memory water left by his father, comparing it with the potion he had just ingested. They appeared almost identical, save for the fact that his father's vial was slightly darker in color. He hesitated briefly before uncorking his father's small vial and taking a cautious sip. Instantly, images flooded his mind, not his own memories, but those of his father. A youthful Abraxas Malfoy stood in a room filled with dark artifacts, facing a handsome young man with black hair, Tom Riddle. I assure you, Abraxas, the young Riddle said, his voice smooth as silk. The Malfoy family will occupy its rightful place in the new order. I believe in your vision, Tom, Abraxas replied, though a glimmer of caution lingered in his eyes. But my foremost responsibility is to my family. Riddle smiled, a cold, calculating expression. Of course, family first. I have always admired this quality in the Malfoy lineage. As the memory faded, Lucius stood in stunned silence. From the very beginning, his father harbored reservations about Voldemort, even during his most loyal moments. Now, he finally comprehended the true purpose of the potion Voldemort had provided him. It was not to foster loyalty, but to unveil the truth. The Dark Lord was not creating a blind follower. He was cultivating an informed ally. He desired Lucius to fully grasp the rules of the game and then willingly participate. This was far more perilous than mere coercion, as it required Lucius to consciously choose obedience. Yet, therein lay an opportunity. If submission was voluntary, then dissent was also a viable option. Lucius approached the window, gazing into the depths of the Black Lake. Merfolk were gathering in the distance, brandishing rough banners crafted from boulders and water plants, evidently preparing for the Triwizard Tournament. He resolved not to consume the potion Voldemort had provided. Instead, he would swallow it, digest it, and then utilize it to nourish his resolve. One day, the hunter would become the prey. One day, the student would become the master. But before that, he must learn, grow, and disguise himself. Raising his hand, he lightly touched the serpent-shaped brooch on his chest, then softly recited a spell he had learned from his notebook. A faint glow flickered as the tracking charm was temporarily neutralized, not permanently dispelled, as that would raise suspicion, but merely put into a dormant state. It was a small victory, yet it was his own. Outside, a colossal squid glided past, one eye seeming to meet his for a fleeting moment before vanishing into the dark waters. Lucius smiled faintly. Even in the deepest darkness, life quietly thrived, awaiting the moment to breach the surface. And he, Lucius Malfoy, would await that day. In October, Hogwarts was shrouded in a damp, cold mist, the surface of the Black Lake rippling more restlessly than usual. The atmosphere within the castle was taut, like an overstretched string on a musical instrument, as everyone awaited the arrival of the two magical schools. Lucius stood at the forefront of the Slytherin line, the serpent-shaped brooch pinned to his chest, his robes billowing gently in the breeze. He flawlessly embodied the role of the Malfoy patriarch, proud, composed, and impeccable. Only he knew that beneath his robes, his hands were slightly damp with perspiration, and the dark mark on his left arm pulsed with a low heat, as if Voldemort were observing everything through that mark. Chapter 11. The mysterious Professor Volkova. They were late. Narcissa whispered beside him, nervously adjusting her silver and green scarf. The Durmstrang ship had to traverse the North Sea. It was no simple journey. Lucius replied calmly, his gaze fixed upon the lake's surface. Suddenly, the waters of the Black Lake began to churn violently. A massive shadow slowly ascended from beneath the waves, first the mast, then the sail, and finally the entire hull. The ghostly ship of Durmstrang emerged, resembling a vessel salvaged from an underwater grave, each plank steeped in the essence of ancient magic. The gangplank lowered, and the students and staff of Durmstrang filed out, clad in heavy fur cloaks, their faces bearing the fatigue and weariness of a long journey. Lucius immediately noticed the figure leading them, Gregor Rosser, a headmaster renowned for his severity, his gaze sharp as an eagle, perfectly embodying the rumored open-mindedness towards dark magic. However, Lucius's attention was soon captivated by a tall witch beside Rosser. With silver hair neatly fashioned into an updo, her countenance was as stern as stone, yet her eyes sparkled with a piercing intensity. Her deep blue robes, adorned with the Durmstrang crest, were clearly cut from a different cloth than those of the other faculty members. Who was the woman beside Rosser? Narcissa inquired curiously. Lucius did not respond, as his gaze briefly met that of the witch. Her eyes lingered on his brooch for a moment before she inclined her head slightly, a nearly imperceptible gesture. Welcome to Hogwarts. Dumbledore's voice resonated along the lakeshore. Gregor, my old friend, it is a pleasure to see you once more. Rosser nodded gravely and shook hands with Dumbledore. Albus, Hogwarts remains as impressive as ever. Following this was the arrival of Beau's Batons. A massive silver carriage, drawn by 12 winged horses, descended from the sky, and Headmistress Odette LeBlanc gracefully alighted, her poise leaving many students breathless. At the welcoming feast, the Great Hall was adorned more splendidly than ever before. The Durmstrang students were seated alongside the Slytherin table, with Lucius, as the prefect and liaison, responsible for their reception. I am Lucius Malfoy. He introduced himself to the Durmstrang students seated across from him. A boy with a heavy Eastern European accent nodded in response. I am Ivan Borov. This is Liliana Dmitrova and Stefan Petrov. Lucius noted that the girl named Liliana possessed exceptionally sharp gray eyes, and she was observing the hall intently, particularly Rosser and the mysterious witch at the staff table. Who is that lady? Lucius inquired casually, gesturing towards the staff table. Professor Tatiana Volkova, Ivan replied. the defense against the dark arts teacher and an advisor to Headmaster Rosser. Advisor. Lucius keenly perceived the implications of that term. Did Rosser require an advisor? Given Durmstrang's open attitude towards dark magic and Voldemort's rise, it was perhaps not surprising. During the course of the feast, Lucius felt the brooch on his chest suddenly grow cold. He lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Professor Rosser, who conveyed a clear directive. Excusing himself from the table, Lucius met Rosser and an unfamiliar Durmstrang professor in a small anteroom outside the Great Hall. The two professors stood together, the atmosphere palpably tense. "Ah, Lucius," Rosser smiled, though his eyes held no warmth. "Professor Volkova has expressed a desire to greet you privately." Volkova's expression was rigid. She cast a quick glance around before leaning closer to murmur, "The son of Abraxas. You bear a striking resemblance to him." "Thank you, Professor," Lucius replied cautiously. "The Dark Lord is quite pleased with you," Volkova continued, her voice lowered further. "He believes you will serve as a bridge between us and Durmstrang." "Us?" The term unsettled Lucius. Volkova spoke as if he had already fully embraced Voldemort's cause. "I will do my utmost," Lucius stated. Rosser patted his shoulder. "Of course, you shall. Now, return to the feast. We do not wish to draw unnecessary attention." As Lucius returned to the Slytherin table, he noticed Liliana Dmitrova regarding him thoughtfully, as if she had seen through his recent encounter. "Will you be signing up, Lucius?" A fourth-year Slytherin boy asked, admiration evident in his tone. "The age line will be reinforced with powerful magic," Lucius replied coolly. "It was set by Dumbledore himself. Attempting to deceive it would be foolish. Yet even so." When the Goblet of Fire was placed in the entrance hall, a group of students gathered around, eagerly gazing at the blue flames. After Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall announced the news of the Christmas ball, inciting another wave of excitement. Lucius noted the glimmer in Narcissa's eyes. The daughters of the Black family had always cherished such gatherings. "You will need a dance partner, Lucius," she remarked on their way to potions class. "Everyone expects the Malfoy patriarch to have suitable company." Lucius nearly sighed. In the narrow crevice between survival and freedom, he must also ponder the matter of a social dance partner. "I have more pressing concerns to contemplate, Narcissa." She gazed at him stubbornly. "This is precisely when you need to maintain a semblance of normalcy. Excessive isolation could arouse suspicion." She knew how to strike at his vulnerabilities. Lucius had to concede that she was right. He must find a balance between upholding a facade of normality and conducting clandestine research. During potions class, Professor Slughorn announced that they would be preparing a complex potion known as the Elixir of Courage, a brew capable of enhancing bravery and resolve. "Just the thing for those intending to enter the competition," Slughorn cheerfully declared, his bald head gleaming under the classroom lights. Lucius was paired with Severus Snape for this task. This was no coincidence. Slughorn enjoyed pairing gifted students. "The Elixir of Courage," Snape murmured, meticulously measuring out powdered billywig stings, "is especially beneficial for those in need of extra bravery. What do you think, Malfoy?" Lucius disregarded the implication in his words, focusing intently on slicing ginger root. "According to standard procedure, we should first add the sting powder, followed by a gradual infusion of ginger juice." "Standard procedures are for those lacking in imagination," Snape scoffed. "If you add the ginger juice first and then sprinkle in the powder, the effect will be smoother and last longer." Lucius frowned. "That would involve taking risks." "Only the incompetent would see it as a risk," Snape interrupted, already beginning to operate by his own method. To Lucius's chagrin, Snape's approach did indeed yield a potion of superior quality. Their Elixir of Courage exhibited a flawless mother-of-pearl sheen, while the concoctions of other groups were merely a mundane blue. "Excellent. Simply outstanding," Slughorn exclaimed upon inspecting their creation. "Mr. Snape, Mr. Malfoy, Slytherin earns 20 points. It appears we have two formidable candidates for the championship." After class, Snape intercepted Lucius in the corridor. "Your skills have improved, Malfoy." There was a hint of genuine surprise in his tone. "More precise, more focused. Almost as if you possess a newfound determination." Lucius met his gaze coolly. "The new tier is a challenge for everyone, Snape. Even for Malfoy." Snape's dark eyes narrowed slightly. "Of course, but I am curious about the source of this transformation. Not long ago, you seemed more preoccupied with Quidditch and parties than with the precision of potions." "People grow," Lucius replied tersely, preparing to depart, "especially after experiencing loss." Snape's voice dropped. "But I suspect your transformation is not solely rooted in grief. There is a sense of urgency, almost desperation." A chill coursed through Lucius. Snape was too perceptive, too close to the truth. "Your imagination is overly vivid, Snape," he said coldly, turning away. That evening, in the room of requirement, Lucius practiced the brain-blocking and shielding charms with greater intensity than ever before. Snape's observation reminded him that even the slightest changes could provoke suspicion. He opened his black notebook and discovered newly emerged content. The Durmstrang ship carries more than one secret. Observe Volkov, She wears an anti-surveillance charm, keeping her distance from Rosier. She may not be entirely loyal to him or the Dark Lord. Lucius pondered this passage. Tatyana Volkov, a potential ally, or another figure to be wary of? He attempted to pose a question in his notebook. How to ascertain whether someone is a friend or foe? A response gradually appeared on the pages. In war, there are no eternal friends or enemies, only eternal interests. Observe their actions, not their words. Test them, but with caution. Trust, but verify. Verify. The word echoed in his mind. He needed a method to test Volkov without exposing himself. The following day, opportunity unexpectedly presented itself. During a joint care of magical creatures class with Durmstrang students, Professor Kettleburn showcased a rare Eastern European dragon, the Hungarian horntail. When the creature suddenly exhaled flames, Professor Volkov happened to be passing by, swiftly waving her wand to cast an impressive protective charm, shielding the nearby students. Lucius noted her magical style, precise, efficient, devoid of any unnecessary flourish, strikingly different from Rosier's dramatic spellcasting. After class, he deliberately approached her. A splendid spell, Professor, he said politely. Volkov turned, her gray eyes appraising him. Basic protective charms. All fifth-year students at Durmstrang must master them. Even in the face of a dragon? Lucius raised an eyebrow slightly. Especially when confronting a dragon, she replied. A slight smirk gracing her lips. Danger does not wait for you to be ready, Mr. Malfoy. It descends upon you when you least expect it. They walked in silence for a while before Volkov suddenly remarked, I knew your father. Many years ago. Lucius's heart quickened slightly. Oh, during his guest lectures at Durmstrang. On the magical heritage of pureblood families. Her gaze grew distant. He was a complex wizard, extremely loyal to family traditions, yet cautious of certain emerging movements. This was a test. Lucius realized. She was probing his stance on Voldemort and the Death Eaters. The Malfoy family has always valued tradition, he replied cautiously. Indeed, Volkov nodded. Tradition, not fanaticism. They arrived at a fork in the corridor, where Volkov halted and gazed directly into his eyes. If you are interested in Durmstrang's magical traditions, Mr. Malfoy, my office is always open. We possess some unique tomes that may aid your research. This was an invitation, perhaps even a trap. Thank you for your generosity, Professor. I may very well accept your invitation. She inclined her head slightly and turned to leave. Lucius watched her retreating figure, weighing the risks against potential opportunities. That evening, the registration for the Triwizard Tournament officially commenced. Liliana had heard the news, her gray eyes gleaming with an unusual light. Age is merely a number. Courage and preparedness are paramount. Without waiting for Lucius to respond, she turned and departed. What a peculiar girl, Narcissa remarked. Yet Lucius could not help but ponder her words. Courage and preparedness, was she hinting at something? Later that night, in the room of requirement, Lucius opened his notebook once more. This time, the pages revealed not words, but a series of intricate astrological charts. The stars were shifting, accompanied by a line of small text. An ancient alliance is being reshaped. New powers are rising. Observe the conjunction of Mars and Venus. It heralds a moment of transformation. Lucius was no expert in astronomy, yet he could discern the anomaly. Mars, the planet of war, and Venus, the planet of peace and alliances, were approaching each other in a rare manner. A moment of transformation. He contemplated all the clues. Volkov's insinuations, Liliana's strange words, the notebook's guidance, and the persistent pressure from Voldemort through brooches and marks. Perhaps the Triwizard Tournament was more than just a competition. Perhaps it was a stage where various forces intersected, collided, and reshuffled. The following morning, as students gathered in the Great Hall awaiting the results of the champion selection, the atmosphere was taut with an almost palpable tension. Dumbledore stood before the Goblet of Fire, poised to announce the name of the selected champion. The champion from Durmstrang, he declared in a resonant voice, is Liliana Dimitrova. The Durmstrang table erupted in jubilant cheers as Liliana calmly rose and advanced toward the front hall. The champion from Hogwarts, Dumbledore continued, is Frank Longbottom. The raucous applause from the Gryffindor table nearly threatened to lift the roof off. Frank appeared both astonished and proud as he stood, waving to his classmates. However, just as Dumbledore prepared to announce the champion from Beau's Batons, the flames of the goblet suddenly flared crimson once more. And yet another parchment was ejected. The headmaster caught the paper and read the name inscribed upon it, his brow furrowing in perplexity. Lucius Malfoy. A profound silence fell over the hall. All eyes shifted toward the Slytherin table, fixating upon Lucius. He stood frozen, his heart racing. He had not entered his name. He could not have been chosen. Then he felt a searing pain from the dark mark on his left arm. The pin on his chest turning frigid, a clear message from Voldemort. This was no accident. This was a scheme. Chapter 13, The Malfoy Way of Combat. Dumbledore's blue eyes were fixed upon him. Mr. Malfoy, please step forward. Lucius rose slowly, his mind racing as he engaged the full faculties of his occlumency. Concealing all shock and fury, maintaining the dignity of the Malfoy lineage, he strode toward the front hall, each step feeling akin to traversing a razor's edge. As he passed the faculty table, he noted the satisfied smile on Rozier's face, the look of confusion on Rookwood's, and the fleeting emotion in Volkova's eyes, something he could only interpret as sympathy. In the front hall, Liliana Dimitrova regarded him with a serene expression, yet her eyes held a glimmer of understanding. "It seems we have become rivals, Malfoy," she murmured softly. Lucius did not respond. His thoughts raced, attempting to comprehend this new development. Why would Voldemort want him to participate in the Triwizard Tournament? Was it to test him? To showcase his control? Or was there a deeper plan at play? As he met Liliana's gaze, he suddenly realized that perhaps she was not a willing participant either. Perhaps both of them were mere pawns in a grander game. But pawns can learn, can grow, and can ultimately seize control of the board. "Yes," he finally replied, his voice calm and resolute. "It appears we are indeed rivals. And in this game, he intended to emerge as the ultimate victor." The tense canvas billowed in the biting wind, producing an unsettling rustle. Outside, the cheers of thousands of spectators surged like distant tides, reverberating through the ground beneath him. Lucius Malfoy stood in a corner, clad in a finely tailored, deep green robe, immaculate in contrast to the slightly disheveled attire of the other warriors around him. His pale visage bore no expression, his long fingers idly caressing his wand, as if he were about to confront not a fire-breathing dragon, but rather a tiresome academic ceremony. "Mr. Malfoy, it is your turn," a trembling voice from the guiding wizard announced. Lucius inclined his head slightly and stepped forth with a composed gait. The blinding winter sunlight and deafening tumult immediately enveloped him. The arena had been magically transformed into a rugged Welsh valley. At its center, a golden egg shimmered in the sunlight. Beside it, a massive Welsh green dragon was restlessly clawing at the ground, smoke laced with embers billowing from its nostrils. Its yellow slit eyes fixated on this new intruder. The mixed sounds of boos and cheers from the stands reached his ears, and he caught the sharp jeers from certain Gryffindor seats. A faint, cold smile brushed across Lucius's lips. He did not require the applause of those fools. The dragon emitted a warning roar, its throat igniting with a menacing orange glow, about to unleash a torrent of fiery breath. While everyone anticipated that he would rely on agility and powerful spells to withstand or evade, as the previous champions had, Lucius merely raised his serpent-headed wand with elegance. He did not gaze upon the dragon, but swiftly surveyed the ground beneath it. The soil was damp, remnants of previous battles left puddles that had yet to dry completely, and the air was heavy with moisture. "Sufficient, Glacius Duo." His voice, though quiet, conveyed an undeniable precision. The tip of his wand unleashed not a blinding light, but an almost imperceptible wave of frigid magical energy. His target was not the dragon itself, but the moist earth beneath its feet and the surrounding humidity in the air. Crack! The sharp sound of freezing instantly drowned out the din of the arena, centered around the dragon. The ground within a radius of several feet was swiftly enveloped in a thick, smooth layer of ice, reflecting blinding light under the sun. The moisture suspended in the air crystallized into countless tiny ice shards, resembling a miniature diamond storm, enveloping the dragon's head. As the dragon prepared to unleash its fiery breath, it lost its footing, its colossal body teetering in disarray. Worse yet, the ice shards were drawn into its nostrils by its scorching breath, the clash of extreme heat and frigid cold prompting a painful, choking fit of coughs and sneezes. The brewing dragon's breath emitted a muffled sound in its throat, transforming into a few puffs of ineffective black smoke. Gasps erupted from the audience, followed by a brief, bewildered silence. Lucius did not falter. He walked across the slick ice as though strolling through his own estate. His dragonhide boots seemed to possess an anti-slip charm, allowing him to advance steadily and swiftly. He did not even glance at the dragon, which was momentarily disoriented from sneezing and slipping, but instead proceeded directly toward the golden egg. He even took a moment to adjust his collar, which had slightly skewed during the incantation. As he bent to retrieve the golden egg, the green dragon finally regained its balance, emitting a furious, yet now ineffectual roar. Lucius turned, casting a brief levitation charm to have the golden egg hover beside him. As if it were a filthy object he was reluctant to touch for too long, he inclined his body slightly toward the judge's table and the audience, performing the gesture with the precision of an etiquette textbook, yet radiating an air of haughty aloofness. There was no excessive sweat, no fierce struggle, only a precise strike and absolute control. In the depths of the Slytherin common room, shrouded in the usual eerie green glow, the flames dancing in the black marble fireplace cast distorted shadows upon the ornate ceiling. Lucius Malfoy stood alone by the window, his long fingers unconsciously stroking his wand. As the dark waters of the Black Lake outside mirrored his pale visage, The stone door slid open soundlessly, and Narcissa Black appeared in the doorway. Her light golden hair, cascading over her shoulders like a beam of moonlight illuminating the cold dungeon. The entire Hogwarts is abuzz with talk of you, Lucius. Narcissa's voice chimed like silver bells, yet bore the characteristic restraint of a Slytherin. Even the head boy of Ravenclaw has been inquiring about the spell that enabled the Malfoy who turned the Welsh green dragon into an ice sculpture within 30 seconds. Lucius turned around, a nearly imperceptible smile gracing his lips. He had yet to respond when the common room erupted with applause and cheers. A dozen Slytherin students clad in green robes surged in. At their forefront were Avery and Mulciber, his closest followers in Slytherin. "Well done, Lucius," Avery exclaimed loudly, giving his shoulder a jovial pat. "Did you catch the expressions on the faces of the Gryffindors? They still believe they can shine." Mulciber grinned, revealing his rather uneven teeth. "I wager that Durmstrang student, Dimitrova, is currently gnashing her teeth at her wand. It took her a full 10 minutes to subdue that Swedish short snout, while you dispatched it with a mere incantation effortlessly." Lucius elegantly waved his hand, gesturing for silence. "The Welsh green is the most docile of all fire dragons," he stated, his voice calm and clear, as if declaring the simplest of facts. "Its attack pattern is singular. By observing the color change in its neck scales, one can predict its next breath of fire." Narcissa stepped closer, her gray-blue eyes shimmering with admiration. "Yet that freezing charm is not the standard incantation from the textbooks, Lucius." "Indeed not." Lucius withdrew his wand from the inner pocket of his robe, giving it a gentle twist. "I modified the freezing charm, incorporating a water element summoning. When the green dragon exhales flames, the humidity in the surrounding air rises sharply. I merely utilized this to instantaneously condense the moisture into ice." A murmur of admiration rippled through the crowd. Several lower-year students gazed at him with reverence, as if he had just invented a revolutionary new spell. "So clever." A third-year girl whispered to her friend, a quintessential Malfoy wit. Narcissa stepped forward under the gaze of the crowd, her voice soft, yet audible to all. "What is most impressive is that you did not confront it directly. Other champions, including our esteemed Durmstrang competitor, attempted to clash with stunning and binding spells. Yet you merely harnessed the environment to your advantage." Lucius inclined his head slightly, accepting the praise. "Strength is not always the answer, Narcissa. Sometimes, precision is far deadlier than brute force. As my father often said, a lion may roar, but a viper strikes lethal." This statement elicited further murmurs of agreement. In the eyes of the Slytherins, Lucius's performance was not merely about winning the contest. It was the finest embodiment of their house philosophy: shrewd, elegant, efficient, forever choosing the most advantageous path rather than the most conspicuous one. The Hogwarts Great Hall, adorned for Christmas, resembled a fairyland, with countless crystalline snowflakes cascading from the enchanted ceiling, yet imbued with warmth. 12 Christmas trees circled the walls, adorned with golden stars and lively little fairies. Yet for Lucius, the essence of this night was not the laughter echoing within the hall, but rather the intimate Christmas gathering about to unfold in the defense against the dark arts professor's office. Evan Rosier had extended an invitation to a select few Slytherin students and Durmstrang guests. Clad in a deep green formal robe, Lucius stood at the edge of the crowd, a glass of untouched mead in hand. The serpent-shaped brooch on his chest remained cold, yet thanks to a more intricate shielding charm in his notebook, he had successfully suppressed the awareness of the dark mark to its lowest point, even managing to offer what appeared to be a sincere smile in response to Liliana Dimitrova's discourse on ancient runes. "You seem rather relaxed this evening, Malfoy," Liliana remarked, her gray eyes particularly sharp in the candlelight. "The Christmas atmosphere, Miss Dimitrova," Lucius replied gracefully, though internally he dared not allow himself any semblance of relaxation. He had just gleaned fragments of information from Rosier's encrypted conversation with Professor Volkov regarding the impending inspection of the results from the first task. He knew the trial was imminent, but he had not anticipated it would arrive so swiftly. As the soiree progressed, Professor Rosier, holding a wine glass, affectionately draped his arm around Lucius's shoulder, leading him away from the crowd toward a private study within the office's interior. "A Christmas gift from a benefactor, Lucius," Rosier whispered. A disingenuous smile plastered on his face. "He believes your performance in the first task merits a personal commendation." He emphasized the word personal. A knot tightened in Lucius's stomach. The calm facade he had maintained instantly replaced by a chill of dread. He felt the mark on his left arm begin to warm. No longer a vague sensation, but a clear, unmistakable summons imbued with anticipation and possessiveness. The door to the study slid open silently before him. The decor inside sharply contrasted with the festive warmth outside. Heavy dark curtains obscured the windows, and the flames in the fireplace flickered with an eerie green glow, casting wavering shadows. The air was thick with a familiar essence, a blend of ancient magic and a certain cold authority. Tom Riddle, who at this moment ought to be referred to as Lord Voldemort, stood before the fireplace. His back was turned to the door, his figure appearing increasingly tall and menacing amidst the flickering green flames. He wore a tailored dark suit rather than the black robes of a Death Eater assembly. Yet this did nothing to diminish his oppressive presence. "Close the door, Lucius," Voldemort's voice resonated, deep and smooth, yet carrying an undeniable command. Lucius mechanically complied. The soft click of the door closing resonated in his ears like the sound of a cage locking shut. He stood still, his mind's protective barriers working overtime to suppress the tumult of fear, revulsion, and anger, leaving only a mask of obedient blankness upon his face. Voldemort slowly turned to face him. His features were half lit by the firelight, the handsome contours still intact. Yet the glimmer in his black eyes no longer masked the charm of his Hogwarts days, but rather revealed an unadulterated desire for power and a profound scrutiny. "I have received Rosier's report," Voldemort approached, gliding forward like a serpent surveying its domain. "You have made remarkable progress. In the first task, you not only discerned the weaknesses of the Welsh Green, but also employed a rather ingenious freezing charm, thereby avoiding a direct confrontation. Very Slytherin of you." He halted just a step away from Lucius, his gaze tangible as it swept across his face, settling upon the serpent-shaped brooch on his chest. "My little gift for you. It seems you have kept it close." Voldemort extended his hand, his icy fingers brushing against the brooch before slowly moving upward, gliding along the side of Lucius's neck. Feeling the pulse beneath his skin quiver slightly from the effort of restraint. "Very good." Lucius forced himself not to retreat, to reveal no emotion. "Thank you for your gift, my lord. It is quite useful." "Indeed, it is useful." Voldemort's fingers paused at his jaw, applying slight pressure to compel Lucius to raise his gaze and meet those unfathomable black eyes. "But what is even more useful is your gradual mastery of obedience." His thumb caressed Lucius's lower lip, the action gentle yet laden with sacrilege. "I promise to protect you, Lucius, and you are learning how to repay this protection." "I have been diligently fulfilling my duties, my lord." Lucius's voice was steadier than he himself expected. "Duties?" Voldemort chuckled softly, the sound devoid of warmth. "No, this is not merely duty. This is belonging." His other hand slid onto Lucius's back, drawing him closer, the distance between them vanishing in an instant. "I grant you protection, empower you, and even provide you the opportunity to showcase yourself in this ridiculous competition. And you," his breath grazed Lucius's ear, cold and familiar. "You belong to me. From the moment your father closed his eyes, you were destined to belong to me." A familiar wave of terror surged over Lucius, overwhelming him. He wished to resist, to draw his wand, to scream, yet his body felt ensnared by invisible bonds, immobile. The mental barriers he had constructed faltered under Voldemort's formidable mental pressure. "I admire your progress, Lucius." Voldemort's whispers slithered like a serpent's flickering tongue. "Yet I find your excessive independence disconcerting. That Durmstrang girl, Dimitrova, you have grown far too close to her." "So it is." A chill enveloped Lucius's heart. This was not merely a commendation, but a warning, a punishment for his attempts to establish any external connections. Voldemort's hand slipped into the collar of his robe, the fabric tearing under the weight of an unvoiced spell. The frigid air brushed against his skin, igniting a shiver. The green light from the hearth reflected in Voldemort's eyes, flickering with an inhuman gleam. "Tonight, we shall revisit our covenant." Voldemort's voice possessed a cruel tenderness, a reminder of who is the sole object of your loyalty and desire to please. Chapter 15, The True Reward. He concentrated all his awareness, feverishly operating his mind-blocking spell, burying his genuine emotions, towering hatred, profound humiliation, and heart-wrenching pain, deep within. He constructed a cold platinum fortress in his mental realm, impervious to the raging storms outside. Its core as unyielding as ever. He could even divert his thoughts to reminiscence. He noted a slight instability in Voldemort's magical core, far from the flawless facade he projected. He sensed that at one moment, the dark wizard's mind seemed tethered to some distant, sinister entity, diverting a portion of his attention. Approaching the desk, he picked up an ordinary-looking black notebook, strikingly different in appearance from the one left by his father, yet exuding a similar aura of darkness. "The true reward of the first task. It will guide you and aid you in winning the forthcoming contest. Naturally, it serves to assist me as well." He handed the notebook to Lucius. As Lucius extended his hand, the moment his fingertips brushed the cover, a chilling aura of magic coursed through him, resonating with the dark mark on his left arm. "Thank you, my lord." He lowered his gaze, accepting the notebook, his voice hoarse. Voldemort cast one final glance at him, a gaze that seemed to pierce through flesh and bone, reaching into his very soul. "Do not disappoint me, Lucius, and do not attempt to evade your destiny." Outside, The cacophony of the Christmas party faintly echoed, forming a cruel contrast to the desolation within him. He navigated through the laughing crowd, avoiding eye contact with anyone, and left Rogier's office without a backward glance. He did not return to the raucous common room, but instead proceeded directly to the room of requirement. Only here, in utter silence and privacy, could he permit himself to crumble. He slid down onto the cold floor, his body trembling violently from rage and humiliation. The new notebook from Voldemort lay discarded beside him, akin to a searing ember. He clutched his father's black notebook tightly, as if it were his only lifeline. After a prolonged moment, his tremors gradually subsided. He opened his eyes, no longer filled with despair but rather a tempered, icy resolve. He opened his father's notebook and lightly tapped the surface with his wand. How to destroy an arrogant hunter. The words slowly materialized on the page, clearer and more resolute than ever before. First, make him believe he has completely tamed you. Then, learn all about him, master his strengths, and uncover his weaknesses. Finally, at his most self-satisfied moment, use the fangs he taught you to pierce his throat. Lucius gazed at the words, a cold and twisted smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The Christmas Eve cage once again enclosed him, but this time, the prisoner felt no fear. He recognized the face of the hunter and remembered the scent of the hunt. The hunt had only just begun. After the Christmas holidays, Hogwarts Castle seemed shrouded in an invisible haze. Lucius Malfoy appeared polished and radiant like a cut diamond, yet beneath the surface, he bore immense pressure. Clad in a perfectly tailored black robe, his pallor intensified, save for the occasional glint of tempered cold light hidden within his gray-blue eyes. You look as if you have spent the entire holiday wrestling with the library's collection. Narcissa commented on the express train back to Hogwarts, scrutinizing the faint shadows beneath his eyes with concern. Lucius merely offered a slight smile, devoid of warmth. The Malfoys never squander any opportunity for self-improvement. Narcissa, you should be more aware of this than anyone else. His suitcase contained two vastly different notebooks, the one left by his father, a beacon of hope and guidance, and the one gifted by Voldemort, a poison and a watchful eye he must navigate with caution. The second task was announced to take place at the end of February, at the Black Lake. Upon hearing the news, the entire school plunged into speculation and dread regarding the underwater adventure. Yet Lucius felt a sense of relief, at least underwater. He could temporarily escape those all-seeing gazes. On his first night back in the Slytherin common room, he found himself the center of attention. Younger students regarded him with awe, while older students, particularly those aware of his special connection with the Dark Lord, exhibited a more complex mix of jealousy, fear, and barely concealed disdain. I heard the Dark Lord personally instructs your magic, Avery proclaimed loudly in the common room, clearly intending for all to hear. How fortunate you are, Malfoy. Lucius calmly set down his book and lifted his gaze toward Avery. The Dark Lord treats all his followers equally, Avery. If you feel your progress is insufficient, perhaps you should reflect on your dedication. Avery's face flushed crimson, yet under Lucius's frigid stare, he merely mumbled a few words before turning to leave. Narcissa settled onto the sofa beside him, her voice lowered. You need not respond that way, Lucius. The Avery family is also of noble pureblood lineage. Precisely because of that, he should understand his place. Lucius's voice remained unwavering. In the Dark Lord's plans, no one could rest on their laurels due to familial background. As he spoke, he felt the faint chill emanating from the serpent-shaped brooch on his chest, and the dark energy radiating from the notebook gifted by Voldemort within his suitcase. They both served as reminders that every word and action of his could be scrutinized. The following morning, before dawn, Lucius arrived at the room of requirement. He needed to test a theory regarding whether the notebook bestowed by Voldemort could indeed penetrate this magical space's defenses. He first took out his father's notebook and inscribed, Test communication security. If there is interference, display an asterisk. The page clearly revealed the response, environment secure. No interference. Lucius took a deep breath and then opened the notebook gifted by Voldemort. Unlike his father's, this book's pages presented an unhealthy parchment yellow hue. The writing composed of a deep crimson ink that resembled dried blood. Good morning, Lucius. The page revealed this line, the elegant and familiar handwriting unmistakably belonging to Voldemort himself. A chill coursed up Lucius's spine. This book could not only communicate with him, but also perceive his existence. Good morning, my lord. He cautiously replied. What preparations do you have for the second task? Voldemort inquired through the notebook. Chapter 16, The Altar in the Black Lake. I am studying the relevant spells for underwater breathing and movement, my lord, Lucius wrote, as Hogwarts Library boasts a rich collection on the subject. Do not rely on those mediocre spells, Lucius. I present to you an ancient water spell, a legacy derived from the water wizards of the Mediterranean. It surpasses contemporary magic in efficiency. As these words materialized, the notebook began to automatically unveil a series of intricate incantations and illustrations of gestures. Lucius immediately recognized that this was indeed an exceedingly ancient and potent water magic, enabling the user to move freely in water, akin to a mermaid. However, the final segment of the incantation raised his suspicions. It was a covert mental linking spell, whereby the caster, upon utilizing this magic, would unwittingly establish a one-way mental connection with the grantor of the spell. "Thank you for your generosity, my lord," Lucius inscribed, his mind's protective barriers operating at full capacity, ensuring that his true thoughts would not leak through this connection. "Practice well, Lucius. I anticipate your performance in the Black Lake. Remember, victory is not merely a matter of honor. It is also about proving your worth." The script gradually faded, and the notebook reverted to its ordinary appearance. Lucius promptly retrieved his father's notebook, meticulously transcribing the spell imparted by Voldemort, while annotating his own reservations alongside it. His father's notebook responded, "Your vigilance is warranted. This is a disguised surveillance spell. However, you may reverse engineer it by practicing with the original while employing the modified version in actual endeavors. This will retain the spell's efficacy while severing the mental link." Subsequently, a cleverly altered version of the incantation appeared on the pages, preserving all practical functions while eliminating the covert mental link. Lucius felt a smile almost forming. This was a silent war, and he had just secured victory in the first skirmish. In the weeks that followed, Lucius devoted himself wholeheartedly to the preparation for the second task. Each morning, he stealthily ventured to the edge of the Black Lake, practicing the modified water spell. Upon successfully casting it for the first time, he felt as if he had truly transformed into an aquatic creature, breathing and moving in the water with unparalleled ease. Even more astonishingly, during a late-night practice, he encountered a patrol from the Merfolk tribe. With a simple greeting in the rudimentary Merfolk language recorded in his notebook, he garnered their basic respect, even receiving warnings about the perilous regions deep within the Black Lake. "Beware of the giant squid in the depths," a Merfolk warrior conveyed in halting common tongue. "It has been particularly agitated lately. There are unclean things in the water." Lucius noted this warning, while also recognizing that the unclean things mentioned by the Merfolk warrior appeared to pertain to a disturbingly dark area deep within the lake. One evening in mid-February, Lucius had just returned from practicing in the Black Lake, drenched but invigorated, when he was intercepted at the castle entrance by Evan Rosier. "Mr. Malfoy." Rosier's voice was smooth as silk, yet devoid of warmth. "It seems you are thoroughly prepared for the second task." "I shall do my utmost, Professor," Lucius replied with a slight nod, droplets cascading from the tips of his platinum hair. Rosier stepped closer, lowering his voice. "The Dark Lord is quite pleased with your recent progress. However, he has also noticed that you seem to be deliberately avoiding contact with Miss Dimitrova from Durmstrang." Lucius's heart tightened slightly, yet his demeanor remained composed. "I believe it wise to maintain a proper distance from my opponent during the competition, Professor. Too close an interaction may cloud judgment." Rosier scrutinized him for a moment, then slowly nodded, a prudent thought. "But remember, the Dark Lord desires you to win this competition by any means necessary. If collaboration with your opponent could yield an advantage, it should not be dismissed." "I understand, Professor," Lucius responded, though alarm bells rang in his mind. What precisely did Voldemort wish him to do? Win the competition? Or achieve some other objective through it? Upon returning to his dormitory, Lucius immediately opened Voldemort's notebook. Writing, "My lord, Professor Rosier conveyed your instructions. How would you have me approach my opponent from Durmstrang?" Moments later, a reply materialized. "Liliana Dimitrova possesses her own value. Observe her, learn about her, but do not draw too close. There are complex forces behind her. Your primary task is to win the competition and demonstrate the superiority of pure blood." Complex forces? Lucius pondered the implications of this statement. Did it refer to the differing factions within Durmstrang, or to other entities beyond Voldemort's influence? 3 days before the commencement of the second task, an unsettling event transpired at Hogwarts. The remains of a deceased giant squid's tentacle appeared at the edge of the Black Lake, evidently torn asunder by some formidable dark magic. Dumbledore enhanced the castle's security, yet no one could identify the perpetrator. Upon learning this news, Lucius immediately recalled the Merfolk warrior's warning. That night, he daringly submerged himself once more into the Black Lake, heading towards the disturbingly dark waters. About 50 feet underwater, he stumbled upon a shocking sight, an improvised altar, inscribed with dark magical symbols, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of magical creatures, their blood drained. At the altar's center, a familiar black gemstone pulsated slowly, emitting the same dark aura as his brooch and Voldemort's notebook. Lucius quickly retreated, his heart filled with icy fury. Voldemort was not only surveilling him, but was also conducting some dark ritual within Hogwarts, likely related to the Triwizard Tournament. On the eve of the second task, Lucius made his final preparations in the room of requirement. He opened his father's notebook, writing, "I discovered the Dark Lord's altar deep within the Black Lake. What is its purpose?" The notebook's response sent chills through him. It is an anchor point. The Dark Lord is harnessing the immense magical energy of the Triwizard Tournament to establish his influence within Hogwarts. The second task may be pivotal to his plans. Be cautious, Lucius. You must not only survive the competition, but also thwart his designs. Lucius stared at the words, feeling the weight of his responsibilities more acutely than ever. He was tasked not only with winning the competition to preserve his life and dignity, but also with secretly undermining Voldemort's scheme, all while under the watchful gaze of the Dark Lord. The following morning, as Lucius stood at the shore of the Black Lake, preparing for the second task, he felt the coldness of his brooch and the heat of the mark on his left arm more intensely than ever. Voldemort was watching him, expecting great things from his performance beneath the water. Frank Longbottom and Liliana Dimitrova were already in position, both wearing expressions of grave seriousness. Dumbledore announced the task, to plunge into the depths of the Black Lake and retrieve a precious item taken by the Merfolk tribe. When the starting signal sounded, Lucius leapt without hesitation into the frigid waters, simultaneously casting the modified water spell. The magic took effect immediately, allowing him to breathe and move effortlessly underwater, swiftly advancing toward the Merfolk village. The underwater realm was both beautiful and perilous. Glowing schools of fish swam beside him, and enormous aquatic plants swayed like forests. Yet, Lucius had no time to admire the scenery. His gaze was sharp, scanning for any anomalies. As he approached the Merfolk village, a powerful surge of dark energy emanated from the direction of the altar. The water's temperature plummeted abruptly, and the surrounding fish scattered in panic. Chapter 17, The Judgment Approaches. Lucius immediately altered his course, swimming towards the altar. He realized he might be walking into Voldemort's trap, but he had no alternative. If the Dark Lord's plan succeeded, the consequences would be dire. Upon reaching the altar, he found Liliana Dimitrova already present, clutching a gemstone similar to the one at the center of the altar, her eyes shimmering with complex emotions. "Do you feel it too?" Liliana inquired through magical communication, her voice ethereal and distant in the water, resonating with the dark currents of this aquatic realm. Lucius regarded her with caution. "Do you know what this is?" "A focal point," Liliana replied succinctly. "Someone is attempting to establish a permanent influence over Hogwarts through the magical energies of the Triwizard Tournament. I believe we both wish to prevent such an occurrence." Lucius's mind raced. Was Liliana a foe or an ally? Had she been sent by Voldemort to test him, or did she genuinely oppose this scheme? "We must destroy it," Lucius finally declared, resolved to take a risk. Liliana nodded. "But I require your assistance. This altar is protected by powerful enchantments. It can only be breached if we attack from different angles simultaneously." Time left Lucius with little room for hesitation. The dark waves intensified, and the waters of the Black Lake began to churn chaotically. "How do we proceed?" he asked tersely. Under Liliana's guidance, they swam to opposite sides of the altar and simultaneously cast a complex counter-curse. As their magic converged at the altar's center, the black gemstone emitted a piercing shatter, and the entire altar began to collapse. In that moment of destruction, Lucius felt a searing pain from the dark mark on his left arm. Voldemort's wrath surged through their magical connection. He grit his teeth against the agony and glanced at Liliana, noticing her pallor and the tight grip of her right hand on her left arm. In that instant, Lucius understood that Liliana Dimitrova was also among Voldemort's particular interests. With no time for communication, they swiftly parted ways, continuing towards the Merfolk village. Lucius ultimately reclaimed what had been taken from him, a family heirloom, a Malfoy ring, said to have been worn by his mother during her lifetime. As he surfaced, holding the ring aloft, the stands erupted in enthusiastic applause. He had completed the task with remarkable efficiency and flawless execution. Yet, as he ascended the shore, he was greeted not with congratulations, but with the icy gaze of Evan Rosier. "It seems you encountered a few unexpected events underwater, Malfoy," Rosier murmured, audible only to Lucius. Lucius met his gaze calmly. "Indeed, there were many surprises in the depths of the Black Lake, Professor. However, I managed them successfully." A glint of danger flickered in Rosier's eyes, but he merely nodded. "The Dark Lord will be intrigued by your innovative solution." That evening, at the Slytherin victory celebration, Lucius was heralded as a hero. Yet, he felt no joy, only a profound weight of anxiety. Upon returning to his dormitory, he promptly opened Voldemort's notebook, bracing himself for interrogation and punishment. To his astonishment, the notebook revealed only a brief message. "You have proven your worth, Lucius. But remember, every act of autonomy requires a corresponding price." Lucius stared at the words, a chill running down his spine. Voldemort knew the altar's destruction was linked to him, but refrained from direct punishment. This was even more unsettling. It implied that the Dark Lord had grander designs and that Lucius remained a crucial piece in this intricate scheme. He retrieved his father's notebook and wrote, "The altar is destroyed, yet Voldemort has not punished me. Why?" The reply slowly materialized. "Because you are still of use to him. Lucius, he has invested time and resources in you, and he demands a return. But be wary, when he decides to collect, the price may be unimaginable." Lucius closed the notebook and approached the window, gazing out at the black lake under the cloak of night. The water's surface reflected the ghastly pale moonlight, resembling a vast, expressionless face. He had triumphed in the tournament, thwarting one of Voldemort's plans, yet he found himself further ensnared in this perilous game. The word price echoed in his mind. He understood that one day he would have to pay Voldemort's so-called price. But until that day arrived, he would grow powerful enough to withstand any cost, even to turn the hunter into the hunted. On the eve of the Triwizard Tournament's final task, Hogwarts was enveloped in a palpable tension. Lucius Malfoy stood atop the astronomy tower of the West Tower, overlooking the Black Lake, which shimmered faintly in the twilight. The victory of the second task and the covert destruction of the altar had not brought him solace. Rather, it loomed like the sword of Damocles over his head. Voldemort's silence was more terrifying than any direct punishment. He clutched a small Malfoy family ring, adorned with a sapphire, a treasure reclaimed from the merfolk of the Black Lake. The ring's cold touch seeped through his skin, faintly echoing a long-lost magic that belonged to his mother. This was the only tangible comfort he could grasp amidst the brutalities of this game. "Are you savoring the taste of victory, Malfoy?" Liliana Dimitrova's voice called from behind him. She wore a simple dark robe, her silver hair fluttering gently in the evening breeze. Lucius did not turn around, merely tightening his grip on the ring. "The taste of victory differs from person to person, Miss Dimitrova. What does it signify for you?" She approached him, gazing out at the lake as well. "Survival," she replied tersely, her voice tinged with a weariness beyond her years. "Simply surviving." An awkward silence enveloped them. Since their joint destruction of the altar in the depths of the Black Lake, a subtle and fragile sense of alliance had formed between them. They both understood that they bore similar shackles, yet neither dared to address it openly. "The maze for the final task," Liliana finally spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. "Professor Rosier revealed that it is rife with magical creatures and traps, and it has been imbued with potent confusion and emotional amplification spells. It will unearth your deepest fears and desires." Lucius's heart sank. The emotional amplification curse was one of Voldemort's favorite tricks. "Thank you for the information," he replied cautiously. "This is not merely information. It is a warning." Liliana turned to face him, her gray eyes unusually bright in the twilight. "Beware of what you harbor within, Malfoy. In the maze, those things may turn against you." With that, she turned and left, leaving Lucius to ponder the heavy implications of her words. That night, Lucius made final preparations in the room of requirement. Before him lay two notebooks. The one gifted by Voldemort sat quietly closed. Yet he could feel the pulsing dark magic within, akin to a dormant viper's heart. His father's notebook lay open, revealing suggestions and counterspells for various maze traps. He attempted to write, "How to defend against the emotional amplification curse." The response from his father's notebook read, "Mind-closing spells are the only shield. However, exceedingly powerful amplification spells can penetrate barriers. You must conceal your truest self deeper, constructing a false inner world to deceive the spell." Lucius closed his eyes and began to practice. He crafted a meticulously designed false self, one filled with fervent loyalty to the Dark Lord, an insatiable thirst for power, and a determination to follow Voldemort more resolutely after his father's demise. He polished this persona to vivid life, even briefly convincing himself of its authenticity. Meanwhile, the real self, brimming with hatred and a will to resist, was compressed into a tiny, indomitable platinum core, hidden deep within the recesses of his consciousness. As he completed his practice, feeling an overwhelming fatigue enveloping his spirit, the dark mark upon his left arm ignited without warning. It was not the searing heat of a summon, but rather a chilling, serpentine ache as if a venomous snake had coiled around him. Simultaneously, the snake-shaped brooch on his chest became scalding hot, nearly searing his skin. It had come. The moment of judgment had arrived. Chapter 18, The Trial Commences. A frigid, crystalline voice resonated directly within his mind, imbued with an undeniable aura of authority. "Come to me." Now, the cellar, Severus's former classroom. No opportunity for preparation or refusal was granted. The command was issued directly, as if branded into his very soul. Lucius inhaled deeply, his mental occlusion fully engaged, the facade of feigned loyalty impeccably cloaking his true inner self. He adjusted his robes, ensuring he appeared as ever, composed and proud. Before stepping out of the room of requirement, the dungeons of Hogwarts felt particularly ominous in the night, the stone walls adorned with beads of chilling water, and the air thick with the aroma of potion ingredients mingled with the scent of ancient, damp stone. At the entrance of the old potion classroom, once used by Snape, stood Evan Rosier. Upon spotting Lucius, a knowing yet cruel smile graced his features as he silently pushed open the classroom door. The door closed behind Lucius with a heavy echo. The classroom was deserted, save for a massive cauldron bubbling ominously in the center and a cleared space around it. Tom Riddle, Lord Voldemort, stood with his back to him, adding some twisted black root into the cauldron. Clad in simple black robes, he emanated a magical aura that rendered the very air in the room thick and stifling. "You have kept me waiting, Lucius." Voldemort did not turn, his voice calm, yet sending shivers down Lucius's spine. "Forgive me, my lord. I was engaged in final preparations." Lucius bowed his head, responding with a tone of reverence, while perfectly maintaining the guise of false loyalty. At last, Voldemort turned to face him. His gaze bore down upon Lucius like a tangible weight, scrutinizing him as though evaluating the wear of a tool. "Preparation?" he repeated softly, drawing nearer. "Tell me, Lucius, what have you prepared for tomorrow's final?" "I have studied the magical creatures that may inhabit the maze, practiced spells for breaking curses and defensive charms, and have intensified my training in mental occlusion to counter potential mental assaults." Lucius replied smoothly, these being reasonable and disclosable preparations. Voldemort now stood mere inches from him, close enough for Lucius to feel his cold breath. "And what else?" He extended a hand, his icy fingers brushing against the snake-shaped brooch on Lucius's chest, then caressing his cheek, a gesture laden with an unsettling intimacy. "What have you prepared for me?" Lucius forced himself to stand firm, suppressing any flicker of genuine emotion. "My victory, my lord. I shall win the Triwizard Cup, demonstrating the might and loyalty of pure blood." Loyalty. Voldemort savored the word, his fingers sliding to Lucius's chin, compelling him to lift his gaze, to meet those fathomless black orbs. Such a delightful word. "Tell me, Lucius, where was your loyalty when you and that Durmstrang girl were deep within the Black Lake, destroying my little toy?" It had arrived, the most direct inquiry. Lucius's heart nearly halted. Yet the shell of his mental occlusion remained as solid as stone, his gray eyes even managing to convey just the right degree of feigned confusion and a hint of grievance. "My lord, I do not understand. The altar was struck by an unknown dark force. I merely passed by with Dimitrova, seeking to protect myself." "Lies." Voldemort's voice remained calm, yet the darkness in his eyes deepened abruptly, like a surging abyss. His fingers tightened on Lucius's chin, his nails nearly embedding into flesh. "Did you think you could deceive me? Did you believe your pathetic mental occlusions could shield you from my gaze?" A tremendous mental force surged against Lucius's consciousness, akin to a tsunami crashing against a dam. His mental occlusion trembled violently, on the verge of shattering. He clenched his jaw, channeling every ounce of willpower to maintain the facade of his inner world, exposing the loyal Lucius to Voldemort's scrutiny. "I did not lie, my lord," he struggled to articulate, his voice trembling under the strain of mental pressure. "My loyalty to you is beyond question." Voldemort's stare pierced him, a dangerous glimmer flickering in his black eyes. The mental assault persisted for nearly a minute, which felt to Lucius like an eternity. At last, the pressure lessened slightly. "Interesting." Voldemort released his grip, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold, almost appreciative smile. "You have indeed made progress, Lucius. This facade is quite artfully woven. It almost convinced me." Alarm bells rang within Lucius. Had he seen through it, or was he merely testing? However, Voldemort's tone shifted, becoming as slick and perilous as a serpent. Yet, no matter how exquisite the facade, it cannot alter the treachery of its core. With a sudden sweep of his hand, an invisible force slammed Lucius against the frigid stone wall. The impact darkened his vision and nearly choked him. "Did you think I was unaware of the spells you have been practicing in secret?" Voldemort advanced, each step imbued with a suffocating sense of oppression. "Did you believe I could not feel your attempts to sever our bond? Did you think you could play your own king on my chessboard?" Leaning against the wall, Lucius gasped for breath, fear and rage intertwining within him, yet he suppressed them with all his might. Voldemort halted before him, the earlier admiration in his eyes replaced by pure, icy fury and a cruel desire born from offense. "I have granted you protection, bestowed upon you power, even tolerated your little acts of disobedience." His voice deepened, laced with a deadly gentleness. "But it seems you require a more profound reminder of your position." He extended his hand, not a wand, but his palm, imbued with immense magic, pressing against Lucius's chest. His robes disintegrated under an unseen spell, the cold air enveloping his skin in an instant. "No," the word escaped Lucius's lips almost instinctively. A flicker of crimson light flashed in Voldemort's black eyes. "No," he echoed, his voice brimming with dangerous delight. "Have you forgotten who the master is, Lucius? Lucius clenched his eyes shut, but Voldemort's icy fingers forced him to open them. Look at me. The command etched itself into his mind like a brand. Chapter 19. The Amplification Spell of Emotion. Lucius was compelled to gaze into those abyssal black eyes. Witnessing the swirling desires for power, cruelty, and a hint of an obsession with absolute control, perhaps even unbeknownst to Voldemort himself. The shell of his mental occlusion strained to hold against such close-range mental pressure, while the buried truth of his being emitted a silent scream amidst the endless humiliation and agony. His own robes felt as though they had merely completed a trivial experiment. He looked down upon Lucius, devoid of any emotion, only pure assessment. Now, Voldemort's voice resumed its former calm authority. Are you prepared for tomorrow's final, Lucius? Lucius raised his head, his gray eyes reflecting a renewed solidity in the facade of false loyalty, even appearing more pristine due to the recent chastisement. His voice was hoarse yet clear as he replied, Yes, my lord. I shall secure victory for you. It was both a lie and a vow of defiance. Forged through the depths of profound humiliation and torment, emerged with renewed determination. Voldemort appeared satisfied, nodding slightly before turning away to approach the cauldron, still bubbling ominously. Remember tonight's lesson. You may leave now. Lucius struggled to rise, his trembling hands barely managing to clasp his tattered robes tightly around him. Each step towards the door felt like treading upon a razor's edge. At the moment he grasped the doorknob, Voldemort spoke again, his back turned. His voice barely above a whisper, yet resonating clearly in Lucius's ears. Whether you claim the trophy or not, Lucius, you are already mine. Forever. Lucius offered no reply. He simply pushed the door open forcefully and stepped into the cold, shadowy corridor of the dungeon. He bypassed the Slytherin dormitory, making his way directly to the 8th floor. The room of requirement welcomed his battered body and soul. He collapsed onto the familiar floor, devoid of even the strength to construct a mental barrier. Silent tears streamed down his face, not from sorrow, but from overwhelming fury and humiliation. He curled up, his fingers digging into the ground until the pain shot through his fingertips. After an indeterminate amount of time, he struggled to sit up and retrieve the notebook left by his father. He did not write. Instead, he held it tightly, as though it were the only warmth capable of countering the chill of this frigid world. The notebook seemed to sense his turmoil, opening on its own, revealing a single line of text that emerged slowly, not guidance, nor strategy, but a simple yet potent declaration. Platinum may bend, but it cannot be destroyed. Lucius gazed at the words, the tears in his eyes gradually drying, replaced by a chilling resolve, scorched by the flames of his torment. Yet unbeknownst to him, in his quest to obliterate that rebellious spirit, he had, in fact, forged it anew. The final maze loomed ahead, and Lucius understood that he must not only triumph in the contest, but also begin the arduous process of reclaiming himself. The price had been paid. Now, it was time to reap the rewards. On the morning of the final day, sunlight streamed through the windows of Hogwarts. Yet it could not dispel the chill that enveloped Lucius Malfoy's heart. Nevertheless, he suppressed the icy tendrils of fear beneath a shell of mental fortitude thicker and colder than ever before. Voldemort desired a shattered and remolded puppet, more loyal than before. Very well, he would provide one. In the common room, the Slytherins erupted with fervent cheers and well wishes. Narcissa stepped forward, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of worry and pride, gently adjusting his collar, which hardly required any tidying. You will win, Lucius, she whispered, her tone imbued with unwavering confidence. Malfoys never fail, he replied, his voice steady, betraying no hint of turmoil. He glanced over her shoulder and caught sight of Severus Snape, standing at the edge of the crowd. The dark-clad youth did not cheer like the others, he merely watched, his dark eyes revealing an unadulterated insight as if he had already seen through the cracks in Lucius's perfect facade. Lucius coldly averted his gaze. As they reached the entrance to the maze outside the castle, the atmosphere surged with excitement. The towering hedgerows loomed like giants, pulsating with magical energy. The entrance resembling the gaping maw of a beast, dark and foreboding. Frank Longbottom appeared tense but resolute, nodding at Lucius in acknowledgement. Liliana Dmitrova maintained a stoic expression. Her gaze briefly met Lucius's, and in that fleeting moment, they both recognized the same truth. This was not merely a contest, but a matter of survival. Dumbledore delivered a brief address, emphasizing courage and unity, yet to Lucius, it rang with irony. Courage? In Voldemort's shadow, it was the most extravagant and perilous of commodities. The whistle blew. Lucius was the first to charge into the maze. The hedges rapidly closed behind him, severing all external sounds. The light dimmed abruptly, the air thick with the scent of earth, foliage, and some arcane magic. He immediately sensed the effects of an emotional amplification spell, a subtle, whispering magic attempting to pry open his defenses. Yet his mental fortitude held firm, the meticulously crafted image of the loyal puppet firmly occupying the surface. Burying all genuine thoughts deep within, he advanced swiftly, relying on the knowledge gleaned from his father's notebook and his own keen intuition. He deftly avoided a magical plant that exuded hypnotic pollen, dispatched a group of irritable tree guardians with precise freezing spells, and even discerned a sophisticated illusion trap at a fork in the path. However, the malevolence of the maze extended far beyond such trials. As he traversed a particularly dark area, the air around him suddenly warped, a familiar chill enveloping him from all sides. "Did you think you could escape, Lucius?" Voldemort's voice resonated directly within his mind, accompanied by haunting fragments of the previous night's memories, battering against his mental defenses. This was the magic of the maze, excavating his innermost fears and presenting them in their most brutal and authentic forms. Lucius staggered, his complexion paling as the shell of his mental barrier trembled violently, real terror and humiliation threatening to erupt. He clenched his jaw, summoning all his willpower to suppress those visions and sounds, fortifying the false exterior. "You belong to me, forever." The cold voice coiled around him like a serpent, relentless. "Begone!" Lucius shouted defiantly, his wand thrust into the void, a brilliant light erupting forth, shattering the distorted illusions like broken glass. Breathless, he leaned against the frigid hedge, cold sweat soaking his back. The maze amplified his fears, yet simultaneously sharpened his awareness. He could not falter here. He pressed onward, more vigilant than ever. At a crossroads, he heard the sounds of a struggle and muffled groans of pain. Cautiously, he approached and discovered Frank Longbottom battling a colossal creature seemingly composed of shadows, his leg injured and movement sluggish. According to the Slytherin philosophy he had been taught, he should have continued without hesitation, allowing his adversary to meet their demise. Yet in that moment, his father's words from the notebook flashed through his mind. True strength lies in choice, not coerced obedience. Or perhaps, this was merely a manifestation of his defiance against the pure selfishness and cruelty that Voldemort represented. He hesitated not. Disintegration. A sharp red beam shot from the tip of his wand, striking the creature's core with precision. The monster emitted a soundless shriek before dissipating into the air. Frank looked up in astonishment, his face a mixture of pain and confusion. "Malfoy? Why?" "Don't misinterpret this, Longbottom," Lucius interrupted coldly, tossing him a small vial of basic healing potion. "I simply do not wish for Hogwarts' champion to suffer an embarrassing defeat. Can you stand?" Frank regarded him with a complex expression before accepting the potion. "Thank you," he murmured, struggling to rise. Lucius offered no further words, turning to select another path, swiftly vanishing into the shadows of the hedges. He did not require gratitude. This was merely a reaffirmation of his inner principles. The closer he drew to the center of the maze, the more potent and bizarre the magical traps became. He encountered alluring sprites that mirrored the desires of his heart, nearly fell prey to a swamp disguised as a safe passage, and found himself momentarily ensnared in an infinite loop of time. Each time, he relied on his calm demeanor, solid magical foundation, and the indirect guidance of his father's notebook to navigate perilous situations. At last, he glimpsed a faint light ahead, at the terminus of the labyrinth. The pedestal of the Triwizard Cup lay tantalizingly within reach. Yet, simultaneously, Liliana Dmitrova emerged from an alternate path. She appeared to have endured her own arduous trials, her robe bearing several rents, her breath coming in quick gasps. The two locked eyes across the final expanse, the air thick with unspoken tension. The Triwizard Cup, resting upon its pedestal, quietly rotated, emanating an alluring glow. "It seems our confrontation is at hand, Malfoy," Liliana declared, raising her wand, her gray eyes reflecting a warrior's composure. Lucius mirrored her action, lifting his wand in response. "Indeed," he replied. Without further preamble, the battle erupted instantaneously. Liliana's magic was swift and precise, imbued with a distinct Eastern European flair, her incantations sharp and fierce. Lucius remained calm, his defenses as unyielding as a platinum shield, his counterattacks as lethal as a serpent strike. The two figures darted swiftly within the heart of the labyrinth, the brilliance of their spells intertwining, illuminating the shadowy hedges. Just as Lucius seized an opportunity, poised to secure victory with a binding charm, an unforeseen twist of fate transpired. A force, darker and more potent than any magic within the maze, erupted violently from the Triwizard Cup itself. The cup's radiance shifted from golden to an eerie green-black, the entire pedestal trembling violently as a complex, ominous dark magic circle unfurled around the trophy, ensnaring both combatants within its grasp. "This is a dark magic ritual," Liliana gasped, attempting to retreat, only to find her feet firmly anchored by the circle's power. Lucius too felt a tremendous pull emanating from the cup. While the black notebook gifted to him by Voldemort grew searing hot, pulsating wildly, resonating intensely with the trophy. In that instant, he comprehended that the Triwizard Cup itself was the ultimate anchor of Voldemort's scheme. He intended not only for them to win the tournament, but to exploit the moment of the champion's contact with the cup to complete an even more dreadful ritual. "Don't touch the cup," Lucius shouted to Liliana, but it was too late. The circle's power began siphoning their magic. Liliana's complexion rapidly paling as she struggled in vain against the encroaching force. Lucius too felt his strength draining swiftly, the dark mark on his left arm searing with unbearable agony. Voldemort's maniacal laughter echoed within the circle. Just as Lucius felt his consciousness beginning to fade, his cold, deeply buried true self on the brink of being dragged into despair, his fingertips brushed against another notebook, the one left to him by his father. A wave of cool, resolute power surged into his nearly desiccated body. The notebook opened automatically in his mind, revealing a final page. Adorned with a radiant golden script he had never seen before. True inheritance lies in the choice of the soul, not in the shackles of blood. Destroy it, Lucius. Use the last gift I have bequeathed to you. Simultaneously, the Malfoy family ring he had worn on his finger, retrieved from the Black Lake, suddenly became searing hot. The sapphire erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, an ancient and pure torrent of magic flooding into him. This was not the possessive darkness of Voldemort's power, but the protective and decisive strength belonging to the Malfoy lineage's millennia of heritage. No, Lucius roared, not in fear, but in a fervent declaration of liberation. He did not attempt to grasp the Triwizard Cup for victory. Instead, he directed his wand fiercely at the wildly pulsating black notebook. He channeled all the ancient magic surging from the ring, along with every ounce of his will, into the tip of his wand. Shattered to pieces, a devastating incantation, imbued with platinum light, shot forth like an enraged phoenix towards the black notebook. No, Voldemort's roar seemed to transcend space, filled with shock and fury. The spell struck the notebook. Rather than shattering like an ordinary object, it emitted a piercing, soul-wrenching wail, followed by a torrent of exceedingly dark and powerful magical fragments exploding outward. The magic circle disintegrated instantaneously. The green-black glow of the Triwizard Cup dissipated like snow under sunlight, restoring its original golden hue. Chapter 21. The Summoning of Voldemort. The pool vanished. Liliana collapsed onto the ground, gasping heavily, her astonished gaze fixed on Lucius. Lucius himself knelt, supporting his weight with his wand, trembling from the exhaustion of magic depletion and mental shock. The black notebook from Voldemort had turned to ash before him, leaving only charred fragments. The light of the ring on his finger dimmed, a fine crack appearing at the center of the gemstone. Silence enveloped the heart of the labyrinth. Moments later, footsteps echoed as Dumbledore and several professors rushed in, evidently alerted by the recent surge of magical energy. The headmaster's keen blue eyes swiftly scanned the scene. Liliana collapsed on the ground, Lucius kneeling with a pale visage, the dissipating dark aura, and the ashen remnants of the notebook alongside the restored Triwizard Cup. His gaze lingered briefly on Lucius and the ring upon his finger, a fleeting, inscrutable glimmer flickering in his eyes. "It appears," Dumbledore's voice broke the silence, calm yet imbued with weighty authority, "that unforeseen circumstances have transpired within the labyrinth." Lucius raised his head, his gray eyes filled with fatigue, yet the core of platinum within him shone brighter and more resolute than ever. He met Dumbledore's gaze, slowly and laboriously rising to his feet. He did not glance at the Triwizard Cup, now so near, but turned to Dumbledore, his voice hoarse yet distinct. "The competition is over, Headmaster." He had not claimed the cup, but he had destroyed one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, assuming the notebook was indeed one, or at least an extremely significant dark artifact, thwarting the Dark Lord's plot to utilize the Triwizard Cup. He had paid the price of blood, yet won the battle for his soul. The trials of the labyrinth concluded, but the true war between him and Voldemort had only just begun. This time, Lucius Malfoy was no longer merely a pawn forced into play. As the tempest of magic within the labyrinth subsided, a strange silence enveloped Hogwarts Castle. Lucius Malfoy was hurriedly escorted to the hospital wing by Madame Pomfrey and Professor McGonagall, despite his insistence that he merely suffered from magical exhaustion. Liliana Dmitrova followed closely behind, her gaze towards Lucius filled with a complex inquiry, yet the two exchanged no words before the eyes of many. The Triwizard Cup remained untouched by any hand. Dumbledore publicly announced that due to unforeseen magical disturbances within the labyrinth, the final had been suspended, with honors to be shared among the three champions. However, this explanation evidently failed to quell the surging speculations among the faculty and students. Everyone sensed that the core of the magical explosion concealed secrets far exceeding the competition itself. Lucius lay upon the pristine sheets of the hospital wing, eyes closed, feigning slumber. The fatigue of his body was genuine, yet the tension of his spirit remained taut. He could feel the dark mark on his left arm, like a searing brand, perpetually radiating agonizing pain and icy fury. Voldemort's wrath loomed over him like a tangible storm cloud, shrouding every inch of his perception. He knew that punishment was imminent. Destroying that notebook was akin to delivering a public slap to the Dark Lord's face. In the early evening, Evan Rosier arrived at the hospital wing. He used the pretext of uncovering the details of the final match to dismiss Madame Pomfrey. Once the infirmary was devoid of anyone but him and Lucius. The veneer of feigned concern vanished from his face, leaving behind a chilling gaze. "You have committed an exceedingly foolish act, boy," Rosier's voice was low. Yet it struck the air like a whip. Lucius opened his eyes, his gray irises maintaining an artifice of calm, though beneath it roiled a tide of vigilance. "I do not comprehend your meaning, Professor. The incident within the labyrinth." "Spare me, Malfoy," Rosier interrupted sharply, leaning closer, his eyes glinting with a serpent's venom. "Do you think that by annihilating that book, you could sever the ties? Escape your fate? You are woefully naive." He seized Lucius's left arm, pressing the searing mark through the fabric of his sleeve with force. The intense pain caused Lucius to tense instantaneously, yet he clenched his teeth, refusing to utter a sound. He was decidedly displeased. Rosier seemed to relish Lucius's suffering, articulating with deliberate cruelty, "You squandered his gift, disrupted his plans. Do you believe that by hiding at Hogwarts, cloaked behind Dumbledore's robes, you are safe?" He released his grip, stepped back, and adjusted his cuffs, resuming his guise of a righteous professor. "Compose yourself. Tomorrow night, as all revel in this shared honor, you shall be summoned. You must confront your master in person and beseech his forgiveness." He flashed a cruel smile. "May your silver tongue save you once more." After Rosier departed, Lucius lay in his hospital bed, enveloped in an all-consuming chill. To confront the wrath of Voldemort personally, just after overtly defying him, that night, sleep eluded him. The moonlight outside the infirmary was as pale as bone, casting an eerie glow upon his ashen face. He traced the cracks on the ring adorning his finger, sensing the faint remnants of power that belonged to the Malfoy ancestors. His father's notebook lay quietly beneath his pillow, like a warm talisman. The following day, he was permitted to leave the hospital wing. The castle was preparing for an impromptu celebration, attempting to dilute the strange atmosphere left by the interruption of the final match. Yet wherever Lucius went, the gazes cast upon him were tinged with curiosity, speculation, and even a hint of fear. His remarkable feat of dismantling the core of the labyrinth, though the accounts varied, had spread. And he was no longer merely the Malfoy patriarch reliant on bloodline and Voldemort's favor. Narcissa found him, her eyes brimming with genuine concern. "Lucius, what on earth transpired? I have heard many rumors." "Nothing, Narcissa," he interrupted, his tone harsher than he intended. "The magic in the labyrinth simply spiraled out of control. I am fatigued and require rest." He could not involve her in this. Voldemort's wrath should be directed solely at him. Severus Snape intercepted him at the corridor's corner. "The report from the infirmary indicates you merely suffered from magical exhaustion." Snape's voice was straightforward, yet considering the specific remnants of magic that erupted in the labyrinth, such a diagnosis seemed overly optimistic. Lucius regarded him with cold indifference. "What do you wish to convey, Snape?" "Caution is a virtue, Malfoy," Snape said with a weighty implication. "But excessive bravado often stands as a synonym for folly. There are some whom you cannot confront directly." He paused, lowering his voice, "At least, not now." With that, he turned and departed. Lucius remained rooted in place, contemplating whether Snape's words bore an almost imperceptible warning or some distorted form of concern. He could not ascertain. At the hour of the banquet, the great hall was festooned with decorations, alive with a cacophony of voices. Lucius found himself seated at the head of the Slytherin table, enduring the scrutiny and toasts from all sides. He responded mechanically, the experience bereft of flavor. The serpent-shaped brooch on his chest felt as cold as ice, while the mark on his left arm simmered like a volcano on the verge of eruption. As Dumbledore stood to deliver a toast for the three champions, Lucius felt the mark suddenly flare with pain, far exceeding any sensation he had previously endured. It was no longer a mere warning or expression of ire, but an irresistible summons. A powerful, dark magic seized him, attempting to drag him from his place, an effect akin to a portkey. Voldemort had activated the key embedded within him, likely through the brooch or the mark itself. He sprang to his feet, the chair scraping against the floor with a screech. All eyes turned to him in an instant. "Lucius?" Narcissa beside him looked at him in astonishment. Dumbledore's speech halted as his wise blue eyes pierced through him. Seemingly aware of the invisible surge of magic, he could not allow this to occur here. He could not be forcibly taken before the gathered crowd. That would expose everything. Lucius's mind raced at an unprecedented speed. He fought against the activation of the portkey, the effort akin to trying to halt a runaway carriage with flesh and bone. The agony nearly rendering him unconscious. His complexion turned as pale as parchment, sweat instantly soaking his brow. "Forgive me, headmaster," he forced the words through clenched teeth. Striving to maintain a steady tone, though the tremor in his voice was unavoidable, "I suddenly feel unwell and fear I must take my leave." He did not wait for Dumbledore's response, nearly stumbling as he turned and hastened toward the hall's entrance. He sensed countless gazes behind him, confused, worried, scrutinizing. He also felt the powerful pull of the portkey growing unstable due to his conscious resistance, as if it were gathering strength for a second, more forceful activation. He dashed into the empty foyer, nearly sprinting toward the nearest vacant classroom, specifically the abandoned broom closet next to the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. The moment he slammed the door shut, he relinquished his resistance. Everything spun violently, colors and sounds elongated and distorted, his very insides feeling as though they were being thrust into a wringer. The sensation of being torn apart was tenfold stronger than that of a conventional portkey. When he was finally expelled from the void and landed heavily on the cold, hard ground, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar location. It appeared to be the basement of an ancient manor or perhaps the crypt of a forgotten church. The air was cold and damp, saturated with dust, mildew, and a heavier scent, a mixture of sulfur and blood belonging to dark magic. The walls were constructed from rough stone blocks, adorned with tattered and cryptic tapestries. The sole source of illumination emanated from a massive stone altar in the center of the room, inscribed with malevolent runes, upon which danced eerie green flames. And there stood Tom Riddle, Voldemort, before the altar. He was not clad in his customary black robes, but wore simple dark attire. Though this did nothing to diminish the terrifying aura that surrounded him, his face, illuminated by the ghostly green flames, bore a handsome countenance that appeared as cold and hard as marble, his black eyes ablaze with unmasked fury, capable of incinerating all in their path. Lucius was not alone in the room. From the corner of his eye, he caught sight of several figures kneeling in the shadows, Death Eaters, their masks reflecting a pallid glow in the flickering light. They remained as silent as statues, their breaths barely discernible. As if fearful of drawing the slightest attention from the Dark Lord at the center, Lucius struggled to rise from the floor, but an invisible force pinned him down, forcing him to kneel before the altar. "Ah, our brave little rebel has finally arrived." Voldemort's voice resonated, smooth and deep, yet more chilling than any scream. He paced slowly toward Lucius, the sound of his shoes striking the stone floor echoing in the silent crypt like a death knell. He halted before Lucius, towering over him, gazing down as one might scrutinize an insect ripe for squashing. "Tell me, Lucius," his voice a chilling whisper, "what were you thinking when you destroyed the gift I bestowed upon you? Was it a sudden surge of heroic impulse? Or did you believe yourself powerful enough to challenge my authority?" Lucius felt his throat constrict, his mental defenses working overtime. Yet the oppressive weight of Voldemort's malevolent presence bore down upon him like a tangible mountain, rendering thought nearly impossible. He forced himself to raise his gaze, meeting those abyssal eyes. "The book is consuming me, my lord." He chose to offer a half-truth, his voice hoarse from physical agony and mental strain. "In the labyrinth. It sought to control me. I merely acted in self-preservation." "Self-preservation?" Voldemort scoffed, his laughter laced with cruel irony. What a charming excuse. With a sudden motion, he raised his hand, not a wand, but a mere finger slicing through the air. Crucio. A blinding red light struck Lucius, and in an instant, excruciating torment engulfed him. It was not mere physical pain, but as if every nerve was being drawn out, seared in flames, and relentlessly hammered by a heavy mallet. He curled up uncontrollably, emitting a stifled cry akin to that of a wounded beast, his body convulsing violently. The curse persisted for nearly 10 seconds, but for Lucius, it felt as though he had endured a century in hell. When the incantation ceased, he lay collapsed on the ground, gasping in broken breaths, darkness encroaching upon his vision, saliva uncontrollably dribbling from the corner of his mouth. Voldemort observed his suffering with cold indifference. "Now, let us hear the truth." Lucius's mental defenses had crumbled under the onslaught of the Cruciatus curse. He knew that in the presence of an enraged Voldemort, any lie could lead to even more horrific consequences. "I do not wish to be controlled," he gasped, revealing a fragment of his true thoughts. "The book is a shackle." "Indeed, a shackle." Voldemort's voice rose sharply, imbued with a fervent fury. "It is a shackle of glory, a mark of power. I have chosen you, Lucius Malfoy. I have granted you the attention and protection that others covet. And you," his voice lowered again, now filled with a dangerous hiss, "you have discarded it, as if it were refuse." He leaned closer, his cold fingers violently gripping Lucius's damp, platinum hair, forcing him to meet his gaze. What do you think you are? A remarkable Malfoy patriarch with your own will? No, you are my creation, a failed work, still unfinished. Yet already attempting to rebel against its creator. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he waved his hand once more. Crucio. A new wave of anguish crashed over Lucius, overwhelming him entirely. This time, he lacked even the strength to cry out, trembling in silent agony. Consciousness hovering on the brink of collapse. Time became an abstract concept as the curse persisted. When it finally relented, Lucius lay like a puddle of mud upon the ground. The faint rise and fall of his chest the only testament to his continued existence. Voldemort straightened, regarding him with a frigid gaze that assessed the damage of a work of art. It seems my previous admonitions were insufficient, he murmured, then turned toward the Death Eaters lurking in the shadows, beckoning them to the altar. Chapter 23, An Unfinished Conversation. Two masked Death Eaters approached silently, roughly dragging the nearly unconscious Lucius and hoisting him onto the cold stone altar inscribed with runes. The rough surface pressed against his back, and eerie green flames danced above, casting distorted shadows. Voldemort approached the altar, a dagger of ancient design glimmering with dark light now in his hand. You have severed a connection, Lucius. His voice regained the eerie calm. Thus, let us forge a deeper, more indissoluble bond, one that will eternally remind you of who your master is. A profound terror gripped Lucius like never before. He yearned to struggle, but his body was firmly restrained by the Death Eaters. His magic depleted from the torment of the Cruciatus curse. Voldemort, with the dagger's tip, delicately sliced open the sleeve of Lucius's left arm, revealing the burning dark mark. Then, he did not pause. Instead, he began to etch along the edges of the mark with the dagger's point. Not a simple incision, but a ritualistic inscription infused with potent dark magic. Agonizing pain radiated from his arm, differing from the mental torment of the Cruciatus curse. This was pure, primal physical suffering, mingled with the frigid chill of dark magic eroding his soul. Lucius bit down hard on his lip until he tasted blood, stifling another scream. He felt blood flowing down his arm, felt Voldemort's magic and will forcing their way through the dagger, like the most insidious toxin, imprinted deep into his skin, flesh, and even the depths of his soul. The process was slow and deliberate. Voldemort seemed to revel in the sensation of marking his creation, enjoying the sight of Lucius's body tensing in agony, watching as despair ultimately emerged uncontrollably in his once proud gray eyes. When the blood and flesh inscription finally ceased, Lucius lay collapsed upon the cold altar, his left arm feeling as though it had been saturated in lava, each heartbeat sending waves of agony throughout his body. The newly formed, thorny chain-like mark not only seared his skin, but seemed to root itself deep within his soul, forging an even more profound and suffocating connection with Voldemort's will. Voldemort surveyed the trembling, sweat and blood-soaked creation upon the altar with satisfaction. He waved his hand, and the stone-like Death Eaters immediately bowed, retreating silently from the cellar. The heavy sound of the stone door closing echoed within the chamber, leaving only the eerie green flames crackling on the altar. Voldemort turned, his gaze like palpable darkness, settling upon the quaking young form of Lucius Malfoy. There he lay, the newly etched thorny chain mark a grotesque sight, blood trickling down his pale skin, dripping onto the cold stone surface. Voldemort did not approach immediately. He moved as if admiring a recently completed dark masterpiece, his footsteps echoing against the stone, each step pressing down upon Lucius's taut nerves. Now it is just us, Lucius. His voice smooth yet laced with a chilling viscosity, like a serpent gliding over skin. The cacophony of background noise had finally dissipated. We can focus on our unfinished conversation. He finally halted at the altar's edge, towering over Lucius. Shadows enveloped the Malfoy heir entirely. He extended his hand, not to touch the bleeding arm, but to gently brush aside the platinum hair clinging to Lucius's forehead, dampened by sweat and tears, with fingertips as cold as marble in a grave. The gesture was tender, yet possessed an unsettling air of possession. Look at you, Voldemort whispered, his voice almost a sigh, devoid of warmth, so disheveled, yet so captivating. Abraxas would never have imagined that his meticulously crafted heir would lie in such a manner upon my altar. Lucius tightly shut his eyes, striving to block out that voice. That gaze. Open your eyes. The command was brief yet laden with an irresistible mental pressure, like an iron spike striking against the barriers of Lucius's consciousness. His lashes trembled violently, and ultimately, he was forced to open his eyes, his gray-blue irises filled with physiological tears and profound humiliation. Good. A barely perceptible smile curved Voldemort's lips, not a smile of warmth, but one of satisfaction from a master confirming his dominion. Now tell me, do you still possess that pitiful spark of defiance from the labyrinth? Lucius bit his lower lip tightly, refusing to respond. Silence served as his last bastion. Voldemort, however, was not incensed. He leaned down, drawing close to Lucius's ear, his warm breath contrasting cruelly with his icy tone. Not speaking? That is of no consequence. We have ample time for you to learn the art of candor. His fingers glided down Lucius's cheek, trailing to his forcibly exposed neck. Feeling the frantic pulse beneath the skin, akin to capturing a frightened bird. But before we proceed, we must first rid ourselves of some unnecessary impurities. Voldemort's voice remained calm. Yet the content was as venomous as ice needles, particularly those unrealistic fantasies concerning the future. His fingers lingered at Lucius's Adam's apple, laden with sacrilegious implications. I have noticed the youngest daughter of the Black family, Narcissa. The way she gazes at you is as if she views her possessions. Voldemort uttered the name as if discarding a speck of dust, while you, it seems, tacitly acquiesced to this insinuation of ownership. Lucius shuddered violently, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. He attempted to shake his head, but Voldemort's fingers applied a slight pressure, halting him. Hush! Voldemort's voice slithered like a demon's whisper. There is no need for denial. I know everything. You play the perfect Malfoy patriarch before her, the ideal betrothed. The supposed continuer of pure blood legacy. How mundane, how ordinary a script. A genuine disdain flickered in his black eyes, not directed at Lucius, but rather at that banal future. But you are different, Lucius. His voice bore a twisted elevation. You are chosen by me. How can you demean yourself to the level of those mediocre souls? Marrying? Siring offspring? Preserving your so-called ancient lineage? He let out a brief, cold scoff. No, that is a defilement of you and an insult to me. His tone was decisive. Carrying the weight of finality, your body, your soul, your every fragment of attention must belong to me. You do not need a wife, you only need me. You do not require progeny, for your very existence is to serve me, to please me. You are my most exquisite creation, my Lucius Malfoy. I shall not permit anyone or anything to share even a sliver of you. These words fell upon Lucius like a cascade of icy water, rendering him utterly frozen. This was not punishment. It was the deprivation and redefinition of his entire future, of his very essence. Finally, fragmented syllables escaped from Lucius's trembling lips. Laden with desperate plea, you cannot. I cannot. Voldemort arched an eyebrow, as if hearing the most ludicrous of statements. His fingers tightened suddenly, not intending to suffocate him, yet exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression and humiliation. Look at where you are now, Lucius. Observe whose mark is etched upon your arm. Tell me, who cannot? Chapter 24. You can only be mine. His mental prowess surged forth, crashing against Lucius's fragile consciousness like a tidal wave. Those forcibly instilled notions of singularity and belonging wormed their way into the deepest recesses of his mind. Forget Narcissa Black, Voldemort commanded, his voice imbued with a hypnotic allure. Forget all those who might distract your loyalty. Your eyes should reflect only my shadow. Your heart must harbor only my will. To deepen this baptism, Voldemort commenced a more direct humiliation. He magically cleansed the bloodstains from Lucius's arm, the gesture as meticulous as if cherishing a rare treasure. Yet the frigid scrutiny in his dark eyes transformed this care into the most excruciating torment. Behold, he indicated the newly visible, writhing mark. Alive as if it were a creature, this is the truest bond between us. More solid than marriage, deeper than blood. It will constantly remind you of whose property you are. Then, he performed an act that froze the very blood within Lucius's veins. With a flick of his wand, a massive mirror adorned with serpentine carvings materialized upon the cellar wall, reflecting the scene upon the altar, himself, lying helplessly like a sacrificial lamb. While Voldemort stood beside him like a dark deity, a hand resting upon his freshly branded arm. Look at yourself, Lucius. Voldemort compelled him to gaze into the mirror. Behold your form, holy mine. Remember it. This is your true self, stripped of the Malfoy surname, stripped of all the hypocritical facade society has bestowed upon you. You are merely mine. Yes, he whispered at Lucius's lips, breaths intertwining, infused with absolute dominion. You are my most perfect, most treasured possession. Remember this feeling, Lucius. It shall be your soul's sanctuary in the future. He straightened, waving his wand. The world spun. When Lucius regained consciousness, he found himself lying upon the grass outside Hogwarts. The morning dew soaking through his robes. The brand on his left arm still burned fiercely. Yet the forcibly inscribed realization of being someone's possession deep within his soul suffocated him more than any physical wound. He struggled to sit up, casting his gaze toward the castle. Narcissa's visage surfaced in his mind, instantly triggering a sharp pain in the brand upon his arm, accompanied by a cold, instilled sense of rejection deep within. He shut his eyes, burying his face in his icy palms, his shoulders trembling slightly. After a protracted moment, when he finally lifted his head, All his fragility and struggle were concealed beneath a hard, unyielding platinum mask. He adjusted his robes, erasing all traces, then straightened his back, striding toward the castle that was no longer a haven with stable, hollow steps. He was alive, breathing. Yet a part of Lucius Malfoy's essence had forever remained in that dimly lit cellar, entirely and ruthlessly claimed by a self-proclaimed Dark Lord. The morning light at Hogwarts seemed to cast a facade of false compassion, filtering through the high windows and illuminating Lucius Malfoy. He walked up the stone steps leading back to the castle, his steps steady, his spine erect, as if he had merely concluded an ordinary morning stroll rather than traversing the brink of hell. Only he knew that with each step taken, the brand upon his left arm seared his nerves like a living entity, a reminder of the complete deprivation he had endured the night prior. Voldemort's words echoed like cold chains, entwined around the periphery of his thoughts. "You can only have me." In the foyer, he encountered the evidently anxious Narcissa Black, who approached him swiftly, her delicate face etched with concern. "Lucius, Merlin, where have you been? We searched for you all night." Dumbledore even had the professor's her voice abruptly halted as he lifted his gaze. Lucius's gray eyes met hers, devoid of any weariness, fear, or post-traumatic exhilaration she had anticipated. Instead, they harbored a chilling, polished calm, as smooth and deep as platinum, freezing all her concerned words within her throat. "I am well, Narcissa." His voice was steady, devoid of fluctuation, as if stating an irrelevant fact, merely needing to address some unexpected family matters. "My magic is somewhat depleted. A brief rest will suffice." He circumnavigated her, continuing forward, the hem of his robe sweeping through a callous arc. Narcissa stood frozen, watching his retreating figure, an unfamiliar chill creeping up her spine. This was not the Lucius she knew, the one who, despite his arrogance, had always held a gentle demeanor toward her, now appeared as a perfect replica of an ice sculpture, entirely hollow within. Lucius did not return to the common room. Instead, he made directly for the dungeon, toward the potions classroom. He was aware that Severus Snape typically prepared materials alone in the early morning. Indeed, in the desolate classroom, the boy clad in black stood with his back to the entrance, meticulously slicing the sleeping draft beans. Upon hearing footsteps, Severus Snape did not turn his head. It appeared that our shared champion had finally recalled his schedule. His voice dripped with his customary sarcasm. Lucius paid no heed to the jibe, approaching the workstation beside him, where he picked up a silver knife, beginning to process the same material. His movements were as precise and graceful as ever, revealing not a hint of flaw. Snape paused his work, tilting his head slightly. His ebony eyes, like probing needles, swept across Lucius's face, lingering on his meticulously arranged high-collared robe, ultimately settling on his overly placid eyes. Chapter 25. The Transformation of Lucius. Madame Pomfrey's invigorating tonic is remarkably effective, Snape remarked slowly. Or perhaps the heir of the Malfoy family has mastered the art of perfectly masking turmoil after enduring profound upheaval. Lucius's slicing of the sleeping draft beans did not falter in the slightest, nor did his eyelashes flutter. "I do not comprehend what you are insinuating, Snape," he replied, his tone unwavering. "If you refer to the incident in the maze, that is now behind us. Our focus should be on the upcoming newts, not wallowing in trivial and perilous memories." A fleeting glimmer of surprise flickered in Snape's eyes. He was all too familiar with Lucius Malfoy, well acquainted with his superficial arrogance and easily provoked pride. Yet the man before him was encased in an extraordinarily hard shell, locking away all genuine emotions with impenetrable fortitude. This was not merely a cerebral defense, it was a deeper masquerade, concealing the self entirely. "Indeed," Snape eventually replied, turning back to resume his tasks. "The newts are undoubtedly the singular matter we must concentrate on at present." However, his tone conveyed a profound skepticism regarding this assertion. In the ensuing days, Lucius Malfoy acted like a meticulously controlled marionette, flawlessly fulfilling every duty as head boy, head of the Malfoy family, and co-champion. He attended every class, accurately responding to each inquiry. He chaired prefect meetings with impeccable organization. He even participated in the small celebration hosted by Professor Slughorn in his honor, donning a demeanor of just the right amount of modest pride. Only during rare moments, in unnoticed corners, would the platinum mask occasionally crack open a small fissure. In the room of requirement, he would gaze intently at the notebook left by his father, his fingertips repeatedly caressing the ring that bore a crack. The notebook no longer revealed lengthy instructions, only brief, cryptic words: persevere, observe, wait. These words became the anchors of his mental realm, battling against the frigid will of Voldemort that sought to infiltrate through the mark. He isolated every forcibly instilled cognition like a malignant tumor on the surface of his consciousness, compressing his authentic self, rife with hatred, into a hard seed, deeply buried within the soil of his heart. One evening, while poring over tomes on ancient magical contracts in the library, seeking any means to weaken the soul mark, Evan Rosier silently appeared behind him. Such diligence, Lucius. Rosier's voice dripped with feigned admiration. The Dark Lord would surely be gratified to know of your industriousness. Lucius closed the book, raising his head. His expression one of impeccable submission. I merely wish to serve the Lord better, Professor. Knowledge is power. Rosier scrutinized him, his gaze as cold as a scalpel. Excellent. Maintain this attitude. He leaned in slightly, lowering his voice with a threatening undertone. Remember, he is always watching. Any deviation from the path will not escape his notice. As if to affirm his words, Lucius felt a distinct, warning sting emanating from the mark on his left arm. He remained impassive, merely nodding slightly. I am ever mindful. Professor. Rosier seemed satisfied, turning to depart. Lucius watched his retreating figure, a fleeting glimmer of icy light flickering deep within his gray eyes. Days later, the official investigation report regarding the Triwizard Tournament was released by Dumbledore. The report was vague, attributing the surge of dark magic within the maze to an accidental resonance of residual ancient magic, and declared that, due to unforeseen circumstances, the honor of the competition would be shared among 4 champions. This report clearly failed to convince all, particularly within Slytherin, where speculation regarding Lucius's precise actions and the reasons for his sudden departure from the celebration ran rampant. However, no one dared to openly question Lucius Malfoy. The chilling, unapproachable aura he exuded was more effective than any verbal threat. He ceased to partake in the idle gossip of the house, refraining from commenting on Quidditch matches, and even maintained a courteous yet distant demeanor towards Narcissa. He became a graceful yet solitary specter within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts. Shackled by invisible chains behind the platinum mask he had forged himself. Yet, beneath the absolute silence, a storm was brewing. Lucius began to experiment more covertly with the ancient magic learned from his father's notebook. He discovered that when he concentrated his magical energy on the cracked ring, the searing pain from the mark on his left arm and the mental disturbances would temporarily subside. Though the effects were weak and fleeting, it undoubtedly represented a breakthrough. Voldemort's control was not infallible. He also noted that Liliana Dmitrova was engaged in a similar, cautious struggle for survival. They occasionally crossed paths in the corridors, their gazes briefly intertwining. Without words, they could discern the shared vigilance of survival under scrutiny and the deep-seated resentment that lay concealed within each other's eyes. As the term drew to a close, the pressures of OWLs and Newts loomed over the entire school. Amidst this pervasive anxiety, Lucius's unusual tranquility stood in stark contrast. On the eve of the examinations, he once again stood atop the astronomy tower in the West Tower, gazing down upon Hogwarts enveloped in the night. This time, he felt neither confusion nor fear, only a chilling resolve. He raised his hand, observing the ring that shimmered faintly in the moonlight, alongside the arm beneath his sleeve that pulsed with an undercurrent of pain. Voldemort had stolen his future, stripped him of autonomy, attempting to reshape him into a mere subordinate. But he had made a grave error. He had driven Lucius Malfoy into a corner, and platinum, only under extreme pressure and darkness, can be forged into the most lethal luster. He turned to leave the tower, his platinum hair trailing a cold arc in the night breeze. The mask remained flawless. Yet beneath that frigid exterior, a seed of vengeance was quietly drawing nourishment from humiliation and despair, patiently awaiting the moment to break through the surface. As the academic year at Hogwarts drew to a close, for him, a more perilous and clandestine war was only just beginning. The 7th year at Hogwarts continued amidst an eerie calm. Lucius Malfoy resembled a piece of silverware that had been repolished. Its exterior gleamed brilliantly, while concealing unspeakable fissures within. The pressure of the Newt's examinations provided the perfect cover for him to immerse himself in books and essays, numbing his senses with the weight of academia, evading the probing gazes of others. However, the shadow of Voldemort loomed omnipresent. The new mark on his left arm was not always searing. At times, it would pulse with a cold thrum, like a distant listening device, reminding him of his master's perpetual presence. The serpentine brooch he was compelled to wear daily served not only as a tracker, but also as a humiliating collar, proclaiming his subservience to all who were aware. Chapter 26. The Newt's examinations have concluded. In potions class, Professor Slughorn extolled the virtues of the invigorating potion crafted by their group. Extraordinary. Simply extraordinary. Mr. Snape, Mr. Malfoy, I dare say this is the most flawless student work I have encountered in the past decade. He stood, his ample belly protruding, his face flushed with satisfaction, as if the rigors of the Triwizard Tournament had matured you all. Severus Snape merely nodded slightly, his expression inscrutable. In contrast, Lucius responded with a standard, impeccably polished Malfoy smile. Thank you for your praise, Professor. It is your guidance that has made this possible." Only he was aware of the immense effort it took to suppress the subtle sting of his dark mark on his left arm, a consequence of the magic coursing through him, and the deep-seated revulsion he felt at the thought that Voldemort might be admiring his compliant demeanor. His relationship with Narcissa had grown tenuous and distant. She had attempted several times to engage him in deeper conversation, but he rebuffed her with excuses related to his studies and family matters. The warmth that once characterized his gaze toward her had been replaced by a polite, yet frigid barrier. One day, in the library, Narcissa could no longer contain herself, and in a hushed tone, she implored, "Lucius, what on earth is the matter with you? Since that night of the final, you seem like a different person." Lucius closed the advanced magical text translation book in his hands, his gray-blue eyes observing her with an unsettling calmness, a gaze that felt foreign to Narcissa. "People must grow. Narcissa, perhaps I have merely come to understand what true responsibility entails." He deliberately infused the word responsibility with a vague implication directed toward Voldemort. As expected, a faint, approving warmth emanated from the dark mark on his left arm, causing his stomach to churn, yet he maintained an outward facade of tranquility. Narcissa gazed at him, her eyes betraying a flicker of hurt and understanding, which ultimately transformed into a soft sigh. "I hope you realize what you are doing, Lucius." She turned away, her silhouette imbued with disappointment. His encounter with Liliana Dimitrova resembled a silent exchange. In the corridor of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, they brushed past one another. Liliana's gaze swiftly swept over the brooch on his chest and his left arm, which he had deliberately relaxed yet still appeared somewhat rigid, her gray eyes reflecting a shared weariness and vigilance. Without uttering a word, they exchanged a barely perceptible nod, each understanding that they were still entangled in the same cage of despair. The Newt's examinations finally arrived. Lucius achieved top marks in all subjects, an outcome he had anticipated. However, during the practical examination in charms, as he effortlessly cast a complex protective spell, Professor Flitwick remarked in astonishment, "Exquisite, Mr. Malfoy. Yet, this spell's magical circuit seems to bear traces of some exceedingly ancient, nearly dark magic enhancements." Lucius felt a jolt of alarm within. Yet his expression remained impassive, merely some ancient variants from the family library. "Professor, I believe they are more efficient in certain circumstances." He could not reveal the existence of his father's notebook. Fortunately, Professor Flitwick merely nodded in appreciation, not probing further. Yet, Lucius was acutely aware that this subtle difference had likely drawn the attention of certain individuals, such as the ever-watchful Snape or Dumbledore. At the graduation banquet, the atmosphere was vibrant and nostalgic. Dumbledore delivered his customary speech filled with hope and caution, but Lucius found those words distant and hollow. Adorned in his graduation robes, he accepted congratulations from all sides, playing the role of the successful head of the Malfoy family and a Hogwarts hero. It was only when he found himself alone that he felt a profound sense of disorientation. Leaving Hogwarts meant relinquishing this relatively safe academic haven and confronting the omnipresent web spun by Voldemort. On the final night before leaving school, he once again entered the room of requirement. This had been his sole refuge over the past year. He retrieved his father's notebook, inscribing one last message. On the verge of leaving the sanctuary, where shall the path lead? The notebook remained silent for a long while. Long enough for Lucius to believe it would not respond. At last, words slowly emerged on the page, the script dimmer than ever, as if it had exhausted its final strength. "My son, remember, the value of platinum lies not in its unyielding nature, but in its ability to bend without breaking. The true battlefield lies not outside, but deep within your will. Survive. Wait. The Malfoy bloodline shall never yield." The ink gradually faded away, and the notebook seemed to lose all its vitality, transforming into an ordinary, blank tome. Lucius clutched it tightly, sensing a connection to his father slipping away. He carefully tucked the notebook away, alongside the cracked ring. This was his last arsenal against the encroaching darkness. The following day, as he boarded the Hogwarts Express and gazed out at the castle towers receding into the distance, he felt no joy in graduating, only a weighty sense of impending battle. Narcissa sat opposite him, attempting to broach light-hearted topics, but he mostly responded with silent nods. Upon arrival at the station, he spotted Evan Rosier waiting for him, flanked by two silent, masked Death Eaters. The surrounding wizarding families parted in awe to clear a path. "Welcome back to the real world, Lucius," Rosier said with a smile, though the expression was cold and formulaic. "The Dark Lord eagerly anticipates your return. Malfoy Manor has been prepared for you." Lucius cast one last glance at the bustling platform, at the classmates poised to step into their newfound freedom, before turning away, straightening his back, and walking toward Rosier and the two Death Eaters. The gates of Hogwarts closed behind him. Ahead lay the opulent cage that Voldemort had meticulously crafted for him, known as Malfoy Manor. and a path destined to be even darker. He understood that from the moment he took this step, he was no longer Lucius Malfoy the student, but Lucius Malfoy, the possession of the Dark Lord. The true trial was only just beginning. Malfoy Manor had never been so silent, yet so laden with invisible pressure. Lucius's return was devoid of any grand welcoming ceremony. It was merely a cold, preordained order. The house elf Dobby appeared more cowed than ever. His large eyes filled with a complex mixture of fear and sympathy for his young master's plight, yet he dared not speak, only working harder to polish the already gleaming silverware. The manor had been imbued with even more powerful protective enchantments and anti-disapparition jinxes. Lucius could distinctly feel their presence, akin to invisible walls. What suffocated him further was the realization that the manor's magical core seemed to have been tampered with, resonating with Voldemort's power, causing every fluctuation of his magic here to be potentially under surveillance. He remained the nominal head of the Malfoy family, managing the family's enterprises and accounts, receiving visitors, primarily Death Eaters or representatives of pureblood families sympathetic to the Dark Lord. Yet, in all substantial decisions, he could feel the weight of an invisible hand. Chapter 27. Welcome to our circle. Evan Rosier became a frequent guest at the manor, ostensibly to assist the young master in acclimatizing, but in reality, he was responsible for conveying Voldemort's will and overseeing its execution. During the first week back at the manor, Voldemort did not summon him immediately. This waiting was more torturous than direct punishment. Lucius found himself wrestling with the specter of insomnia each night, the brand upon his left arm pulsating with an unsettling vitality in the depths of silence, sometimes icy, at other times searing, as if Voldemort were toyingly tugging at the strands that tethered them across the vast expanse. In his study, he sought solace, a sanctuary once revered by his father, steeped in the essence and wisdom of Abraxas. He perused the ancient tomes of family lore, safeguarded by protective enchantments, desperately hoping to unearth even a fragment of knowledge regarding the soul mark and the means to dissolve magical contracts. Yet, his progress was dishearteningly sluggish, and he was acutely aware that any overly focused inquiry might trigger alarms. One afternoon, as he was immersed in a manuscript on ancient curses, Rosier intrusively pushed open the door to his study. Diligent as ever, Lucius, he remarked, casting a glance at the book in Lucius's hand, a faint smile playing on his lips. The Dark Lord must be pleased to see your commitment to self-improvement. Lucius calmly closed the book and set it aside. To understand the past of one's family is to better grasp the future, Professor Rosier, he replied, employing a formal address laced with a subtle detachment. Indeed, Rosier stepped closer, his gaze falling upon the spine of the book, Obscure Contracts and Blood Curses, an intriguing read. However, I would advise you to direct your energies toward more practical matters. He lowered his voice. The Dark Lord is quite content with your post-graduation silence. He hopes this tranquility endures, for turmoil is detrimental to anyone, particularly an ancient family such as the Malfoys. This was a warning, a blatant admonition. Lucius felt a faint sting from the brand. I understand, he replied tersely. Excellent. Rosier nodded in satisfaction. Additionally, there are several documents requiring your signature regarding a significant collaboration with certain allied families concerning the properties in Nocturne Alley. He placed several scrolls of parchment on the desk. Lucius swiftly scanned the contents, noting their evident bias favoring the other parties, subtly implying the incorporation of some of the Malfoy family's resources into Voldemort's network. It was akin to a frog being boiled slowly, each step eroding his autonomy and the foundation of his lineage. Yet, he had no choice. He took up a quill, dipped it in ink, and inscribed his name at the bottom, the script flowing elegantly, betraying not a trace of tremor. Rosier collected the parchment, his smile broadening. A fruitful collaboration. Head of the Malfoy family. Oh, and by the way, he approached the door, seemingly recalling something. The Dark Lord will host a small gathering tomorrow evening, and he hopes you will attend. Wear your most formal robe. He will personally introduce you. Lucius's heart sank. The so-called introduction was nothing less than an official confirmation of his special status as Voldemort's possession before the inner circle of Death Eaters. The following evening, Lucius donned a dark green velvet robe embroidered with silver thread, the high collar serving to obscure any remnants of scars that did not belong to the battlefield. He was guided by Rosier into a renovated hall deep within the estate, a place he had never before entered. This was no banquet hall, but rather a dimly lit temple. Black drapes adorned the walls, flickering torches casting wavering shadows, and the air was thick with a melange of expensive spices and dark magic. A dozen Death Eaters clad in black robes and adorned with silver masks stood in silent formation. Lucius recognized several familiar figures, the Lestrange brothers, Avery, McNair. Their eyes, concealed behind masks, bore an array of complex emotions, curiosity, scrutiny, jealousy, and a hint of barely concealed disdain. At the far end of the hall stood Voldemort, behind a black stone dais. Clad in a simple black robe, devoid of a mask, his handsome, yet pallid visage resembled a marble statue beneath the flickering flames. His black eyes sweeping over the assembly before finally settling upon Lucius as he entered. "Ah, our young Mr. Malfoy." Voldemort's voice, though not raised, resonated clearly in every ear, imbued with a languid authority. "Welcome to our circle." Lucius felt every gaze converge upon him, pricking like needles. He compelled himself to step forward, halting a few paces from the dais and inclining his head slightly. "My lord." Voldemort descended from the dais and approached him. He was slightly taller than Lucius, casting a shadow that enveloped him entirely. Unlike others, he bore no mask, which meant Lucius must withstand his scrutiny without any pretense. "Look up, Lucius," Voldemort commanded. Lucius raised his gaze, meeting the fathomless depths of those black eyes. He sensed Voldemort's mental prowess, like gentle yet irresistible tendrils, caressing the barriers of his mind. He was assessing, evaluating his post-graduation state, determining whether he had truly learned his lessons. "Hogwarts is behind you," Voldemort declared, his voice resounding for all to hear. "Now, you shall begin to fulfill your true duties to me, to the cause of pure-blood supremacy." His fingers lightly brushed the serpent-shaped brooch upon Lucius's chest, an intimate gesture that was unsettling. "The wealth, connections, and influence of the Malfoy family shall realize their true value in your hands." This was a public declaration, announcing that Lucius Malfoy and all that he represented were now unequivocally under the dominion of Tom Riddle. "At your command, my lord," Lucius responded, his voice steady, devoid of any tumult. He flawlessly embodied the role of a tamed, exhibited possession. Voldemort appeared satisfied. He turned to the other Death Eaters, commencing a discussion on plans for assaults and infiltrating the Ministry of Magic. Lucius was positioned a step behind him, a living ornament. He listened to the cold schemes, feeling the fervent emotions of the surrounding Death Eaters swirling in his stomach, yet his expression remained one of detached calm. As the gathering concluded, the Death Eaters departed in succession through the Floo network or apparition. At last, the hall was left with only Voldemort, Lucius, and the shadow-like Rosier. Voldemort turned back to Lucius. "You performed admirably tonight, Lucius," his tone revealing no hint of approval or disapproval. "Maintain this demeanor. I do not wish to see any unnecessary emotions." He extended his hand, not with a wand, but with his fingers, gently lifting Lucius's chin to compel him to meet his gaze. "Remember everything you learned in the dungeons of Hogwarts." His black eyes glimmered with a trace of red. "Your place is here, by my side, or beneath my feet." With that, he released his grip, gesturing to Rosier before turning, his black robe swirling as he vanished into the green flames of the fireplace. Chapter 28. Endless, Exquisite Torture. Rosier stepped forward, patting Lucius's shoulder with an appropriate weight. "Well done, boy. The Dark Lord has high expectations of you. Do not disappoint him." With that, he too departed. In the desolate, shadowy hall, Lucius remained alone. The flickering flames danced across his face, illuminating the desolate gray expanse in his eyes. He slowly raised his hand, brushing his fingers against the chin that had just felt Voldemort's touch, as if the cold sensation still lingered. He approached the window, gazing out at the tranquil and expansive grounds of Malfoy Manor bathed in moonlight. All of this appeared to still belong to the Malfoys. Yet he understood better than anyone that he had become a prisoner within his own estate, a meticulously adorned and strictly guarded captive. Beneath the opulent robe lay invisible, yet burdensome chains. Behind the grand introduction lay a complete deprivation of dignity. His war, once a fervent rebellion, has now retreated into the shadows, transforming into an arduous survival game that tests his endurance. He must endure, for the Malfoy family, and for the faint ember of vengeance that still flickers within his heart. The Platinum Cage has been constructed, and he will be its most patient, yet perilous, prisoner. Returning to life at Malfoy Manor resembles an endless, exquisite torment. Lucius soon realizes that Voldemort's protection comes at the cost of his most fundamental privacy and autonomy. His study, once a sanctuary belonging to his father, is no longer a safe haven. He keenly detects subtle signs that certain tomes have been disturbed, and some drawers bear the marks of magical seals that have been forcibly breached and then carefully restored. He even suspects that even the house elf Dobby, in a state of extreme fear, might have become a part of the surveillance over him. This pervasive sense of being watched keeps his nerves taut, preventing him from fully relaxing even in slumber. Voldemort does not frequently manifest at Malfoy Manor. He seems to prefer relaying commands through Rodolphus, and providing remote caresses and warnings through the Mark. This uncertainty is a torment in itself. Lucius can never know when the next summons or punishment will arrive, or in what form it may take. One day, he receives a gift, relayed by Rodolphus, from the merchant in Nocturne Alley, a set of ancient dark magic ritual tools. accompanied by a note penned in Voldemort's elegant and familiar handwriting. Perhaps this will ignite your interest in deeper magics. Use it wisely. Lucius gazes at the ominous tools, his mind racing with alarm. This is both a reward and a test. Voldemort is watching him, assessing whether he will become enraptured by this dark knowledge, whether he will clandestinely conduct perilous rituals, thus further ensnaring himself in Voldemort's grasp. Lucius cautiously locks the set away in the deepest recesses of the family vault, untouched. He knows that any enhancement of power not explicitly sanctioned by Voldemort could be construed as treachery. His social life has morphed into an obligation. He is compelled to host or attend various pureblood gatherings controlled by the Death Eater families or Voldemort's forces. In these settings, he must flawlessly portray the role of Voldemort's loyal supporter and the esteemed head of the Malfoy family. He listens to Bellatrix Lestrange, now wed to Rodolphus Lestrange, fervently extolling the greatness of the Dark Lord, while he endures the mixed gazes of jealousy and scrutiny from other Death Eaters, as well as the advances of those attempting to curry favor with him to gain proximity to Voldemort. At one such dinner, Bellatrix approaches him, wineglass in hand. Swaying gracefully, her crimson lips curling into a malicious smile. "Oh, our little Lucius," her voice drips with sweetness, "now a favored darling before the Dark Lord. I hear he has bestowed upon you some rather special gifts?" Her gaze pointedly sweeps over his left arm and chest. Lucius maintains his mask of indifference, gently swirling the wine in his glass. "The Dark Lord's gifts, we can only be grateful for, Cousin Bellatrix." He deliberately employs a distant form of address. Bellatrix scoffs, leaning in to whisper, "Don't get too proud, little boy. The Master's special attention is a heavy burden. Be cautious not to be crushed beneath it." Her eyes glimmer with mad jealousy, clearly discontent with the special status Voldemort has conferred upon Lucius. Lucius refrains from responding, merely downing the wine in his glass, the fiery liquid burning its way to his stomach, yet failing to warm the ice within his heart. He is acutely aware that in these seemingly glamorous settings, he is merely a living exhibit of Voldemort's authority and wealth. Yet, even under such stringent surveillance, Lucius does not relinquish his quest for opportunity. He utilizes his dealings with the family's legitimate enterprises, those not yet fully infiltrated by Voldemort's forces, as a pretext to occasionally leave the manor, venturing to Diagon Alley or meeting with some neutral business partners. This is his only fleeting chance to catch his breath and engage in discreet activities. He attempts to reach out, through exceedingly clandestine channels, to a reclusive old wizard well-versed in ancient magical contracts. Their meeting must masquerade as a chance encounter on the street, and their conversation must employ encrypted, suggestive language. In a noisy corner of a pub in Nocturne Alley, Lucius lowers his voice to the seemingly inconspicuous old wizard, inquiring whether there exists a possibility for renegotiation regarding certain ancient family contracts involving soul binding, or if there might be some external influence that could lead to the loosening of such contracts. The old wizard's murky eyes scrutinize him for a long moment before he slowly shakes his head, his voice gravelly. "Young man, some marks are inscribed upon the soul. External interference often results in the tearing of the soul, unless the sigil-bearer willingly releases it." He pauses, lowering his voice further. "Or possesses an understanding and power that transcends that of the sigil-bearer." This answer sends a wave of despair through Lucius. How could Voldemort ever willingly release such a hold? And the notion of possessing power that transcends Voldemort sounds more akin to a distant legend. Just as he feels engulfed by darkness, a serendipitous event reveals a glimmer of the faintest possibility. Chapter 29, The Hufflepuff Gold Cup. While clearing out an exceedingly concealed compartment in his father's study, a compartment seemingly unnoticed by either Voldemort or Rodolphus, he discovers a thin, unmarked journal bound in the hide of some unknown creature. The journal bears no title, and its contents are inscribed in an ancient, elegant calligraphy, detailing obscure theories regarding the core of will and soul anchor points. One passage captures his attention: when the shackles of the external world are too heavy, when the boundaries of the self teeter on the brink of collapse, the only path to not succumb lies in constructing an absolute realm within. This realm is not built of magic, but is a crystallization of pure will and memory. One may appear weak outwardly, but within one must be as steadfast as rock. Remember, the most formidable fortress is often breached from within, yet it may also be rebuilt from within. The absolute realm of the will core. Lucius repeatedly contemplates these words. They seem to illuminate a path distinct from direct rebellion or seeking external release, an inner sanctuary, impervious to Voldemort, solely his own. He begins to experiment. Whenever Voldemort exerts influence through the mark, or when he is forced to attend those humiliating gatherings, he no longer merely endures. Instead, he consciously relinquishes much of his surface consciousness, allowing the obedient puppet persona to act, while compressing and consolidating his true self. his hatred, his memories, his yearning for freedom. Into the platinum core, he begins to construct deep within his consciousness, based on the journal's theory. This process is exceedingly arduous, akin to attempting to kindle a fragile candle flame amidst a tempest. Initially, he can only maintain this state for a fleeting moment, and the aftermath leaves him mentally drained. However, as time progresses, he gradually finds himself able to linger in this absolute realm for more extended periods. Here, he is no longer Voldemort's possession. He is merely Lucius Malfoy, the once proud Slytherin prince basking in the sunlight of Hogwarts. He discovers that when he successfully enters this state, the mental disturbances caused by the mark and the sense of Voldemort's scrutiny become blurred, as though viewed through a thick, soundproof glass. This grants him an unprecedented respite. Of course, he dares not attempt this frequently, nor does he risk using it under Voldemort's direct, intense gaze. That would be akin to playing with fire. Yet this minuscule triumph, akin to a glimmer of starlight amidst an interminable darkness, bestowed upon him the fortitude to persist. He was acutely aware that Voldemort's web was tightening evermore. He had heard whispers of increasing turmoil beyond his confines, the disappearances of Muggle-born wizards, the sudden silencing of dissenting voices. The specter of war loomed larger, and he found himself ensnared within this opulent manor, adorned with exquisite shackles, engaged in a macabre dance of death beyond his control. However, he no longer felt the same despair and confusion that had enveloped him upon graduation. He harbored a secret, a minuscule yet indomitable fortress that belonged solely to him. He remained a prisoner within the web, yet he began to learn how to weave threads of resistance within his own heart. The war was far from over, indeed. The true conflict had only just begun to unfold silently. Time flowed under the weight of oppression, and in the blink of an eye, Lucius had returned to Malfoy Manor for nearly 6 months. The war raged outside in fervent chaos, fear spreading like a plague throughout the wizarding world. Meanwhile, Malfoy Manor stood as a luxurious prison, eerily calm in the eye of the storm. Voldemort's meticulous sculpting of Lucius had not ceased. It had merely grown more intricate and unpredictable. No longer satisfied with distant sensing and occasional summons, he began to visit the manor with increasing frequency. At times, in the dead of night, Lucius would awaken suddenly, jolted by the searing pain of the mark on his left arm, only to find Voldemort silently standing in the shadows of his bedroom, as if a nightmare had materialized. Other times, in the afternoon, he would appear unannounced in the study, offering suggestions regarding the family affairs Lucius was attending to, each invariably leading to deeper entanglements. On one occasion, Voldemort presented a magnificent golden chalice, encrusted with jewels and emanating an ancient and malevolent magical aura. He casually placed the chalice on the most prominent shelf in Lucius's study. A mere trinket, Voldemort remarked nonchalantly, his fingers brushing over the cold rim of the chalice to enhance the aesthetic. "I trust you will safeguard it well, Lucius." Lucius instantly realized that this was no mere collectible. The overwhelming aura of darkness emanating from it bore a resemblance to the notebook he had previously destroyed. Yet it was far more profound and twisted. It was likely another of Voldemort's Horcruxes or some extraordinarily significant dark artifact. Its placement within Malfoy Manor was not only a gesture of trust, but also a definitive binding, testing the very foundations of the Malfoy legacy. Now directly intertwined with the Dark Lord's most profound secrets. "It is my honor, my lord," Lucius bowed his head, concealing the tumultuous storm brewing in his eyes. He understood that from this moment forth, Malfoy Manor had irrevocably become one of Voldemort's fortresses, and he, the unwilling custodian of this stronghold. The safeguarding of the chalice became a new nightmare for Lucius. He had to ensure its absolute security while feigning indifference to avoid raising suspicions. He sensed that the chalice incessantly radiated a whispering psychological influence, attempting to awaken the greed and paranoia buried deep within. He found himself retreating more frequently into the platinum core he had constructed to resist this insidious erosion. Simultaneously, he seized opportunities during his official outings to conduct increasingly perilous clandestine investigations. He dared not approach overtly conspicuous targets like the old wizard. Instead, he opted for more circuitous methods, such as casually purchasing seemingly unrelated ancient tomes at the old bookstands in Diagon Alley, which might contain relevant information, or, during discussions with neutral merchants, he would seemingly inadvertently mention certain ancient magical legends, observing their reactions. During one meeting with a Nordic importer of magical artifacts, he stumbled upon a piece of information. Within the lore of certain ancient wizarding families in the north, there existed a ritual known as the soul spindle, said to be capable of severing or transferring forcibly imposed soul connections without harming the essence of the soul. Though its success rate was exceedingly low and required remarkably stringent conditions and mediums, this information flickered like a distant lantern in the dark, offering Lucius a glimmer of hope. Yet it also made him acutely aware of the long and treacherous road ahead. He silently noted the name Soul Spindle, recognizing it as a potential key he would need to pursue in the future. However, his clandestine activities were not without consequence. One day, Evan Rosier arrived uninvited once more, this time without his customary feigned smile, replaced instead by a frigid scrutiny. "Lucius," he stated bluntly, his tone severe, "I have heard unsettling rumors regarding your unusually keen interest in certain obscure fields of magic." Lucius's heart nearly ceased to beat. Yet his mental barriers and platinum core kicked into high gear. He displayed a perfectly calibrated expression of confusion mixed with a hint of offended arrogance. "I fail to comprehend your meaning, Professor Rosier. As the head of the Malfoy family, is it not essential to possess a comprehensive understanding of magical knowledge, including some ancient and even esoteric branches? Or does the Dark Lord believe I should embrace ignorance?" Rosier narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing him closely as if assessing the veracity of his words. Lucius forced himself to maintain eye contact, his gray eyes reflecting only a chilling calmness. "It better be so," Rosier ultimately replied, his voice still frosty. "Remember, the Dark Lord's patience is finite, especially for those he has previously afforded leniency. Any deviation from the path he has set for you is akin to playing with fire." Once Rosier departed, Lucius felt a cold sweat saturating his back. He knew Rosier lacked concrete evidence, yet this was undeniably a stark warning. His space for maneuvering had been further constricted. That evening, Voldemort returned once more. He did not mention Rosier's warning nor inquire about any magical research. Instead, as was customary, he inspected the chalice's condition and then engaged Lucius in what appeared to be a routine discussion about pureblood policy and the future of the wizarding realm. Yet Lucius could sense that Voldemort's mental tendrils were more entrenched than ever, meticulously scanning the outer shell of his mental barriers, seeking even the slightest crack. Lucius exerted every effort to maintain the stability of his platinum core, projecting the image of an obedient, loyal, albeit somewhat bewildered young patriarch. As the conversation concluded, Voldemort stood by the window, gazing into the inky darkness outside, and suddenly spoke, his voice calm yet imbued with an undeniable gravity. "Lucius, you are among my most carefully selected. I have invested considerable attention in you." He turned, his black eyes shimmering with an otherworldly light in the darkness. "I do not wish to witness any waste. Your value lies in your purity, in your complete allegiance. Any act that dilutes this purity is wholly unacceptable." He approached, his icy fingers brushing against the mark on Lucius's left arm once more. This time, it brought not pain but a deeper, soul-binding coldness. "Very soon," Voldemort whispered, as if proclaiming a predetermined fate, "you shall encounter your ultimate value proof. That will be the most profound and inseparable bond between you and me." A chill surged through Lucius's spine, more intense than the Cruciatus curse. He was uncertain of what Voldemort's so-called ultimate value proof entailed, yet instinctively, he felt a wave of terror. It was assuredly not a matter of honor, but rather a plunge into a deeper, darker abyss. After Voldemort departed, Lucius remained alone in the vast hall, feeling more isolated and helpless than ever. The external pressures, internal scrutiny, Voldemort's tightening grip, and the dreadful, unresolved ultimate proof loomed over him like heavy chains, dragging him down into despair. He walked into the study, gazing at the golden chalice on the shelf that gleamed with an eerie light under the moon's glow. He also touched the lifeless notebook of his father cradled in his arms and the cracked ring. The embers of rebellion had yet to be extinguished, yet the path ahead seemed irrevocably shrouded in darkness. Voldemort was meticulously stripping away all his external support and internal hope, aiming to mold him into a flawless, will-less artifact. Lucius shut his eyes and once again submerged himself in that minuscule platinum core. Here, he remained free, albeit that freedom was ephemeral and illusory. He understood that the ultimate trial was imminent. He had to prepare, whether for survival or for the flicker of unyielding pride that belonged to the Malfoys deep within his heart. This clandestine war on a soul level had reached its pivotal turning point. Voldemort's whisper regarding the ultimate proof of value pierced through Lucius's heart like an icy thorn, releasing a chill that lingered in the weeks to come. He attempted to decipher from various clues what this dangerously extreme task might entail. Was it a demand for him to personally take the life of an enemy as an act of loyalty, or something darker, involving a permanent pact of the soul? He became increasingly cautious, nearly ceasing all secret activities, dedicating his entire energy to portraying the role of a perfect, submissive prisoner. He meticulously managed the estate, obeying Roger without question, even deliberately displaying a calculated, deepening reliance when Voldemort occasionally graced them with his presence. He would inadvertently express concern over the tumultuous situation outside the estate, subconsciously seeking a semblance of false reassurance in Voldemort's presence. All of this was for survival. To numb the master who controlled every facet of his existence. However, he underestimated Voldemort's resolve and his twisted possessiveness. On a sweltering summer night, as a storm approached, the air grew thick and suffocating. Lucius was in the study reconciling accounts when suddenly, a previously unknown, tearing pain emanated from the brand on his left arm. Not a warning, but a command. Simultaneously, the space within the study began to warp. The flames in the fireplace transformed into a ghastly green. A more powerful and irresistible method of transportation than a portkey. He barely had time to rise before an overwhelming force yanked him off the ground. And amidst the swirling chaos, the familiar nauseating sensation surged within him. When he crashed to the ground, he found himself once more in that nightmarish, dimly lit underground chamber of rituals at an unknown location. The air was thick with an even stronger mingling of sulfur and ancient spices than before. The walls were etched with ominous runes glowing in flickering red light, and the altar in the center was spotless, adorned with a variety of grotesque, dark magical implements. Voldemort stood beside the altar, clad in a pitch-black robe embroidered with silver patterns, his expression a complex blend of fervor, anticipation, and cold appraisal. His gaze fell upon Lucius as if he were an artwork nearing completion. Without pleasantries or inquiries, Voldemort approached him directly, holding what appeared to be an ordinary crystal goblet. Yet the contents within were anything but ordinary, a viscous liquid that seemed to swirl as if alive, displaying a bizarre hue that hovered between gold and silver. With tiny black specks flickering within like dying stars. Lucius stared at the chalice, a primal fear from the depths of his soul gripping him. He staggered backward, only to find his path blocked by an invisible barrier of magic. "My lord, what is this?" His voice was parched with terror. Voldemort's lips curled into a near-pleasurable arc, a chilling light flickering in his dark eyes. "This is your glory, Lucius. It is also the ultimate proof of your existence." He extended the goblet toward Lucius. "Drink it." "No." Lucius shook his head violently, despair flooding over him like a tidal wave. He did not know precisely what it was, but he understood that once consumed, something would be irrevocably altered, and he would be beyond redemption. "Please, do not." Refusal? Voldemort's voice remained calm, yet bore the weight of an impending storm. "I thought you had learned to obey." It seems the previous lessons were insufficiently profound. With a gentle wave of his hand, "Cruciatus." The familiar, excruciating pain instantly engulfed Lucius. He screamed, collapsing to the ground, his body uncontrollably convulsing. This time, the spell lingered longer, until his consciousness blurred, almost beyond thought. The curse ceased. Lucius lay sprawled on the ground, left with nothing but shattered breaths. Voldemort crouched down, his icy fingers grasping Lucius's hair, forcing him to lift his head. "I shall give you one more chance, Lucius. Drink it yourself." His gaze swept over the altar's glimmering, chilling instruments. "Or I shall assist you in a far less pleasant manner." Lucius looked at the goblet, teetering so close, radiating ominous vibrations, then glanced at Voldemort's unyielding black eyes. He realized he had no choice. Resistance would only yield greater suffering, and the outcome would remain unchanged. A profound, utter sense of powerlessness enveloped him. All his struggles, all his endurance, seemed ludicrous and minuscule against such absolute power and will. Trembling, he reached out, accepting the cold crystal goblet. The liquid within appeared almost alive, subtly writhing under his gaze. "Very good." Voldemort's voice carried a hint of satisfaction. Lucius closed his eyes and drank deeply from the swirling, chaotic liquid. The taste was indescribable. It began with an eerie sweetness, swiftly morphing into an extreme bitterness, as if he had swallowed molten metal and decaying stars. As the liquid coursed down his throat, it brought not a burning sensation, but a chilling numbness akin to countless tiny ice needles piercing through him, which then transformed into an odd, deep warmth that penetrated to his very marrow. The moment the potion settled in his stomach, a vast and unfamiliar power erupted within him. This power was not nurturing but bore an intense, coercive will for transformation. He felt as if his insides were being stirred and reshaped by an invisible hand, some ancient, unnatural magic forcibly activated and constructed deep within his being. He involuntarily let out a tortured groan, his body curling up, cold sweat instantly soaking through his robes. It felt as though his entire essence was being violently rewritten, serving a purpose that did not belong to his will. Voldemort observed him silently, enduring his agonized writhing on the ground, his eyes devoid of compassion, only a near-scientific scrutiny and a dark satisfaction. "Feel it, Lucius," his voice echoed from a distant shore. "Feel how you are becoming complete for me. This is the deepest, most inseparable bond between us. You will bear my eternity with your flesh. This is the ultimate belonging, unmatched by any magical contract." Lucius could no longer comprehend his words. The violent physiological reactions and the immense psychological blow dulled his awareness. A wave of nausea, dizziness, and the strange sensation of constriction within him intertwined, dragging him into an endless abyss. Just before losing consciousness entirely, the last coherent thought flickered through his chaotic mind: the breeding potion. Voldemort sought not only his loyalty, his body, and his soul. Now, even the last vestige of his masculinity, as an independent entity, was to be completely stripped away and reconstructed. When Lucius awoke once more, he found himself lying on the bed in his own bedroom at Malfoy Manor. The dim light of dawn filtered through the window, the rain having ceased, leaving behind only traces of dampness. His body no longer throbbed with acute pain, yet an overwhelming sense of profound and fundamental transformation pervaded his being. He could distinctly sense that within him, a minute yet undeniable dark magical mark, intertwined with Voldemort's essence, had been seared into his very core. Akin to a protocol awaiting activation, an irreversible curse. Struggling to sit up, he was beset by waves of weakness and nausea. He rushed to the bathroom adjoining his bedroom, retching violently into the intricately inlaid mother-of-pearl sink, yet nothing emerged, only an unending bitterness and despair. Raising his gaze, he beheld his reflection in the mirror. His complexion was as pale as parchment, platinum hair clung disheveled to his sweat-drenched forehead, and in the depths of his gray eyes lay a desolate void. Utterly crushed and barren, all resistance, all hope, seemed to extinguish in that moment. Voldemort had mercilessly severed the last thread of potential escape. Lucius leaned against the cold porcelain tiles, slowly sliding down to the floor, burying his face in his knees. He did not weep. The tears had long since dried in that interminable night. He merely sat in silence, acutely aware of that tiny mark within him, a testament to absolute subjugation, and the boundless, frigid void within his soul. He had lost. At least, in that moment, he felt utterly defeated. A strange, persistent emptiness began to gnaw at him. Not hunger nor thirst, but a deficiency stemming from the core of his magical essence. He attempted to consume various stimulants and magical replenishments, but their effects were negligible. That hollow sensation clung to him like a relentless affliction. He became lethargic, drained of energy, struggling even with the simplest of estate matters. The house elves, frightened by his increasingly pallid visage and the deepening shadows beneath his eyes, hesitated to appear before him. Just as he was being tormented by this inexplicable agony, Voldemort returned to Malfoy Manor. This time, he did not arrive with the usual scrutiny or commanding demeanor, but rather in an almost nurturing manner. He sensed Lucius's condition, a flicker of understanding passing through his deep, black eyes. Chapter 32, The Thirst for Magic. It appeared that the ritual had begun to take effect. Voldemort's voice was unnaturally calm as he approached the weary Lucius, who leaned against the sofa. In an instant, a pure, cold, and powerful surge of magic permeated through his skin, infiltrating Lucius's very being. The persistent torment of emptiness and discomfort dissipated like mist before the sun, alleviating significantly. An indescribable, instinctive comfort coursed through him, nearly eliciting a moan of relief. He looked up in astonishment at Voldemort. "Do you feel it, Lucius?" Voldemort's lips curled into a semblance of control. Lucius's heart tightened as if grasped by a frigid hand. He realized that a one-way, coercive dependency had been established. From that day forth, Voldemort's visits to Malfoy Manor became markedly more frequent. He no longer came solely for business or punishment. Sometimes, it was merely to offer magic. At times, simply his proximity allowed the familiar, cold magic bearing Voldemort's mark to flow gently in, temporarily quelling the endless thirst. Initially, Lucius resisted. Each encounter with Voldemort reminded him of that night of coercion and humiliation. He gritted his teeth, striving to combat the comfort that contradicted his true desires. Born from the infusion of magic, he even attempted to forcibly employ mental shielding and the platinum core when Voldemort approached, seeking to sever this connection. However, the body's response was honest and overwhelmingly potent. When he resisted or attempted to isolate himself, the feeling of emptiness and the accompanying, intensifying pain would return, more unbearable than before. It was no longer mere discomfort. It evolved into a painful withdrawal-like agony, muscle soreness, neurotic tremors, and even brief magical instability. As Voldemort's icy hand neared him, an intense will to resist surged within him. He violently swatted Voldemort's hand away, hoarsely growling, "Do not touch me." In that instant, the very air in the room seemed to freeze. Voldemort's hand halted midair, the pretense of gentleness in his black eyes vanished, leaving only unfathomable coldness. He did not speak, merely gazing silently at Lucius, whose heart sank into despair. Then, without uttering a word, Voldemort turned and departed. Initially, Lucius felt a twisted sense of satisfaction at having finally resisted. But soon, the cost became evident. With Voldemort's departure, the familiar magic sustaining him abruptly severed. A sense of deprivation, tenfold more intense than before, crashed over him like a tsunami. It was not merely the previous emptiness and discomfort. This time it was genuine. Sharp pain. It felt as if countless tiny needles were piercing his very marrow, draining every ounce of strength from him. As if his magical core were being cruelly squeezed and torn apart. He collapsed onto the carpet, curling into a ball, cold sweat soaking through his garments. His teeth chattering uncontrollably, and darkness encroaching on his vision. This agony persisted, showing no signs of abating. An hour, 2 hours, time stretched interminably. He attempted to summon his magic for solace, but it sank into the abyss, only exacerbating the sensation of being drained. Despair washed over him like a cold tide. Engulfing him, he realized that this was not something he could withstand through sheer will. This was potion, dark magic, the curse Voldemort had embedded within his body. Resistance brought not relief, but a doubled, pinpointed punishment aimed at his vulnerabilities. Dignity, pride, and the will to resist began to crumble under the relentless, escalating physical torment. When the pain reached a critical threshold, the instinct to survive overwhelmed all else. He summoned the last vestiges of his strength, struggling to crawl toward the fireplace, where the Flu network could connect him to Voldemort's possible location, albeit in a unidirectionally controlled manner. Trembling, he grasped a handful of Flu powder and tossed it into the flickering embers, beseeching the vibrant green flames with a broken, tear-choked voice. "My lord, I cannot endure this any longer. I need your magic, I beg you." He repeated this mantra, like a wounded, abandoned creature, shedding all pretense and pride. Left with nothing but the primal yearning to alleviate his suffering. Time became an indistinct blur. Perhaps only minutes passed, yet to Lucius it felt like a century. The flames in the fireplace ignited anew with a vibrant green hue, and Voldemort's figure slowly emerged from within. He looked down upon Lucius, sprawled on the floor. A pitiful sight, streaked with tears, his face devoid of any expression. Lucius, seeing his savior, struggled to approach, yet lacked the strength even to raise his hand. His gray-blue eyes brimmed with a pleading desperation, repeating that humble request. "Please, my lord, I need." At last, Voldemort stirred. He knelt slowly, extending his hand, hovering once again above Lucius's pained, trembling abdomen. As that cold, familiar magic surged back into his being, the intense pain ebbed away like receding tides, replaced by a profound, almost euphoric sense of relief. Lucius let out a long, tremulous sigh, his body entirely succumbing to relaxation as he collapsed to the ground, reduced to minute, involuntary twitches. Voldemort regarded him, utterly shattered and reliant solely on his will to survive, and a glimmer of profound satisfaction flickered in his obsidian gaze. He tenderly stroked Lucius's platinum hair. Dampened with perspiration, his touch imbued with a ruler-esque compassion for a vanquished subject. "See, had you been this compliant from the outset, you would have been spared such needless suffering." His voice, deep and magnetic, resonated in Lucius's ears like a devil's seduction. "Remember this feeling, Lucius. Your joy, your pain, your very existence is bound to me. Submit, and you shall find peace. Resist, and you shall be damned." From that day forth, something within Lucius perished irrevocably. He ceased his attempts to resist Voldemort's approach, even beginning to anticipate the infusion of that dark power, for it signified a temporary cessation of suffering, a fleeting, illusory peace. Chapter 33. The remaking of Lucius. Lucius remained a prisoner, yet the chains that bound him were no longer external brands or surveillance. They had become internalized within his very blood, his magic, every breath he took. Following that abject plea, the relationship between Lucius Malfoy and Tom Riddle entered a new, darker, and more stable phase. The fragile shell constructed of pride and defiance was utterly shattered, revealing the soft and despondent core beneath. Voldemort astutely seized this opportunity, systematically beginning to reshape all that Lucius was. He no longer merely visited to bestow power sporadically. He transformed this nourishment into an unyielding, unquestionable ritual. At specific times each day, he would appear at Malfoy Manor, sometimes through the Flu network, at other times silently manifesting before Lucius. Initially, Lucius would still feel humiliated, often closing his eyes tightly and tensing his body during the infusion of power. But Voldemort was exceedingly patient. He did not rush the process. Instead, repeating the act day after day, while employing his formidable mental prowess to sand away the remnants of Lucius's resistance, akin to the most delicate of sandpaper. He would speak in that deep, hypnotic voice, no longer issuing commands or threats, but rather presenting a warped sense of logic. "Your body is honest, Lucius. It welcomes me. It craves me. This is the most natural state. Relax and accept him. It will ease your suffering and fortify him." The persistent physiological dependence, coupled with this psychological suggestion, began to yield results. Lucius found himself unable to retreat into his platinum core as he once did to shut out the world. The craving for that dark power was palpable, corporeal, directly affecting his nervous system. When Voldemort's magic coursed through him, the comfort that smoothed over the pain was equally tangible. He began subconsciously associating Voldemort's presence with the alleviation of suffering. A pitiable, reflexive anticipation took root within him. When Voldemort arrived slightly later than expected, the familiar void and latent ache would render him restless, involuntarily glancing toward the door or the fireplace, filled with a desperation he despised even in himself. Voldemort noticed this change. It was as if a key had forcefully unlocked a box within Lucius's heart that had long been tightly sealed. He did not hinder Lucius's tears. Rather, he gently wiped them away with a handkerchief. The gesture, though not tender, bore the meticulousness of a possessor tending to a cherished possession. Tears are a sign of weakness, Lucius, he murmured, his tone not harsh, but before me. You may be weak, for I shall be your strength. This declaration pierced through Lucius's final psychological defenses. Yes, he was weak, he required strength. And the only one capable of providing it, the sole source of his relief from anguish, was the very being who had inflicted all his torment. From that day forth, Lucius's transformation became ever more pronounced. He no longer resisted Voldemort's touch. In fact, during the infusion of power, his body would unconsciously relax, gravitating toward that cold source of magic. He would listen quietly to Voldemort's discourses on pure bloodlines, power, and the future, no longer fiercely rebutting in his mind, but rather adopting a numb, progressively assimilated acceptance. His world contracted sharply, ultimately reducing itself to three cores: the alleviation of pain, and the provider of that power, Voldemort. He began to actively avoid any topics or individuals that might provoke Voldemort's displeasure. When Narcissa occasionally wrote to him through legitimate channels, his responses grew exceedingly terse and perfunctory, omitting any mention of his true state, merely asserting that he was well and busy with family affairs. He even began to subconsciously mimic certain phrases and thought patterns of Voldemort, perceiving everything around him through that cold, calculating logic. One night, he was jolted awake by a violent surge of magical energy and the accompanying void of power. Pain enveloped him instantaneously. Almost instinctively, he stumbled out of bed, barely taking the time to don his shoes, and barefoot, rushed from his chamber toward the room he knew Voldemort sometimes occupied overnight. He knelt humbly before the closed door, pressing his forehead against the cold, intricately carved wood, suppressing the urge to cry, whispering, "My lord, I beseech you, I need you." Silence reigned within for a moment before the door slid open without a sound. Voldemort stood within, clad in a black robe, his dark eyes flickering like ghostly flames in the darkness. He gazed at Lucius, who knelt at the threshold, trembling like an abandoned creature, his expression impassive. Yet deep within his eyes lay a dark satisfaction born of total mastery. He did not immediately grant power. Instead, he slowly inquired, "Tell me, who are you? What do you need?" Chapter 34. The gift of power. Lucius raised his head, tears welling in his eyes, and amidst the profound pain and dependence, he cast aside his final facade, responding in a fractured voice, "I am yours, Lucius. I am yours. I need your power. I implore you, grant it to me." Voldemort finally extended his hand. As that familiar, frigid magic surged into him, Lucius let out a sigh of relief, nearly collapsing at Voldemort's feet. This time, he felt no humiliation, only a twisted sense of reassurance at having returned to his rightful place. Voldemort lifted him, guiding him back to the bedroom, laying him upon the opulent four-poster bed. He sat at the bedside, continuously channeling power until Lucius succumbed to a deep slumber, enveloped in a weary yet false tranquility. As he observed Lucius's pale visage, still slightly furrowed in sleep, yet no longer resisting, Voldemort knew he was on the brink of success. This beautiful, proud platinum noble had finally been remade entirely, from within to without. His body, his magic, his emotions, his will, all bore the indelible mark of Tom Riddle, akin to the grotesque thorn chain tattoo on his left arm, indelible and unerasable. Lucius Malfoy, at last, belonged wholly and completely to him. Yet, ensnared in the abyss of dependence and despair, within the final recesses of his consciousness, that realm known as the Platinum Core still existed. Yet it had become like a flickering candle in the wind, surrounded by vast darkness and void, emitting only a faint, reluctant glow. But whether he still possessed the strength to remember how to protect that final flicker of light, the answer grew increasingly elusive. After that fateful night of kneeling and desperate supplication, Voldemort's rituals of sustenance became increasingly regularized and methodical. He was no longer content to appear solely during Lucius's moments of excruciating anguish. Instead, He transformed this endowment of magic into a necessity that required Lucius to actively seek it out, accompanied by the appropriate attitude of reverence. The sense of emptiness loomed like an ever-expanding vortex, consuming his vitality and eroding his will. He understood that Voldemort was waiting for him to relinquish everything once more, to seek out that which he desired. In the initial days, he endeavored to endure. He confined himself within his study, curled up in a grand armchair, his nails digging deeply into his palms, attempting to divert his attention from the void of magical energy through corporeal pain. He clenched his jaw, stifling any sound of weakness, replaying in his mind the indelible, platinum words from his father's notebook, as well as the proud and unrestrained version of himself basking in the sunlight at Hogwarts. Yet, the body's response proved to be merciless. As time wore on, that emptiness morphed into a sharp, excruciating pain, akin to 1,000 ants devouring his bones. Radiating from his core of magic to the very tips of his limbs, he began to tremble uncontrollably, cold sweat soaking through his luxurious silk shirt, his vision blurring and thoughts scattering. The formidable, self-controlled Lucius Malfoy appeared pale and distant in the face of such raw, physiological torment. Ultimately, the physical need overwhelmed all else. He staggered once more toward the place Voldemort might be. However, this time, a violent wave of nausea and dizziness overtook him, and he could not withstand it. Collapsing onto the frigid marble floor, his platinum hair spilled around him, clinging to his sweat-drenched cheeks as he curled up like a wounded animal, emitting muffled, anguished whimpers. Voldemort materialized at the end of the corridor like a specter. He did not approach immediately but stood there, a dark deity, coldly observing his creation as it writhed in suffering. Lucius lifted his head, his tear-blurred vision catching sight of that figure. Despair and longing surged within him like molten lava. He knew what he needed. He recognized that only that man could provide it. "My lord," his voice shattered and choked with a plea, "I need you." Voldemort slowly advanced, halting before him, the hem of his dark robe sweeping across the polished floor. He gazed down at Lucius with an air of superiority, offering no words. Lucius felt the tormenting pain intensify, leaving him incapable of maintaining any semblance of dignity. Struggling, he summoned his last vestiges of strength to crawl forward a fraction. Reaching out with trembling fingers, yearning to grasp the hem of Voldemort's robe, much like a drowning man clinging to the sole piece of driftwood. "Please, grant me magic," he pleaded incoherently, as dignity and pride were ground to dust in that moment. At last, Voldemort moved. He knelt slowly, not touching Lucius's outstretched hand, but instead lifting his chin with a cold finger, forcing him to meet his gaze. "Look at what you have become, Lucius." Voldemort's voice was calm and unwavering, yet more lethal than any sneer. "This is the true you, stripped of the Malfoy name, stripped of your laughable pride. You are merely a vessel that requires my magic to survive." Lucius's gray-blue eyes widened in horror, as humiliation and agony pierced through his heart like a dagger. He longed to retort, to scream, to deny it all, but the relentless pain within him, only soothed by Voldemort, silenced his protests, turning them into a torrent of tears. "Admit it." Voldemort's command seared into his consciousness. "Acknowledge that you belong to me, that you need me. Only in this admission can you attain what you desire." In the midst of excruciating pain and an overwhelming desire for release, Lucius's mental defenses crumbled entirely. He shut his eyes, tears cascading down his cheeks. And in a barely audible voice, he choked out the words Voldemort demanded he confess. "I belong to you. I need you. Please grant me magic." The moment those words escaped his lips, he felt a hollow emptiness as if his very soul had been stripped away. The once proud and independent Lucius Malfoy seemed to perish in that instance. Voldemort appeared satisfied. He finally placed his hand upon Lucius's abdomen. The familiar, frigid flow of magic surged within him, akin to the most potent analgesic, swiftly alleviating the tormenting pain. Lucius let out a long, trembling sigh, his body collapsing entirely against the cold floor, left with only the weakness and numbness of having survived a catastrophe. Voldemort did not leave immediately. He maintained the infusion of magic, observing Lucius at his feet like a discarded puppet, broken and abandoned. He reached out, brushing Lucius's damp, platinum hair with an eerie tenderness. "This is right, my Lucius," he whispered. "To submit to me is your only path, the sole reality you can possess." From that day forth, Lucius discovered himself ensnared in a terrifying state of fragmentation. His body had been thoroughly tamed. It instinctively craved and depended upon Voldemort's magic, finding solace in its presence and succumbing to panic and pain in its absence. He even began to subconsciously and humbly seek this connection, as it was the only means of escaping his suffering. Yet deep within his consciousness, the remnants of his true self screamed in silence. Witnessing all of this unfold with profound humiliation and dread, He could not accept it. He could not accept that the man begging on his knees for magic, willing to forsake all dignity, was indeed himself. He could not fathom that he would involuntarily relax at Voldemort's touch, even deriving a twisted sense of comfort from it. He attempted to recall everything from Hogwarts, the sound of the wind on the Quidditch pitch, the sharp exchanges with Severus Snape in potions class, the worried gaze of Narcissa. Yet those memories grew dim and distant, as if obscured by a thick, frosted glass named reality. The genuine, vibrant Lucius Malfoy was being gradually extinguished, replaced by this hollow shell, reshaped by pain, dependence, and Voldemort's will. He knew he was sliding into an abyss, yet felt powerless to halt his descent. For every struggle invited doubled agony, while each submission, though offering fleeting peace, pulled him further away from his true self. He found himself ensnared in an inescapable cycle. To alleviate his physical torment, he must plead for Voldemort's magic. Yet each plea and use of magic accelerated the annihilation of his self, deepening his reliance on the very source of his suffering. The gilded cage of platinum had finally extended from the external to encompass his very essence. He became the most desperate prisoner within his own confinement, witnessing the extinguishing of his proud spirit, devoid even of the strength to cry out. What remained was only a pitiable and humiliating wait for the next infusion of magic. The insatiable need for magic reached its zenith. It was no longer merely intermittent suffering, but an almost eternal, background noise of weakness and longing. Akin to an invisible vampire clinging to his core of magic, endlessly demanding. Voldemort wielded precise control over all of this. He became the sole pillar of Lucius's existence. Both a refreshing deluge and a potent poison. He spent increasing amounts of time at Malfoy Manor, sometimes even choosing to stay the night. Lucius's existence had utterly lost its autonomous contours. His schedule, his emotions, and even the comfort of his body were all ensnared in the grasp of Voldemort alone. He would tremble and panic at Voldemort's tardiness, yet also express a weakness he despised. A sense of relief that washed over him with the timely infusion of that frigid magic. His mental barriers had become nearly non-existent. It was not that he had forgotten how to cast them, but rather that the relentless physiological needs and Voldemort's pervasive psychological infiltration rendered the maintenance of an independent platinum core an endeavor beyond the capacity of his weary soul. The fortress within him diminished in size, its light dimming, eroded by a vast darkness composed of dependency and despair. More alarmingly, he began to experience auditory and sensory hallucinations in Voldemort's absence. He perceived the sound of black robes brushing against the floor, felt the familiar warmth of the mark on his left arm, and would instinctively position himself as if to receive a surge of magic, even in an empty room. Each awakening from such illusions brought deeper shame and fear. His nervous system, his subconscious, had been irrevocably transformed. Voldemort reveled in this. He initiated more profound tests. On one occasion, after a routine infusion of magic, Lucius tightly shut his eyes, his nails digging into the velvet sheets beneath him. He yearned to protest, to push away that hand, but the terror of being cut off from magic and the numbed acceptance of contact, forcibly cultivated within him, rendered him immobile. He could only turn his head, burying his face in the pillow, as if that would allow him to escape the distorted caress of the stranger he had become. On another occasion, Voldemort presented a small vial shimmering with a pearlescent sheen. "Drink it," he commanded, his tone brooking no dissent. Lucius gazed at the unfamiliar potion, his heart brimming with trepidation. He wanted to inquire what it was, to refuse. But as he lifted his gaze to meet Voldemort's abyssal black eyes, eyes that seemed to penetrate his every hesitation, his words faltered. He discerned the threat lurking within those depths. The consequences of disobedience were beyond his endurance. Trembling, he accepted the vial, uncorked it, and drank deeply. The potion bore a peculiar floral fragrance, its taste not unpleasant, yet he was seized by a wave of nausea, as though he had swallowed fragments of his very soul. Such tests proliferated. At times, he was compelled to alter certain habits. At others, he was instructed to read dark tomes extolling absolute power and submission and to offer his opinions. Sometimes, he was merely required to maintain a kneeling position before Voldemort for extended periods to cultivate patience and humility. With each encounter, the faint self within Lucius screamed in rebellion. Yet invariably, it was his body and actions that capitulated. He observed himself retreating step by step, watching as the boundaries he had once held firm became increasingly blurred. The proud Lucius Malfoy, who once could say no, was slowly dying under Voldemort's gaze. The collapse transpired on a stormy night. Voldemort stood at the bedside, calmly watching him struggle, as if observing a failed experiment. "Please," Lucius's voice had lost its melody. He reached out, clawing helplessly at the air. "Save me, my lord. I am willing to do anything." Voldemort leaned in slowly, his black eyes locking onto Lucius's dazed pupils. "Anything?" even if it means forever relinquishing those unrealistic fantasies, even if it means acknowledging that all you are, including your will, wholly belongs to me. In that moment, the instinct for survival and the long-destroyed will coalesce into a final, desperate surrender. The taut string in Lucius's mind, representing his selfhood, finally snapped. Yes, yes, he wept, vaguely conceding, I am yours, entirely yours, my will is yours. Please, end this suffering. With those words of complete submission escaping his lips, he felt something deep within him shatter. That was his last bastion, the essence of Lucius Malfoy that had never fully abandoned hope even in the darkest of times. Immediately, Voldemort's formidable magic surged in like a flood breaking through levees, violently filling the maddening void and suppressing all pain. The extremes of agony and relief alternated in an instant, and Lucius's consciousness, overwhelmed by this tremendous force, finally succumbed to darkness. When he awakened again, the rain had ceased, and the pale morning light seeped through the gaps in the curtains. He lay upon a clean, soft bed, his body free from pain, yet a profound emptiness lingered, as if everything had been hollowed out. He blinked, his gaze vacantly fixed upon the ornate ceiling. Strangely, he no longer felt humiliation, nor did he suffer for the abject supplicant he had become. A peculiar, chilling tranquility enveloped him. He attempted to recall the breakdown of the previous night, to remember the proud, defiant self he had been, but those memories had grown strangely nebulous, as if obscured by a dense fog. In stark contrast stood the figure of Voldemort, his voice, and the serenity brought by his magic, all becoming strikingly clear and right. Then, he turned his head to gaze at Voldemort, who sat quietly in an armchair by the window, intently observing him. There was no fear, no hatred, not even a hint of struggle. He simply regarded the man who had seized control of his very essence, his gray eyes reflecting a desolate stillness, cleansed by the storm, and a near fatalistic, warped dependency. He had failed. The independent soul known as Lucius Malfoy had been extinguished in the tempest of that night. What remained was merely the possession of the Dark Lord, a vessel that required its master's magic for survival. He closed his eyes, accepting this ultimate reality. The final flicker of light extinguished. Platinum, after being thoroughly melted and reshaped, had lost its original luster, transforming into an object of dark beauty that perfectly suited its master's desires. The obliteration of Lucius Malfoy's selfhood was not an instantaneous event, but rather a tapestry woven from countless delicate threads, binding him tightly in a net of pathological dependency on Tom Riddle. This dependency permeated every corner of his existence, distorting his most fundamental emotions and behavioral patterns. Each morning, as Lucius awoke from an uneasy slumber, the first thing he did, before fully regaining consciousness, was to assess the state of magic within him. The depletion was significant. After a night's rest, that familiar, unsettling emptiness would arrive punctually, not violently, but persistently, like background noise, reminding him of his incompleteness. He would lie quietly on the opulent four-poster bed, his gray eyes unfocused as they gazed at the canopy above, while his body, like a finely tuned instrument, awaited the sole source of energy for its daily recalibration. He needed no clock. His biological rhythm had been synchronized to Voldemort's habits. When the clock struck a specific hour, the bedroom door would silently slide open, and Voldemort's silhouette would appear at the threshold. He made no sound, yet his very presence was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil, or rather, a deathly still, lake, instantly capturing all of Lucius's attention. Lucius did not rise, nor did he even turn his head. He merely adjusted his position slightly, his posture one of utter helplessness and submission. His gaze would follow Voldemort's movements until he approached the bedside. Voldemort typically refrains from verbal communication. Instead, he extends his hand, palm facing downward. As that frigid, formidable magic, imbued with Voldemort's unique essence, gradually seeps into him, Lucius emits an almost inaudible, sigh-like hum. He closes his eyes, his lashes trembling not in resistance, but in a profound embrace of the moment when his emptiness is filled, a sensation akin to dizzying relief. The tautness of his nerves unwinds, and a fleeting, illusory flush of color graces his pallid visage. These precious minutes constitute the sole instance during his day when he can experience a semblance of normalcy. His body has memorized this sensation, developing an insatiable yearning for it. If, on any given day, Voldemort were to arrive tardily, even by mere minutes, Lucius would begin to feel an unsettling anxiety, his fingers instinctively clutching the bed linens, the background noise of emptiness amplifying into an unbearable hum, only to be quelled upon the arrival of that figure and the infusion of magic, restoring order to his world. Afternoons are when Voldemort sometimes lingers at the manor to attend to various matters. He would commandeer Lucius's study, while Lucius is expected to remain in the same room. He is no longer permitted to immerse himself in his readings or accounts as he once did. Instead, he is placed in an exceptionally plush, spacious velvet armchair by the fireplace, swathed in a light blanket, resembling a fragile treasure under careful watch. His role is one of companionship. Lucius would sit there, his gaze seemingly lost in the void, yet all his senses, akin to a radar, are acutely attuned to Voldemort's presence. He listens to the rustle of parchment, the delicate scratch of a quill upon paper, and occasionally, the barely audible cold grunt of Voldemort's dissatisfaction. His craving for magic remains ever present, though dulled by the morning's nourishment. The need for replenishment lingers persistently. Chapter 37. The Beautiful Shell. Lucius meticulously observes Voldemort's expressions, attempting to gauge his mood. In an exceedingly humble, tentative tone, he ventures, "My lord," sensing a tinge of disquiet. He never directly demands magic. That would be too presumptuous. Instead, he merely states a fact, a situation that requires his master's judgment and resolution. Voldemort typically raises his gaze from the documents, his dark eyes sweeping over Lucius. At times, he might disregard him, allowing Lucius to languish in his escalating discomfort, a reminder of who wields control. When the magic flows in, Lucius immediately bows his head, softly murmuring, "Thank you, my lord," his voice imbued with genuine gratitude and profound relief. He no longer contemplates the humiliation beneath that gratitude. His body has accepted this distorted exchange of absolute submission for fleeting tranquility. Nighttime renders Lucius most vulnerable. The solitude of being alone, even if Voldemort is merely in the next room, and the fear of the intense craving for magic that may strike again during the protracted darkness plunge him into a state of anxious sensitivity. He often struggles to achieve deep slumber, jolted awake in a half-dream state by the stirrings of his body or that abyssal emptiness. Upon awakening, panic seizes him instantly. He curls into himself, arms tightly embracing his abdomen, as if this could somehow preserve the vestiges of magic within him. On certain nights, when this fear reaches its zenith, he engages in actions that elude his own comprehension while awake. He would glide down from his bed, barefoot, traversing the cold floor to kneel outside Voldemort's bedroom door. He refrains from knocking or uttering a sound. Instead, he quietly kneels, leaning against the frigid, intricately carved wooden door. As if this proximity could draw him nearer to the source of that power. He would press his forehead against the door panel, close his eyes, striving to sense the faint, dark ripples of Voldemort's presence within. Merely this physical closeness and mental focus seems to bestow a semblance of illusory safety, calming the turmoil within him. At times, Voldemort would be aware of his presence outside. How could he not be? The door might silently swing open, revealing Voldemort standing there, his expression inscrutable. Lucius would lift his gaze, his gray-blue eyes brimming with unresolved fear and pure dependence, akin to a rain-soaked stray seeking refuge. In such moments, Voldemort might grant him entry, permitting him to sleep on a smaller couch within the room, though devoid of direct magical sustenance. The ability to fall asleep amidst Voldemort's breathing and magical aura is for Lucius a significant blessing. He would swiftly curl up on the couch, facing away from Voldemort, as if too reverent to intrude. Yet every cell within him appears to relax, and he soon succumbs to slumber. The most tragic dependency manifests in moments of utter unconsciousness. Once, as Lucius strolled slowly through the manor's corridor, a house elf suddenly apparat before him to deliver a report. The subtle spatial distortion brought about by the magic surge triggered Lucius's heightened sensitivity. In that instant, his body stiffened, not from fright, but from an almost instinctual response, believing it to be a harbinger of Voldemort's arrival. Only upon realizing it was Dobby did that flicker of anticipation swiftly dissipate, transforming into hollowness and a sense of bewilderment at having been deceived. On another occasion, awakening from an afternoon nap, still in a haze, he sensed the familiar emptiness within. Groggily, he extended his hand, groping for the adjacent bed, mumbling indistinctly, "My lord needs." It was only upon encountering the cold, barren sheets that he jolted awake. Realizing what he had done, a wave of profound shame and despair engulfed him instantly. He withdrew his hand sharply, burying his face deep into the pillow, his shoulders trembling slightly, not from weeping, as it seemed he had lost the ability to cry, but from the terror of having his subconscious utterly conquered. Through these details, from the daily ritual of magical calibration, to the cautious pleas in the study, to the humble vigil outside the door at night, and the instinctual pursuits of his unconscious mind, Lucius Malfoy's dependence on Tom Riddle has transcended a mere physiological need. It has morphed into a terminal affliction that dominates his spirit and distorts his very identity. Lucius Malfoy has become a living tableau, showcasing absolute reliance. His platinum hair has lost its former luster, his skin has taken on a near-translucent pallor, and only his gray-blue eyes, due to persistent frailty and longing for magic, appear disproportionately large, yet increasingly vacant. Each step feels as though he is treading upon the edge of a blade. A heavy burden presses upon his spine and internal organs, rendering his breathing labored, his legs swollen and cumbersome. Yet, all these discomforts pale in comparison to the insatiable void of magic that incessantly gnaws at him. That sensation has evolved from mere craving into a sharp, searing pain, as though his very soul has been rent asunder. He finds himself nearly immobilized in that specially designed, heavily cushioned armchair. His movements become sluggish and clumsy, each slight shift potentially triggering a violent magical spasm, causing him to curl up in agony. Beads of cold sweat dotting his brow. Voldemort has become the solitary light in his existence, albeit one of hellfire, as well as his only analgesic. His appearances have become more frequent, sometimes merely to inject a brief surge of magic, alleviating the impending agony. Lucius's reliance on him has seeped into his very marrow. Like a drowning man grasping for a lifeline, he instinctively seeks the source of that magic before Voldemort's touch reaches him, his body leaning forward slightly, a muffled, yearning whimper escaping his throat. He even devised an intricate, non-verbal system of pleading. Chapter 38, The Shell. A subtle furrowing of the brow, a breath heavier than usual. All conveyed the same message to Voldemort. I need you. Voldemort, resembling a merciless beastmaster, meticulously calibrated the scales of reward and punishment. Depending on his mood, he would either grant immediate satisfaction or deliberately delay it, watching as Lucius struggled and trembled in escalating agony, until only pure, unadulterated supplication remained in those gray eyes, before he leisurely bestowed his grace. Each iteration of this cycle relentlessly pressed Lucius to the brink of collapse, etching the mark of obedience into the very depths of his soul, a brand that promised salvation only through compliance. Lucius awoke abruptly from a dream, terror seizing him in an instant. He understood what this foretold, a more intense, uncontrollable pain, and an even greater craving for magic. He struggled to ring the bell summoning the house elf, and both Dobby and another indifferent wizard, clearly one of Voldemort's, appeared swiftly. He was transported to a chamber meticulously prepared, filled with powerful analgesic and protective spells, yet permeated with the chilling aura of dark magic. Voldemort materialized, standing in the shadows of the room like a dark deity governing all, observing in silence. My lord, I beseech you, grant me magic. In the interstices of pain, he reached out a trembling hand toward the figure cloaked in shadow, his voice fragmented and broken. Voldemort remained motionless, quietly watching, his black eyes glimmering with an evaluative light in the dimness. He was waiting for Lucius to reach his limit. Time stretched infinitely, cruelly. Each new wave of excruciating pain accompanied an intensified sense of magical deprivation. Lucius felt his consciousness being devoured by suffering and emptiness. Hallucinations began to invade his mind. His vision blurred, a buzzing sound resonating in his ears. He could no longer form coherent sentences, only muttering repetitively, as if reciting a spell. Magic, please, my master. Grant me magic. In a desperate attempt to divert his attention, he began to bang his head against the soft headboard, but it proved futile. The sensation of deprivation emanating from the core of his magic was unmatched by any physical pain. Just as Lucius felt himself on the verge of being wholly consumed by darkness, his consciousness fading, Voldemort finally moved. He approached the bedside, gazing at the figure utterly destroyed by torment, reduced to a mere embodiment of biological instinct pleading for relief. He pressed his palm against Lucius's sweat-drenched forehead. In an instant, extreme pain and extreme relief alternated. Look, Lucius, your worth has finally been realized. Lucius struggled to turn his eyes, a tumult of complex emotions surging within him. Relief? Confusion? Or something deeper, an ineffable despair? He heard Voldemort's next words, akin to a final judgment. Riddle. This surname pierced through the last remnants of his vague consciousness like a cold dagger. He had become a scion of the Riddle family, the heir of Voldemort. His entire future would be inexorably intertwined with the name Riddle and his Dark Lord father. Lucius closed his eyes. He ceased to resist, ceased to struggle. He was merely a shell, a guardian of an heir named Draco Riddle. He was placed in the most luxurious and comfortable bedroom of the manor, receiving the most attentive care, with house elves and Voldemort's appointed healer ensuring his physical recovery. Chapter 39, The Role. The child, Draco, became the new and singular focal point of Lucius's world. Voldemort seemed acutely aware of how to exploit this. He did not isolate the child from Lucius. Rather, he permitted, even encouraged, Lucius to care for the infant personally. Lucius's feelings for Draco were exceedingly complex and distorted, as he gazed upon the increasingly distinct little face, blending his own platinum hair and Voldemort's sharp features. What surged forth was not pure maternal love, but a heavy mix of pain, fear, and a sense of responsibility that felt forcibly branded upon him. Voldemort astutely capitalized on this complexity. He would place the crying Draco directly into Lucius's arms. As Lucius fumbled, instinctively attempting to soothe the baby, Voldemort would watch with cold indifference, then casually remark, "When Draco is calm, the magic within you seems to maintain a fragile equilibrium. Yet when Draco cries, and the magic falters, Lucius, you feel that familiar restlessness and lurking emptiness." Voldemort wielded absolute control over this dynamic. He would sometimes deliberately leave Lucius alone to contend with the incessantly wailing Draco, observing him grow pale and helpless due to the fluctuations in the baby's magic, until Lucius nearly collapsed, casting a pleading glance toward him. Only then would he step forward, gently stroking Draco's forehead to quiet him, while simultaneously pressing a hand against Lucius's nape, infusing him with a cold surge of magic, alleviating the discomfort of both father and son, or rather, the owner and his possession and progeny. That sensation of being filled could temporarily dispel the void and disorientation within him, bringing a fleeting moment of false tranquility. He no longer needed to plead for extreme pain. Yet he would humbly seek that moment of normalcy. One evening, as Draco had just fallen asleep, the room was enveloped in silence. Lucius sat alone by the window, watching the setting sun gradually descend. The familiar, unfounded emptiness crept back in, not violently, but sufficiently to render him restless. He rose, drifting out of the bedroom like a wraith, arriving at the door of Voldemort's habitual study. The door was tightly shut, lacking the courage to knock. He silently knelt on the carpet outside, resting his forehead against the cold door. This time, he neither wept nor uttered a sound. He simply knelt in silence, as if it were a ritual, an expression of belonging and supplication. After an indeterminate period, the study door opened soundlessly. Voldemort stood within, observing the figure kneeling on the floor, his black eyes devoid of surprise, only a deep, all-encompassing satisfaction. Lucius raised his head. The struggle or humiliation once evident in his gray eyes had vanished, replaced by a profound silence, akin to a deep well of dependence. He spoke softly, his voice hoarse. "My lord, I feel somewhat hollow." He could scarcely articulate the need for magic, yet this was the pinnacle of his pleading. Voldemort uttered no words, merely extending a hand. Almost impatiently, yet with a careful humility, Lucius inched forward, gently pressing his forehead against Voldemort's icy palm. As that familiar flow of magic coursed into him, he emitted a barely audible sigh of satisfaction, closing his eyes, his body relaxing slightly, like a parched plant finally receiving water. In that moment, there was no resistance, no resentment, only a twisted sense of fulfillment. Even within this humble dependency, he discovered a warped sense of existence. Look, his master still needed him, still required his magic to nourish him. The name Draco Riddle echoed like an eternal curse throughout every corner of Malfoy Manor. Voldemort never missed an opportunity to emphasize this surname. He would hold Draco and say to Lucius, "Look, how powerful the bloodline of the Riddle family is." He would request Lucius to whisper the name Riddle while lulling Draco to sleep, as if to instill a sense of belonging in the child from infancy. Lucius bore this silently, even beginning to actively avoid mentioning the Malfoy surname in Draco's presence, treating it as a taboo, a word that might invoke displeasure from his master. The illustrious history of the Malfoy family, its ancient glory, seemed to fade into the background, rendered distant and indistinct by the implantation of the name Riddle. He understood that Voldemort was not merely stripping him of his past, but also suffocating his child's future. From the moment of his birth, Draco Riddle's path in life had been meticulously charted by his Dark Lord father to become a powerful, pure-blood heir devoted to Voldemort's cause. Lucius, along with his mother, bore the singular responsibility of ensuring the smooth development of this heir while maintaining absolute obedience and dependence throughout the process. Cradling Draco, Lucius gazed upon the infant's pure, untainted visage as he slept, a cold numbness enveloping his heart. This child was both his salvation and his damnation. It was through this child that he had completely relinquished any notion of rebellion, accepting the fate of being a possession. Moreover, this child had become the most steadfast shackle Voldemort had imposed around his neck, rendering him utterly devoid of even the right to despair. Chapter 40. A tranquil refuge outside the war. Lucius could only hold this warm, small body within the splendid cage named after his family's surname, singing a silent lullaby belonging to the Riddle lineage until eternity. Platinum was ultimately forged into a shape pleasing to the master, losing all its edges and brilliance, becoming a silent yet beautiful adornment upon the dark throne. Time seemed to stand still at Malfoy Manor, flowing slowly and heavily. Lucius Malfoy's body, under careful, or rather, strictly monitored, nurturing, gradually recovered, Yet the hollow sensation of having his soul drained felt as though it had permanently settled deep within his gray-blue eyes. His life had formed a new, tragic rhythm. Each day revolved around Draco and Voldemort. In the early morning, he would awaken either to the infant's cries or to that insatiable, faint emptiness within himself. Lucius would quietly gaze out the window, his face devoid of expression, as if merely fulfilling a necessary task. Voldemort's nourishment remained a quotidian aspect of his existence, although it no longer pertained to life and death. It had become an essential for maintaining his mental stability. Sometimes after breakfast, sometimes in the afternoon, Voldemort would appear in the nursery or his sitting room. Without uttering a word, Lucius would quietly approach him, slightly bowing his head, or, upon Voldemort's seated arrival, obediently kneeling on the carpet at his feet, gently resting his forehead against the other's knee. This was a silent plea, a ritual of confirming his belonging. Voldemort would read certain dark tomes or reports from Death Eaters, casually placing his hand upon Lucius's platinum hair or caressing the nape of his neck, infusing him with that cold, familiar magic. Lucius would close his eyes in response to this touch and flow of magic, his body relaxing slightly, akin to a cat being stroked against the grain, drawing twisted comfort from it. He had even begun to cherish these moments, for only then could the void and confusion within him be temporarily filled, as if the clamor of the world and his own suffering had receded. Draco was growing day by day, his features becoming increasingly defined, revealing the exquisite contours of Lucius and the nascent depth of Voldemort's eyes. He babbled, the first clear syllable emerging as a vague "ma," but soon, under Voldemort's conscious guidance and Lucius's unconscious avoidance, this term became the designation for Lucius. While the word father unequivocally belonged to Voldemort, Lucius's feelings toward Draco were an exceedingly complex amalgamation. He carefully tended to the child, ensuring his comfort and safety, and when alone, he would gaze at the child's sleeping face with an almost greedy intensity. Perhaps this was biological instinct, or perhaps in this endless darkness, the child had become the only warm presence he could touch. Yet he was acutely aware that this child was the source of all his suffering, the most effective chain Voldemort had bound him with. Each embrace of Draco intensified the sensation of that invisible shackle tightening around him. Voldemort would often hold Draco, speaking to Lucius in an unquestionable tone. Such words repeatedly reinforced Lucius's position as a vessel, a guardian, a tool serving the Riddle bloodline. Once, when Draco fell ill with a high fever and cried incessantly, Lucius was consumed with anxiety. That familiar agitation and emptiness arising from the child's unstable magic returning with a vengeance. He paced helplessly with the burning child in his arms, on the verge of collapse. Voldemort arrived upon hearing the news. He did not immediately cast a healing spell, but first cast a cold glance at Lucius, observing his pale face and the panic in his eyes before methodically waving his wand, stabilizing Draco's condition. When the child finally drifted into a peaceful slumber, Lucius collapsed in exhaustion beside the cradle. Voldemort approached from behind, placing a hand on his shoulder, cold magic surging into him, alleviating his discomfort. You see, Voldemort's voice resonated above him. Without me, you cannot even care for him. You and he both need me. Lucius bowed his head, offering no rebuttal, even finding agreement with this statement. In his extreme fear and dependence, he had internalized Voldemort's existence as an essential for both his and his son's survival. As the war escalated outside, the clashes between the Order of the Phoenix and Death Eaters were frequently heard. Yet Malfoy Manor remained a strangely tranquil refuge amidst the storm. Voldemort regarded it as a relatively safe stronghold, as well as the location of his family. Lucius had thoroughly distanced himself from it all. He no longer cared for the news in the Daily Prophet, nor did he heed the rumors of disappearances and attacks. Narcissa's letters lay abandoned in the depths of a drawer, unanswered. When Severus Snape occasionally visited as a Death Eater to report, Lucius ignored the complex gaze directed at him. His world had contracted to encompass only this manor, the Draco in his arms, and the master who controlled everything. A morbid peace enveloped him. He no longer felt the agony of struggle, for the struggle itself had been proven futile and would only yield greater pain. He no longer felt intense humiliation, for his dignity had long been eroded through repeated pleas. He even began to find a twisted calm in this absolute dependence and submission. When Voldemort stroked his hair, when that cold magic flowed into him, and when Draco slept peacefully in his embrace, these moments constructed a grotesque, yet singularly perceptible stability for him. One night, he knelt at Voldemort's feet, his forehead resting lightly against the other's knee, receiving the customary magical reassurance. The room was silent, save for the crackling of the flames in the fireplace. Voldemort's hand absently combed through his long hair. Lucius closed his eyes, feeling that familiar coldness and control wash over him. Strangely, his mind was blank, devoid of hate or love, only a profound, near-nihilistic exhaustion and a sense of resignation. He knew he had reached his end. Chapter 41. The Surrender of the Soul. The soul known as Lucius Malfoy has perished. What remains alive is merely a caretaker named Draco Riddle, a hollow shell of Voldemort's possessions. Yet, within this shell, he no longer suffers, nor does he live in fear. His master requires him, the child needs him, and that is sufficient. This encapsulates the entirety of his existence. He shifted slightly, nestling more closely against the frigid source, as if it were the sole, albeit distorted, sanctuary in this chilling world. Platinum, ultimately, did not attain rebirth in the flames of fervor, but rather, in eternal darkness and frost, losing its last vestige of warmth, transforming into an object that perfectly aligned with the Master's aesthetic, submissive and exquisite. Time has etched marks upon Malfoy Manor, yet it has failed to alter the solidified, icy atmosphere within. Draco Riddle, from an infant in swaddling clothes, gradually evolved into a toddler taking his first unsteady steps, endowed with delicate platinum hair and a pair of profound black eyes mirroring those of Voldemort. He became the sole vibrant, yet most unyielding chain within this opulent cage. Voldemort's attention towards Draco was imbued with an absolute possessiveness over his own bloodline and power. He personally assessed Draco's burgeoning magical abilities, instructing him in the simplest of spells, already tinged with darkness. He would hold Draco, pointing at the Slytherin tapestry upon the wall, imparting in an undeniable tone, "Remember, you bear the most noble blood. You are the heir of Riddle." Meanwhile, Lucius played the role of the silent, compliant maternal figure, responsible for Draco's daily existence, ensuring his attire was perpetually immaculate and his manners impeccable. In Voldemort's absence, he would embrace Draco, standing by the window, pointing at the white peacocks in the estate, speaking in a gentle yet hollow voice. "Look, Draco, that is a peacock." He meticulously avoided recounting any history of the Malfoy family, steering clear of any tales that might contradict Riddle's will. His world, his knowledge, were strictly confined within the boundaries permitted by Voldemort. Draco harbored a child's instinctive attachment to Lucius. He would call out Mama in a soft, sweet voice and seek refuge in Lucius's embrace during moments of fear. Each time the child relied on him in such a manner, a subtle ripple of mixed pain and a twisted sense of satisfaction coursed through Lucius's heart. This was the only semblance of a genuine emotional connection he could experience. Yet he was acutely aware of the terrifying foundation upon which it was built. On one occasion, while attempting to grasp a floating magical orb, Draco accidentally fell, scraping his knee, and burst into tears. Lucius instinctively rushed over, cradling him with tenderness, whispering soothing words. Just then, Voldemort entered. He did not gaze at the weeping Draco but instead fixed his eyes upon Lucius's face, etched with worry and sorrow. "It is but a minor injury, Lucius." Voldemort's voice was frigid. "The heir of Riddle should not exhibit such weakness. Your excessive nurturing will dull his edge." Lucius's arms, which held Draco, stiffened. The concern etched on his face swiftly dissipated, replaced by a familiar, submissive numbness. He bowed his head and softly replied, "You are right, my lord. I have acted inappropriately." Gently, he set down the still sniffling Draco, stepping aside as he watched Voldemort cast a simple healing spell to cease the child's cries. Then addressed Draco in a tone bordering on coldness. "Remember, pain is the excuse of the weak. Strength is the eternal truth." Lucius lingered in the shadows, observing this scene, as the icy wasteland within his heart seemed to expand further. Even the right to express maternal concern had been stripped from him. His purpose was solely to ensure the preservation of this precious possession, polished according to his master's desires. His dependency on Voldemort's magic had become an intrinsic part of his existence, akin to breathing. Only Voldemort's power could momentarily satiate this hunger, bringing a fleeting, false sense of wholeness. He began to actively seek this connection, no longer passively waiting. At times, he would prepare Voldemort's favorite tea, quietly kneeling beside him as he drank, resting his head gently upon his knee. On other occasions, while Voldemort read, he would massage his tense shoulders, his fingertips delicately seeking to please. These actions no longer carried a profound sense of humiliation. Conversely, when he felt Voldemort seemingly accepting his servitude and rewarding him with that chilling power, a pathetic, distorted sense of satisfaction would rise within him. One fateful night, Lucius awoke from a nightmare, haunted by the dungeons of Hogwarts, green flames, and endless agony. He was drenched in cold sweat. The familiar emptiness originating from his soul gripped him once more fiercely than ever. Without a moment's hesitation, as though driven by instinct, he padded barefoot, like a specter, through the dim corridors, arriving at Voldemort's bedroom door. He did not even kneel. He simply slumped against the door, pressing his cheek against the cold wood, murmuring in a low voice, repeatedly, "My master, I need you, I beseech you." His voice brimmed with helplessness and pure dependence, akin to a child lost in darkness. The door swiftly opened. Voldemort stood within, clad in his dark robe, seemingly unperturbed by sleep. He gazed at Lucius, curled at the threshold, frail and vulnerable, with a glimmer of profound, dark delight in his eyes. He extended his hand, not to lift him, but to press directly upon Lucius's head. A powerful surge of magic flowed in, instantly dispelling the fear and bone-deep emptiness brought forth by the nightmare. Lucius emitted a whimper, not of pain, but of relief. He hungrily absorbed this power, his body ceased trembling, and his breath gradually steadied. He lifted his head, through tear-streaked eyes, gazing at Voldemort's face. Strikingly pale and handsome in the shadows. In that moment, all his inner turmoil, all the wise, all nostalgic recollections of the past, evaporated entirely. He reached out with a trembling hand, grasping the hem of Voldemort's robe, pressing his forehead against it, and with a voice tinged with tears yet strikingly clear, he declared, "I am yours. Always only you can make me whole." This was his ultimate surrender, the capitulation of his soul. Chapter 42, Awakening. Voldemort looked down upon him, his hand still resting in Lucius's hair, gently stroking. "Yes, you finally understand." His voice was deep and magnetic, resonating in the stillness of the night. Akin to a final judgment, yet also a twisted requiem. "Your peace resides solely in my hands." From that night onward, Lucius Malfoy attained a peculiar, stagnant tranquility. He continued to care for Draco, maintained the estate, within the confines permitted by Voldemort, and still, when necessary, submissively knelt at his master's feet, seeking solace in magic and spiritual anchoring. Yet, he no longer harbored inner conflict. That proud, tormented, struggling soul had been utterly silenced. He even began to find a distorted sense of security within this absolute, unquestionable sense of belonging. No longer needing to ponder, no longer needing to choose, only needing to obey. Obedience would nourish him. Obedience would ensure Draco's safety. He became Voldemort's most perfect creation, a beautiful, compliant, powerful, on the condition of dependence, an eternally bound living possession. Sometimes, as the sun set, he would hold Draco, standing atop the highest tower of Malfoy Manor, gazing out at the forbidden forest and the distant horizon, where a fleeting glimmer of faint, elusive bewilderment would flash in his gray-blue eyes. This is his fate, his final resting place. In the embrace of darkness, he ultimately discovered his solace. Yet, this tranquility was forged from humiliation, dependency, and the death of his spirit. Platinum ceased all struggles and radiance, fully melding into the surrounding darkness, becoming a silent and exquisite silhouette amid the eternal night. He no longer yearned for dawn, for darkness had become his sole, familiar homeland. As time passed, Draco Malfoy's 11th birthday approached. He had transformed into a diminutive version of himself, blending Lucius's refined appearance with Voldemort's chilling demeanor. His meticulously styled platinum hair and black eyes bore the weight of premature scrutiny and arrogance. Under Voldemort's direct tutelage, his grasp of dark magic far surpassed that of his peers, and his adherence to the ideology of pure-blood supremacy was deeply entrenched. Throughout these 11 years, Lucius Malfoy had flawlessly embodied the role of a compliant vessel and silent guardian, akin to an antique piece of furniture, beautiful, tranquil, indispensable, yet seemingly devoid of a voice. His reliance on Voldemort had woven itself into the fabric of his daily existence, becoming as natural as breathing. The routine magical soothing he received was akin to a dose required by an addict to maintain his superficial calm. However, mere months before Draco's birthday, subtle changes began to manifest. Initially, these were fleeting moments. When Voldemort placed his hand upon the nape of Lucius's neck, infusing him with cold magic, Lucius sensed a disquiet. The sensation was no longer pure, a desire for fulfillment, but rather tinged with a faint, almost imperceptible repulsion. It was as if, after enduring over a decade of forced nourishment, his body began to develop a certain resistance, or rather, the effects of the potion that had forcibly altered his physiology were, with the passage of time, gradually receding like a waning tide. This feeling was ephemeral, soon submerged beneath the deeper inertia of dependence. Yet that fleeting clarity was akin to a stone cast into stagnant waters, creating subtle ripples. Shortly thereafter, he noticed that his endurance without Voldemort's magical soothing seemed to lengthen. Previously, if Voldemort delayed his nourishment due to pressing matters, that familiar void and restlessness would quickly engulf him. Now, he sometimes managed to endure for an hour or two. And although the pain persisted, the sense of impending collapse appeared to diminish. The most alarming instance occurred while he was assisting Draco with a paper on the history of magic, the version altered by Voldemort. Draco, in a tone reminiscent of Voldemort, asserted, "The existence of mudbloods is a blight upon the wizarding world. Their eventual eradication is inevitable, as my father has said. In that moment, witnessing the coldness on his son's face, one so uncharacteristic of his age, an overwhelming, long-forgotten sense of nausea and fear seized Lucius. This was not the first time he had encountered such rhetoric, yet this time, it felt as though a veil that had shrouded his mind for 11 years had been momentarily lifted. He recognized how he had numbly listened to these sentiments over the years, how he had nurtured his Draco into a miniature, fervent follower of Voldemort within such an environment of discourse. No, a faint yet unmistakably clear voice erupted within him. That night, upon Voldemort's return, he embraced Lucius as usual, his cold magic attempting to provide comfort. Yet this time, Lucius's body stiffened. The familiar flow of magic no longer brought peace. Instead, it pierced through his recently revived, fragile nerve endings like icy needles. He nearly expended the entirety of his remaining willpower accumulated over 11 years to suppress the impulse to push Voldemort away. Yet his fingertips betrayed him, digging deeply into his palms, leaving marks that would linger for months. Voldemort, acutely aware of his rigidity, narrowed his dark eyes dangerously, scrutinizing the suddenly less compliant body in his grasp. "What is it, Lucius?" His voice remained steady, yet a barely perceptible chill laced it. Lucius forced himself to relax, burying his face in Voldemort's opulent garments to conceal the turmoil roiling within his eyes, and responded, as steadily as he could, "It is nothing, my lord, merely fatigue." Voldemort did not press further, yet in the days that followed, Lucius felt that scrutinizing gaze upon him with increasing frequency. He knew that his master was suspicious. He had to be more cautious. The turning point arrived a week prior to Draco's birthday. Voldemort received urgent intelligence indicating that a final confrontation with the Order of the Phoenix was imminent. He had to depart immediately to strategize, leaving no time for the customary magical soothing. With a flurry of orders to keep an eye on Draco and the manor, he vanished into emerald flames, accompanied by a cadre of core Death Eaters. Chapter 43, The Preparation for Escape. The manor fell abruptly silent. In the initial hours, Lucius was tormented by the familiar sense of emptiness, restless and uneasy. But as time passed, the faint resistance born from the waning effects of the potion began to surface. The pain remained, yet it was no longer unbearable. More importantly, his thoughts became unprecedentedly clear. For the first time in 11 years, his mind operated at full capacity without Voldemort's magical interference. Those suppressed memories, distorted perceptions, and extinguished pride surged forth like a tide unleashed from its seal, crashing against the dam of his consciousness. He approached the dressing mirror, gazing at the pale, beautiful man with hollow eyes that had remained so for 11 years. He traced his still youthful visage, maintained by the effects of magic and potions, now seemingly etched with invisible wrinkles. "Lucius Malfoy," he rasped, uttering the name he had nearly forgotten. A mad and perilous scheme rapidly took shape in his mind. Escape. He must leave this place. While he still possessed a thread of lucidity, while Voldemort was occupied, while the shackles of the potion seemed to show signs of fracture, he understood the daunting nature of this endeavor. His body and mind were already accustomed to Voldemort's presence. The withdrawal would be a torment akin to hell. He also comprehended that the consequences of failure would be far more dreadful than death, a perpetual abyss. Yet, for the soul that had just begun to rediscover itself in the mirror, for the Draco born of error yet still coursing with his blood, he had to try. His gaze turned toward a hidden compartment in the manor, one that perhaps even Voldemort had not noticed. There lay the remnants of his father's legacy, along with his wand, long sealed away for 11 years. Hope flickered like a candle in the wind, frail yet stubbornly ignited. The soul of Platinum, after a protracted freeze, finally endeavored to pry open the heavy lid of its coffin. The path to freedom would inevitably be fraught with thorns and invisible chains. His escape would unfold as a dual war against his own dependencies and external threats. The Malfoy Manor, post-Voldemort's departure, resembled a grand tomb from which the evil core had been extracted, silent to the point of suffocation. In the stillness, Lucius Malfoy waged a silent, yet fierce battle against the magical dependency that had ensnared him for 11 long years. The initial 24 hours proved to be the most arduous. Without Voldemort's daily magical nourishment, the profound emptiness washed over him like a relentless tide, repeatedly eroding his resolve. It is not always a sharp pain. Rather, it manifests as a pervasive, overwhelming sense of deprivation, as if his very essence has been hollowed out, leaving behind merely a shell yearning to be filled. His limbs are frigid, trembling slightly, cold sweat saturating his silk shirt. His mind uncontrollably replays the moment when Voldemort infused him with power, that fleeting, illusory tranquility. Every cell within him screams in longing, and reason teeters precariously in the face of his body's intense demands. He locks himself in the bedroom, curling into the darkest corner of the room. biting down hard on a piece of cork to stifle any cries of agony that might attract unwanted attention, despite the fact that most of the household staff has been taken by Voldemort. He repeatedly caresses the cracked Malfoy ring on his finger, attempting to siphon a semblance of cold comfort from his ancestral lineage. "Hold on, Lucius, you must endure," he whispers to himself, his voice hoarse, his gray-blue eyes bloodshot from pain and enforced wakefulness. He knows this is merely the beginning. The waning of the potion's side effects is a slow and unstable process, during which withdrawal symptoms will manifest repeatedly. Yet he must seize this brief window of opportunity while Voldemort is otherwise occupied. In the fleeting moments of clarity amid the agony, Lucius's mind races at an unprecedented speed. He recalls every corner of the manor, every secret passage, every ancient magical mechanism that Voldemort may not have completely dominated. His objective is clear: to locate his wand, procure sufficient funds, the kind that cannot be traced by magic, and then vanish completely. The wand is paramount. Without it, he cannot navigate the magical realm, let alone conceal himself in the Muggle world. He vividly remembers how, shortly after his complete submission 11 years ago, Voldemort took custody of his wand and concealed it. The most likely locations are the concealed chamber in the study, protected by layers of dark magic, or the ultimate hiding place behind the statue in the family library that his father, Abraxas, once mentioned, a place even Voldemort may not be aware of. He cannot act recklessly. A few house elves, bound by loyalty charms, remain in the manor, as does the indifferent wizard planted beside him, ostensibly to assist, but in truth to surveil. Any unusual magical fluctuations or behaviors could trigger alarms. He takes advantage of the pretense of teaching Draco and strolling in the garden, feigning melancholy due to Voldemort's absence, to meticulously observe and identify the gaps in surveillance. He discovers that during the late hours of the night, the vigilance of the monitoring wizard diminishes significantly. He chooses the third night after Voldemort's departure for his plan of action. Lucius feigns severe illness, which is not entirely a falsehood, lulling Draco to sleep early before returning to his own bedroom. As the ancient clock of the manor tolls midnight, he swallows a small vial of potent sleeping potion, a concoction he secretly brewed years ago, hidden within the minuscule space of his ring, creating the illusion of slumber. Then, he employs almost forgotten stealth techniques learned in childhood while playing hide-and-seek with his father, moving like a pale shadow, silently slipping out of the bedroom. The corridor is dim, illuminated only by the pale light of the moon filtering through high windows. He avoids the patrolling house elves, his heart pounding like a drum, each step akin to walking on the edge of a knife. The physical withdrawal symptoms have not receded. Waves of emptiness and dull pain torment him, but he forcibly suppresses them with sheer willpower. He arrives at the family library, the massive statue of Salazar Slytherin, which bears witness to the glories and stains of the Malfoy lineage, appears particularly ominous under the moonlight. He holds his breath, recalling the slurred whispers of his father in drunken stupor, and presses his hands against specific decorative serpentine carvings on the statue's base. Click! A barely audible mechanism triggers, and a narrow entrance, just wide enough for one to pass through, silently opens at the base of the statue. The musty scent of aged parchment and magical dust envelopes him. Without hesitation, Lucius slips inside. Chapter 44. Escape to the Muggle world. The hidden compartment is small, containing no treasures of gold or silver, but rather a few scrolls of magically encrypted family histories. A small bag of unmarked Muggle gemstones acquired through illicit channels from Gringotts, a contingency plan devised by Abraxas, and his hawthorn wand, resting quietly upon a velvet cushion. After 11 years of separation, as his fingertips once again touch the smooth wood grain, an indescribable warmth, a blend of sorrow and faint hope, surges through him. The wand quivers slightly, as if responding to its old master's call. He grips the wand tightly, feeling the long-forgotten sensation of magic coursing smoothly between his veins and the wand's core. In that moment, he truly feels alive again, if only for an instant. Time is of the essence. Stuffing the gemstones into his pocket, he swiftly exits the compartment, the statue's base closing silently behind him. Before fleeing the manor, there is one place he must visit. He glides like a specter to Draco's bedroom door. The door is ajar, and he gently pushes it open wider. In the moonlight, Draco sleeps soundly, his platinum hair spread across the pillow, his youthful face still bearing a trace of childhood innocence, though this innocence is increasingly eroded by dark ideologies. A sharp pang grips Lucius's heart. He longs to enter, to caress his son's face one last time. To tell him what? To confess that his father is a coward, abandoning him to flee? Or to reveal the truth, the harsh reality that could shatter an 11-year-old's world? He cannot utter a single word. He simply stands there, silently and greedily gazing at Draco's serene visage, as if to etch this moment into his very soul. Tears fall silently. carrying with them an endless tide of guilt and sorrow. "I'm sorry, Draco," he whispers in his heart, "but I must leave. Only by departing can I reclaim myself. Perhaps, in the future, I will possess the strength to truly protect you." He turns abruptly, not daring to look back. To linger even a second longer might shatter his resolve. Utilizing his wand, he effortlessly bypasses the manor's remaining protective enchantments, primarily designed to guard against external threats. He reaches the farthest edge of the estate, a desolate stretch near the Forbidden Forest. Here, the magical surveillance is at its weakest. He glances back for one last look at the Malfoy manor, looming like a colossal pale coffin in the night. There lies buried his youth, dignity, and freedom of 11 years. Then, he raises his wand and casts the disillusionment charm upon himself, his form gradually melding into the shadows. Immediately, he begins a weary trek in the opposite direction of the magical world, toward the unknown realm of Muggles. A world fraught with rejection, yet also imbued with the promise of freedom. Each step is accompanied by physical agony and spiritual torment. The withdrawal symptoms gnaw at him like a relentless parasite, while his longing for Draco weighs upon his soul like heavy chains. The fear of Voldemort's pursuit hovers above him like a sword of Damocles, rendering him perpetually on edge. Yet he does not falter. The Platinum Spectre has finally broken free from its opulent cage, plunging into the vast and indifferent darkness. His journey of escape has only just begun, and the Muggle world will serve as both a crucible for his rebirth and a trial marked by the unending pain of withdrawal. His future is shrouded in uncertainty and hardship, but at the very least, he has taken the first step toward freedom. In the initial days after fleeing Malfoy Manor, Lucius Malfoy feels akin to a traveler lost in an endless desert, each step teetering on the brink of reality and collapse. Employing the disillusionment charm and the Muggle-repelling charm, he moves like an invisible shadow, traversing the English countryside and towns, skillfully avoiding main roads and crowds. The withdrawal symptoms from Voldemort's powers were far more ferocious and enduring than he had anticipated. No longer merely a sense of emptiness, it had transformed into a cyclical, excruciating physical agony. It felt as though countless icy needles were traversing through his marrow, sapping him of all strength, followed by spasms of muscle cramping and a searing pain akin to that of burnt nerve endings. This torment was especially intense around 5 or 6 o'clock each afternoon, like a precise, malevolent clock, reminding him that during the past 11 years, this moment was typically when Voldemort returned to nourish himself. He would curl up in the corner of a musty motel room, which he had exchanged for some Muggle currency using a small gem, or amidst the hay in an abandoned barn. Teeth clenched around the leather of his gloves, drenched in cold sweat, enduring wave after wave of torment. In his mind, the fleeting, illusory tranquility he felt when channeling magic would whisper to him like a demonic temptation. In those moments, he nearly capitulated, yearning to apparate back to that opulent cage, just to escape this ceaseless agony. Yet he resisted. Clutching the cracked ring tightly, he summoned the remnants of his willpower to combat the cries of his body. He recalled Draco's increasingly callous gaze under Voldemort's influence, and the faint semblance of himself he had rediscovered before that mirror. These memories flickered like a candle flame swaying in a tempest, fragile yet sustaining him against the abyss. Beyond the physical torment lay immense psychological discomfort and alienation. Everything in the Muggle world felt foreign, cacophonous, even vulgar. The glaring neon lights, the deafening mechanical clamor, and the bizarre amalgamation of scents assaulted his hypersensitive nerves. He forced himself to adapt. The first order of business was to resolve issues of identity and survival, utilizing a simple confundus charm. He obtained identification under the name Luke Maverly from a municipal clerk in a remote town, an orphan half-blood of French descent with a small inheritance and a reclusive disposition. This name possessed a hint of elegance reminiscent of his true name, while remaining sufficiently mundane to evade attention. He exchanged the remaining gems for a considerable sum of Muggle currency, renting a small, dilapidated apartment in an inconspicuous, yet relatively safe area of London, complete with a tiny loft that could serve as his makeshift workshop and refuge. Opting for the top floor, he found it quieter and less prone to disturbances. Lucius strictly adhered to his self-imposed isolation. He ventured outside only for essential errands, purchasing copious high-neck sweaters, long-sleeved shirts, and several pairs of high-quality black leather gloves. Whether indoors or outdoors, he dressed meticulously, ensuring that no skin was exposed except for a small portion of his face and neck. The touch of others, even the unintentional contact during a cashier's change, would cause him to recoil sharply as if electrocuted, triggering waves of visceral nausea and panic. His gray eyes remained cast downward, avoiding any form of eye contact, exuding an aura of frigid detachment that discouraged interaction. Chapter 45. The first earnings magic had become an exceedingly paradoxical element in Lucius Malfoy's life. He relied upon it, for instance, utilizing nonverbal, wandless cleaning charms to tidy his quarters and preservation charms to maintain food temperature. Yet he feared employing it. Each invocation of magic, no matter how minuscule the incantation, could attract the attention of the ministry or, worse still, be sensed by Voldemort or his minions. Although the dark mark on his left arm no longer burned, it remained a latent tracker. He concealed his wand in a dark compartment of the loft that had been shielded by a protective enchantment, using it only in dire necessity or when assured of safety. Most of the time, he compelled himself to live as a true muggle, learning to operate those foolish electrical appliances. He burned out a kettle before understanding how to use it, washing clothes by hand, a process that filled him with an unbearable sense of filth and tedium. And purchasing food in the noisy markets, his discerning palate found most muggle food repulsive. However, the intelligence and talent of the Malfoys had not been extinguished. After the initial chaos and discomfort, he began to observe this unfamiliar world with a calm demeanor. He noted the Muggles' astonishing interest and purchasing power for antiques, handcrafted items, and objects imbued with mystery. A notion blossomed within him. During the evening hours when the withdrawal symptoms were slightly subdued, he began to experiment at the workbench in his loft. He refrained from employing any overt magic, instead relying on the extensive knowledge he had gleaned from his family's library regarding metallurgy, gem cutting, and historical styles. Along with his hands, encased in dragonhide gloves, but still steady and dexterous, he meticulously polished, shaped, and set inexpensive metal scraps and artificial gems he had salvaged from the Muggle market using exceptionally fine tools. He emulated the styles of the medieval and Renaissance periods, crafting brooches, tie clips, and small ornaments. His creations emanated an ineffable sense of antiquity and refinement, as if they were imbued with the stories of ages past. He sold a few finished pieces to a seemingly upscale antique shop. The proprietor, a bespectacled and astute elderly woman, scrutinized the Victorian-style silver grapevine brooch he had replicated under a magnifying glass for quite some time before offering a price that far exceeded the value of the materials. "Quite a unique technique, Mr. Maverly," she remarked, her eyes glinting with curiosity. "It almost resembles ancient craftsmanship. Where did you learn such skills?" Lucius, now Luke, merely inclined his head slightly, responding in his deliberately maintained, slightly accented English, "A family tradition, madam. Nothing of consequence." He did not require many clients, merely a stable and discreet source of income. This shop seemed to fit the bill. As he left the establishment, clutching a stack of Muggle banknotes, and walked through the damp, chilly streets of London, an odd sensation surged within him. It was not joy, but rather a sense of control. With his intellect and hands, he had earned his first earnings entirely belonging to Luke Maverly in this wholly alien world, without relying on magic, the wealth of the Malfoys, or Voldemort. He lifted his gaze, allowing the cold raindrops to fall upon his face, feeling their subtle sting. The physical pain of withdrawal persisted, his longing for Draco akin to a phantom ache, and fear never strayed far from him. Yet in this foreign, hostile land, he, Lucius Malfoy, or rather Luke Maverly, had at last clumsily, painfully, yet resolutely, begun to plant the first fragile roots that belonged solely to him. The specter of platinum began to navigate the shadows of Muggles, learning how to exist as a person rather than a mere possession. This path was fraught with thorns and exceedingly long, yet he had set forth on the journey. Luke Maverly's life was built upon an exceedingly unstable foundation of his own suffering. The withdrawal symptoms commencing each afternoon at 5 o'clock served as a precise and cruel physiological alarm clock, dragging him into hours of hell. This rendered him incapable of undertaking any work that required a fixed schedule or frequent interaction with others. His cramped apartment loft functioned as both a sanctuary from the outside world and a cell in which he endured his torment. The elderly woman, named Agnes Weatherby from the antique shop, had become one of Lucius's few relatively stable connections to the outside world. She is astute, yet not excessively inquisitive, seemingly content with the lineage he offers as an explanation, and she expresses profound admiration for the unique antiquity and exquisite craftsmanship of his creations. She begins to place regular orders with him, requesting specific styles or themes for her adornments. Lucius keenly discerns that Agnes may not be an entirely ordinary Muggle. There exists within her a faint yet unmistakable residual aura of magic, as if she had once encountered the arcane or perhaps possesses ancestral ties to wizardry. Occasionally, she employs archaic sayings reminiscent of wizardry, and her understanding of certain symbols and emblems surpasses that of a typical Muggle. Lucius prudently refrains from addressing this directly, yet he adjusts his approach. He begins to intricately weave subtle, ancient runes or sigils imbued with faintly positive magical connotations, such as protection and tranquility, into his pieces. These effects are minuscule, nearly undetectable, yet they bestow an ineffable spirit upon the items, rendering them increasingly appealing to sensitive clientele. Indeed, Agnes takes note of this transformation. One day, as she inspects a batch of newly crafted cufflinks, adorned with improperly cut gemstones, which are, in fact, variations of ancient protective runes, she adjusts her glasses and gazes deeply at Lucius. Your lineage, Mr. Malfoy, is more profound than I had imagined. Her gaze seems capable of piercing the confines of his high-necked sweater, observing the unusual patterns that evoke memories of tales recounted by her grandmother. An alertness stirs within Lucius. Though he maintains a facade of calmness, merely inclining his head slightly, ancient crafts often possess unique legacies, Mrs. Weasley. Enhancing the allure of our creations is a shared objective, is it not? Agnes refrains from further probing, simply handing him a payment that is more generous than usual. An unspoken understanding forms between them. For Lucius, Agnes serves as a bridge into the Muggle realm, providing a stable income, yet she also represents a potential risk that warrants vigilance. The withdrawal symptoms remain Lucius's greatest adversary. The sense of deprivation stemming from his magical core descends upon him each evening with relentless precision, akin to the tides. It is not merely pain, it embodies a profound, disquieting sense of incompleteness, as though a part of his very essence has been brutally excised. To combat this torment, he has developed a stringent regimen. Chapter 46, The Vine Brooch. Every afternoon at 4 o'clock, regardless of his activities, Lucius halts. He retreats to his apartment, secures the door, draws the heavy curtains, isolating himself from the outside world. He sits at the workbench in the attic or simply cross-legged on the cold floor. He begins to experiment with a method that amalgamates remnants of mind-closing techniques with meditation practices gleaned from the Muggle world. He no longer attempts to forcibly suppress or isolate the pain. Such efforts have proven futile. Instead, he endeavors to observe it as a detached onlooker, watching how the pain flows and shifts within him. He focuses on his breath, on the texture of the rough wooden floor beneath his fingertips, on the distant, filtered sounds of the city beyond the window. This process proves excruciatingly arduous. The pain crashes over him like tumultuous waves, repeatedly threatening to engulf his fragile consciousness. Cold sweat soaks through his garments, and his body trembles uncontrollably, at times provoking violent retching. Yet he perseveres. He discovers that when he can successfully detach himself from the pain, even for a few fleeting minutes, its torment seems to diminish slightly. The dormant magical core within him, untouched for 11 years, appears to begin a painstakingly slow and feeble process of self-repair and regeneration during this profound focus and separation from Voldemort's influence. This is not the cold, possessive magic of Voldemort, but a more introverted power, imbued with the distinctive, icy luster of platinum. Though it remains weak, far from sufficient to wield robust spells, it signals that his intrinsic magical essence has not been entirely obliterated. Concurrently, he embarks on a systematic regimen of physical training. 11 years of indulgence have left his muscles feeble. He acquires simple dumbbells and engages in basic strength exercises every morning before the pain of withdrawal fully awakens. His movements are clumsy and painful. Each stretch feels like a battle against rusted joints. Nevertheless, he compels himself to persist. He requires his body to grow strong, at least to support his escape or to engage in minimal self-defense if necessary. Freedom necessitates information. He dares not subscribe to the Daily Prophet, as it poses too great a risk. However, he cautiously begins to engage with Muggle news media, newspapers, and television. Overcoming his initial aversion to the moving picture frames took some time. He remains vigilant for any news that might hint at unrest within the magical community. Inexplicable mass faintings, bizarre weather phenomena, unexpected upheavals within the government. Occasionally, he risks lingering near the leaky cauldron, of course, after casting the most potent disillusionment charm, feeling the pulse of the magical world from a distance, eavesdropping on fragmented conversations. The news he gathers is unsettling. An increase in attacks, an expanding list of the missing, and the ministry appears overwhelmed, the atmosphere palpably tense. Voldemort's name is whispered in fear. This confirms his suspicion that the ultimate confrontation is indeed imminent and elucidates why Voldemort seems preoccupied with his own disappearance. Yet this knowledge brings little solace. Instead, it amplifies his terror. If Voldemort triumphs, his flight will be rendered futile, and the entire world will become his prison. What of the dark mark on his left arm? What will become of Draco? He dares not contemplate further. One evening, after enduring an especially intense bout of withdrawal pain, he collapses onto the attic floor, exhausted, his gloves soaked with sweat, clinging to his skin, inducing a suffocating sensation. In his daze, he envisions Draco, not the cold little follower, but the younger child who would softly call him Mama, drifting into peaceful slumber in his embrace. Longing gnaws at his heart like a venomous serpent. He curls up, emitting a suppressed whimper akin to that of a wounded beast. He has succeeded. He is free, if only physically. Yet the price he pays is the distance from his only blood relation, enduring daily the soul-rending anguish, and existing in a world rife with exclusion and the unknown, perpetually shadowed by fear. This freedom tastes of ashes and blood. However, when he picks up his tools the following morning, polishing a nearly completed silver lapel pin adorned with subtle runes of tranquility, his gray-blue eyes, though weary, still flicker with a stubborn, unquenchable glimmer. He persists. He continues to build. Even if the foundation is pain and the walls are fear, he will erect a small yet resilient fortress belonging to Lucius Malfoy, or rather, to the reborn Lucius Malfoy, upon this desolate ground. The resilience of Platinum, under the weight of relentless tribulations, is being pushed to its limits, yet it radiates a distinctly different, reserved yet chilling brilliance. Time flows amidst the interchanging currents of pain and focus, like the ceaseless gray clouds hovering over London. Lucius Malfoy, gradually establishes a fragile yet stringent order within his small attic. Agnes Weasley's latest order is for a brooch themed around the vitality of nature, specifically in silver. As Lucius contemplates, the image of grapevines springs to his mind almost instinctively. He selected a twisted yet resilient vine as the centerpiece, its leaves not fully unfurled but instead exhibiting a slight curl and a sense of struggle, as if resisting the tempests of nature. At the end of the vine, he meticulously carved a cluster of diminutive, almost abstract grapes, tightly huddled together, symbolizing a certain cohesion of bitter fruit. The crafting process was slow and intricate. Clad in his ever-present black leather gloves, he held a delicate chisel and hammer, striking the silver sheet to create subtle textures. Each blow felt like a battle against the invisible shackles within him. When withdrawal symptoms surged, he had no choice but to pause, curling up in a chair, cold sweat trickling down his brow, waiting for the wave of agony to subside before he could once again grasp his tools. This brooch consumed nearly a week of his time, far exceeding the duration required for his other creations. As the final touch of polishing was completed, the twisted vine shimmered softly in the dim light, exuding a subdued, silvery glow, and he felt a peculiar blend of exhaustion and satisfaction. This was not merely a commodity. It was a reflection of his current existence, bound yet struggling, endeavoring to bear fruit despite its inherent bitterness. Chapter 47. The Pain of Thursday. When Agnes received the brooch, she silently contemplated it for an extended period. Her fingers, equally aged yet unloved, gently traced the twisted vine and the tightly clustered fruit. "It possesses great strength, Luke," she remarked, rarely invoking his name, her voice low and tinged with sorrow. It seemed to narrate a story. Lucius lowered his gaze, concealing the flicker of emotion that passed through his eyes. "Silver cannot speak, Mrs. Weasley. It merely obeys the nature of its material." Agnes did not argue, simply paying an exorbitant sum that far exceeded the usual price. "There is a client who may greatly appreciate this style. He has a keen eye for emotionally charged works," she added meaningfully. Lucius felt a tightening in his chest, but merely nodded. He wished to avoid drawing any additional scrutiny, yet the increase in income was crucial for him. Lucius gradually realized that his withdrawal symptoms were not static. Beyond the daily torment that came each evening, the pain would peak every Thursday afternoon, its intensity far surpassing that of ordinary days. As if commemorating a particularly humiliating moment, he vaguely recalled that some notably prolonged training sessions often occurred on Thursdays. This Thursday, the agony arrived with unprecedented ferocity. It was not merely the piercing sensation in his bones and muscle spasms. It was accompanied by excruciating migraines and fleeting moments of blurred vision. He collapsed onto the attic floor, feeling as if his skull might fracture, ominous golden stars flickering before his eyes. He clutched his arms tightly, his nails almost embedding into his flesh through the thick woolen sweater and gloves, attempting to divert his attention through another form of pain. Just as he felt his consciousness teetering on the brink of annihilation, an image surged vividly into his mind. Not Voldemort nor a scene of humiliation, but Draco at the age of 3, wobbling in the garden of Malfoy Manor, chasing a white peacock, falling and scraping his knee, pouting with tears in his eyes as he reached out to him, calling, "Mama up." In that moment, what flooded his heart was not annoyance but a pure, instinctual surge of tenderness and protectiveness. He rushed over, cradling the small, soft body in his arms, soothing him gently until Draco broke into laughter, his dirt-smudged, tear-streaked face nuzzling against his neck. The recollection brought not solace but a deeper, tearing pain. Where was he now? He had abandoned his child. In that dark manor, would Draco fall once more? Would he feel pain? And beside him stood only the Dark Lord Father, who taught him that pain was the excuse of the weak. Draco writhed on the floor, anguish coursing through him as he squeezed the name from between his teeth. mingling it with groans of agony and desperate longing. This time, the withdrawal was rendered particularly unbearable by this sharp yearning. He almost surrendered, nearly resorting to apparition to confirm his son's well-being. Yet, in the end, he did not. He pressed his forehead firmly against the cold floor until the intense suffering ebbed away like a receding tide, leaving him drained and limp. The fierce rise and fall of his chest the only testament to his continued existence. His longing for Draco became the sweetest yet deadliest poison during his withdrawal, providing a glimmer of support when he teetered on the brink of collapse. For his son, he must be free, he must grow strong, while easily plunging him into a deeper abyss of despair. Beyond the physical pain, old habits and fears entwined around him like specters. One day, he ventured to a nearby market to procure food. A hurried passerby inadvertently bumped into his shoulder. In that instant, Lucius recoiled as if bitten by a venomous snake. His movement swift, betraying none of the frail and brooding demeanor he typically exhibited. A flash of almost beast-like vigilance and panic crossed his gray eyes, and his right hand instinctively reached for his waist, where, of course, there was no wand. The young man who collided with him, startled by his reaction, quickly apologized. Lucius did not respond, merely tightening the collar of his coat, lowering his head, and hastening away as if pursued by malevolent specters. It was not until he returned to his apartment, locked the door, and leaned against the cold barrier that his heart continued to race wildly. The touch of others, even if unintentional, could instantaneously awaken all his horrific memories of forced possession and the stripping away of personal boundaries. At night, he occasionally found himself plagued by nightmares. Sometimes, he would return to the dungeons of Hogwarts. Other times, he would experience Voldemort's chilling caress. Occasionally, he would see Draco gazing at him with those black eyes reminiscent of Voldemort's, coldly questioning why he had abandoned him. He would wake from these dreams, drenched in cold sweat, the mark on his left arm throbbing in the darkness, as if mocking his futile escape. He would step into the cramped bathroom, splashing cold water on his face, gazing at the pallid, hollow-eyed man in the mirror. The high-necked nightgown tightly concealed his neck, as if forming an eternal barrier. He raised the gloved hand, gently touching the mirror's surface, the chill of the leather transmitting through the glass. Freedom felt so fragile, each step as precarious as walking on thin ice. He was not only racing against Voldemort and the Death Eaters, but also battling the collapse of his own will and deeply ingrained fears. He returned to his workbench, picking up the just-completed grapevine brooch, still awaiting delivery. The cold silver transmitted a faint sense of resolve against his gloved fingertips. He had not yet lost. As long as he could still create such pieces, as long as he could survive each descent into the hell of withdrawal, as long as his complex feelings for Draco had not been entirely consumed by despair, he was still fighting. The Platinum Soul, amidst the mire of the Muggle world and his own suffering, continued its silent yet harrowing journey. The road ahead remained shrouded in fog. Yet each moment of unwavering persistence was, in itself, a small victory. He picked up the burin and began to mindlessly etch upon a piece of scrap silver, tracing out distorted and resilient lines that even he could barely comprehend, mirroring the trajectory of his current existence. Lucius Malfoy's life unfolded within the crevice of pain and focus, akin to a trickle seeping through stone, slowly yet persistently advancing forward. His silverware gradually garnered a reputation in Agnes's quaint shop. While the income could not compare to the wealth of Malfoy, it was sufficient to sustain his hidden life in this corner of the Muggle world and allow him to amass a small reserve for unforeseen circumstances. On a drizzly afternoon, Lucius stood at his workbench in the attic, meticulously polishing a new brooch, this time a rather conventional fern motif to avoid unnecessary attention, when the doorbell chimed. This was quite unusual. He rarely received visitors, and even the postman seldom ventured to his door. Chapter 48, Missing Draco. He tensed instantly, akin to a startled cat. Silently, he approached the window and peered through the gap in the curtains. Below, a man clad in a cheap suit, his hair thinning, impatiently pressed the doorbell again, a clipboard in hand. Was he some sort of Muggle official? A tax collector? Or something far worse? Lucius's heart raced within his chest. He quickly scanned the room, ensuring no conspicuous artifacts of the magical world lay exposed. His wand was securely hidden in a compartment. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain his composure and descended the stairs, opening the door just enough to keep the security chain in place. Mr. Lucius Malfoy? The man outside lifted his gaze, his tone businesslike. It is I. What is the matter? Lucius's voice deliberately lowered, tinged with a hint of annoyance at the interruption. Community census, supplementary registration. The man waved his clipboard, indicating a need to verify certain information and ascertain the resident's basic details. May I come in? Or shall we do this here? Here is sufficient. Lucius interjected, his tone brooking no argument. He would never allow a stranger to enter his domain. The man shrugged and began to ask a series of questions: occupation, approximate income, permanent residence, emergency contacts. Lucius responded with pre-prepared, vague, and concise answers. When queried about his marital status and children, he hesitated for a fleeting moment, a flicker of barely perceptible pain crossing his gray eyes. Unmarried. No children. He ultimately spat out the words coldly, as if reciting facts unrelated to himself. The man noted this, casting a cursory glance at Lucius's towering collar and gloved hands. Curiosity flickering in his eyes, yet he said nothing further, methodically completing the registration before turning to leave. Upon shutting the door, Lucius leaned against the door panel, gradually sliding down to the floor. This brief, superficial encounter left him feeling utterly drained. He despised the sensation of being scrutinized and recorded, which evoked memories of the terror of being exposed beneath Voldemort's gaze. More importantly, the words "no children" felt like a searing dagger, burning his throat and branding his heart with a new scar. As his core magical strength slowly recuperated, and his dependence on Voldemort's magic gradually waned, although the pain of withdrawal remained, the allure of using magic became increasingly tantalizing. A silent repairing charm could restore a damaged piece of silverware, while a simple levitation charm could spare him the trouble of moving heavy objects. Yet he resisted. Each impulse to employ magic was forcefully suppressed. He understood that even the slightest, unauthorized surge of magic could, like a stone cast upon a tranquil lake, draw the attention of distant hunters. The mark upon his left arm, though dormant, had never vanished. It lay like a sleeping bomb, liable to detonate at the behest of its master or through a formidable external magical event. He could only rely on his hands and intellect. He had acquired an extensive collection of books on metalworking, gemology, and Muggle chemistry, eagerly learning non-magical techniques. He mastered the use of Muggle acids for metal etching, employed specific chemical mixtures to simulate ancient antiquing effects, and even began to grasp the principles of electroplating. This process was slow and fraught with frustration. Yet with each new Muggle skill he acquired, his fragile confidence grew. However, unforeseen events were ever lurking. On one occasion, while handling an unstable silver alloy, the alcohol lamp beneath the crucible was knocked over due to his inattention, a consequence of the mental distraction brought on by withdrawal, and a small burst of flames erupted, igniting the rags beside his workbench. Almost instinctively, before his brain could process the situation, his wrist rose, and a silent Aguamenti spell nearly escaped his lips, magic coalescing at his fingertips. No. At the last moment, he exerted formidable willpower to stifle the incantation. Magic surged back within him, causing a wave of discomfort. He hastily grabbed a heavy fire blanket nearby and smothered the flames. Breathless, he surveyed the chaos on his workbench, the charred remnants and disorder making him break out in a cold sweat. Too close. In that fleeting moment, he had nearly exposed himself. His reliance on magic, much like his dependency on Voldemort's power, was a deeply ingrained habit that required tenfold effort to remain vigilant against and to overcome. His yearning for Draco had not diminished with time. Rather, it had sharpened and deepened due to distance and uncertainty. It had transformed from a vague ache into a myriad of subtle, triggering moments. Spotting a platinum-haired boy on the street, even if his hair was not as pure as Draco's, he would instinctively halt, his gaze lingering until the child vanished into the crowd, leaving behind a profound emptiness. While crafting a new set of cufflinks for Agnes that were more suited for young gentlemen, his mind uncontrollably began to design a set appropriate for Hogwarts uniforms, featuring a subtly disguised Slytherin serpent emblem. Upon realizing what he was contemplating, he crumpled the sketches into a ball and discarded them into the waste bin, as if they were something too hot to handle. On the eve of Halloween, Muggle children began to don their costumes, witnessing a little boy clad in a rough, store-bought wizard robe, brandishing a plastic wand and giggling as he scampered past his window. Lucius felt his heart constrict violently. This longing was intertwined with an overwhelming sense of guilt. He had abandoned his own child. Regardless of how justified his reasons might be, it remained an indelible truth. He could only pour this heavy, ineffable emotion into his silverwork. Those twisted vines, tightly clustered fruits, and the restrained yet cold luster were all reflections of his inner world. One evening, after completing an exceptionally intricate piece of silver jewelry that mimicked ancient Celtic knotwork, he exhaustedly leaned back in his chair. Outside, the lights of London twinkled like distant stars. He softly hummed a tune, an ancient lullaby of the Malfoy family, its lyrics long forgotten. The melody, haunting and tinged with sorrow, reverberated within the confines of his cramped attic, filled with the sense of metal and chemistry. Chapter 49, The Private Collector. This was the only silent solace Lucius could offer his distant son, a balm for his own unhealable wound. The Platinum Exile, shrouded in the shadows of the Muggle world, continued his struggle and creation. His past clung to him like a specter. His future remained shrouded in uncertainty, yet in his black-gloved hands, within his tormented yet unyielding soul, new life was quietly germinating in a manner both painful and resolute. Winter in London was enveloped in a damp, cold haze, mirroring Lucius's mindset for much of the time. Yet, amidst this seemingly eternal gray, subtle changes were afoot, like the currents flowing quietly beneath a frozen river. Orders from Agnes Weatherby began to stabilize, even showing slight growth. Lucius realized he could no longer rely solely on this singular channel. He began to venture into some smaller, less conspicuous antique shops and independent designer boutiques, remaining ever cautious. He adopted different aliases and subtly altered his style each time to evade undue attention. His apartment loft had truly transformed into both his studio and sanctuary. He acquired an array of professional tools, a set of fine files and sandpaper, a compact muggle torch for precision welding, and a miniature grinder equipped with various polishing wheels. He learned to wield these muggle instruments, though the process was clumsy and fraught with setbacks. Once mishandling the torch nearly singed his gloves and eyebrows. Nonetheless, they bestowed upon him an unprecedented sense of control, relying purely on skill and knowledge rather than magic. He began to consciously cultivate the style of Lucimavori. It was no longer merely antiquarian but infused with a modernity that bore a chilling, almost tortured sensibility amidst classical elegance. His creations, much like himself, found a precarious equilibrium between tradition and estrangement, refinement and hidden pain. This distinctive style began to allure a select clientele in search of items with stories. One day, he received a letter relayed through Agnes. The stationery was exquisite parchment, elegantly worded, from an individual claiming to be a private collector, expressing profound interest in a recently released silver bookmark adorned with a twisted vine motif, inquiring whether he would accept a commission for a larger piece in a similar style. With a substantial budget, Lucius held the letter, sitting in his loft for an extended period. It was an opportunity to accelerate his financial accumulation and better conceal himself. Yet it was fraught with risk, implying he would need to engage with an unknown client, potentially more insightful than he anticipated. Ultimately, the pressing need for funds outweighed his concerns about the risks involved. He replied through Agnes, indicating his acceptance of the commission while insisting that all communication go through an intermediary and that he would not disclose his precise address. The withdrawal symptoms remained a constant background hum in his life, but Lucius was no longer merely a passive recipient. He gradually discerned its patterns. Akin to familiarizing oneself with a treacherous yet predictable foe, he discovered that intense physical exertion could sometimes temporarily suppress the void left by his magical deprivation. Consequently, he intensified his morning workouts and began to engage in long, aimless brisk walks through the intricate streets of London whenever the weather permitted. He donned a hat, raised his collar, and tucked his hands into the pockets of his coat, clenching his fists within his gloves, resembling a specter lost in his own thoughts. The fatigue brought on by walking and the enforced attention to his surroundings provided a fleeting distraction from his inner anguish. He also began to experiment with muggle methods to care for his body. He forced himself to consume those herbs and teas he had once detested, reputed to soothe nerves or replenish vitality, despite his skepticism regarding their efficacy against magical damage. He adhered strictly to a regimen, even when plagued by insomnia, insisting on lying in bed to engage in meditative practices that objectified his suffering. The results were slow and subtle. Yet, months later, he indeed sensed a slight decrease in the intensity of the pain that reliably descended upon him each evening, perhaps shortening its duration by 10 minutes or diminishing its intensity by a mere fraction. This change, though trivial, felt like the first glimmer of dawn amidst an endless darkness. It evidenced that his shackles were not entirely insurmountable, and his body was learning, albeit at an excruciatingly slow pace, to exist without reliance on that dark source. The craving for information from the wizarding world gnawed at him like an insidious malady. He dared not approach the leaky cauldron, keeping his distance from areas frequented by the magical community. However, he devised new means of gathering intelligence. He began to systematically peruse Muggle newspapers, not merely scanning the news, but delving into the text like a detective, searching for unnatural coincidences hidden between the lines. A historic church collapses unexpectedly. A renowned Muggle scholar, known for opposing extremist pure-blood rhetoric, dies mysteriously at home. Certain regions report inexplicable abnormal pet behaviors or wilting plants. He meticulously recorded these fragmented pieces of information, marking them on a map in an attempt to piece together the activities of Death Eaters and gauge the intensity of conflicts within the magical realm. He noted that the conflicts appeared to be escalating toward a broader, more overt front, signifying the expansion of Voldemort's power and indicating that the day of reckoning drew ever closer. This realization instilled fear within him. Yet it also sparked a twisted sense of hope. Chaos might afford him a more enduring cover. Once, while purchasing provisions, he overheard two housewives chatting about a peculiar family that had recently moved into the neighborhood, reclusive and dressed as if they had stepped out of a historical drama. Lucius's heart raced. He discreetly noted their address and later circled that area under the cover of night. He did not approach. Instead, he lingered in the shadows, attuning himself to the magical fluctuations present. Indeed, there were traces, faint and carefully concealed, but they were not beyond his keen perception. Was it a family attempting to hide from the Muggle world, or perhaps a monitoring point established by the Ministry of Magic? He could not ascertain, nor did he dare to probe further. Yet, he realized he was not the only magical being concealed within the Muggle realm. This awareness brought a subtle comfort of shared experience, but deepened his fear of exposure. He could not distinguish between the hunted and the hunters. Chapter 50. The Commission of the Private Collector. Returning to his cramped yet secure loft, he picked up his tools and began to polish the silver ingot reserved for the private collector. The cold metallic touch seeped through his gloves, accompanied by the delicate sound of the chisel gliding over the surface, gradually calming his racing heart. He remained the fugitive walking a razor's edge, surrounded by pain, longing, and fear. Yet beneath him, it seemed, a fragile foothold of his own was slowly, painstakingly taking shape. He was no longer merely enduring passively. He began to actively construct, exploring cautiously and resisting fiercely. The faint sheen of platinum, amidst the dust and clamor of the Muggle world, remained dim yet more resolute and clear than ever before. He was learning how to survive as an independent entity in this land that did not belong to him. The existence of Lucimavori was akin to a plant struggling for life in the cracks of concrete, its roots slowly burrowing downward, while its branches swayed in the storm. His life took on a superficial stability, yet beneath that surface, the currents of turmoil never ceased. The collaboration with the enigmatic private collector commenced. The client's demands were exceedingly specific and exacting. A silver sculpture themed around bondage and liberation, of considerable size, required to convey the conflict between the coldness of metal and the vitality of inner life. This theme sent a chill down Lucius's spine, an eerie coincidence he could not refuse. It concerned not only generous remuneration but also posed a challenge. Could he safely encode his pain and struggle into a piece of art? The creative process transformed into another form of self-examination. He selected a block of hard silver with naturally austere textures. As he conceptualized, images of the thorn chain imprinted on his left arm, Voldemort's icy touch, and the omnipresent invisible shackles of those 11 years haunted his mind. However, the manner in which he sought to manifest his liberation was not through violent shattering, but rather through a gradual, agonizing erosion and loosening that originated from within. Day and night, he toiled tirelessly, pouring all his emotions into the chisel. The sculpture began to take shape. It was a seemingly distorted form of metal, tightly bound by an invisible force, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern that the surface was adorned with minuscule, ice-like fissures, as if an inner strength was attempting to permeate through. He did not create a complete image of liberation. Instead, he eternally suspended that moment between bondage and freedom, pain and hope. When the work was ultimately passed on to Agnes, he received a letter in return, still adorned with elegant phrasing. Yet its content sent a chill down his spine. Mr. Malfoy, if that is indeed your true name, your work possesses an astonishing authenticity. It seems less a creation and more a direct reflection of an internal state. Particularly those ice-like details evoke thoughts of some ancient magic slowly permeating and transforming material structure. I eagerly await your next piece. Lucius stared at the letter, his fingertips cold. The notion of ancient magic permeating and transforming indicated that the sender was no ordinary individual. Was this admiration? Or a perilous provocation? He felt as though he were walking a tightrope, with the other end of the rope held not only by Agnes, but also by this shadowy collector lurking behind the scenes. The withdrawal symptoms remained obstinate. Yet as time passed and Lucius's own magic gradually began to resurge, their manifestation underwent subtle changes. The acute, depriving pain diminished, replaced by a deeper, more pervasive weariness and an odd sensitivity to sensory stimuli. He became acutely attuned to sounds, light and sense. The distant honk of a car could send his heart racing. The bright fluorescent lights of a supermarket left him dizzy, and the potent scent of perfume, or even the aroma of ordinary food, could trigger waves of nausea. This rendered his already arduous excursions for supplies even more torturous. His body seemed to retain certain memories. On one occasion, while in a cafe, a place he occasionally forced himself to visit to maintain a facade of normalcy, he spotted a tall, slender man in a black trench coat from the corner of his eye. The mere outline of that figure plunged him into a state of icy dread. His breath caught in his throat, and his hand trembled violently around the cup, scalding coffee spilling forth and burning the back of his gloved hand without his notice. It was only when the figure turned to reveal a completely unfamiliar face that he snapped back to reality and nearly fled in panic. In a bid to combat these omnipresent triggers and sensory assaults, he developed a new set of urban stealth rules. He mapped out a psychological landscape of his activity zones, marking the quietest streets, the least frequented shops, and the optimal times for his appearances. Like a cautious nocturnal creature, he strictly adhered to these invisible pathways, striving to minimize contact with uncontrollable external factors. Simultaneously, he became increasingly reliant on his gloves and high-collared garments. They served not only as physical barriers, but also as psychological armor. He even began experimenting with crafting a pair of lighter, more form-fitting leather gloves that retained their protective qualities. This became a personal project distinct from his silver work. The picture of the magical world pieced together from Muggle media grew increasingly unsettling. The frequency of inexplicable events reported had surged significantly, encompassing a broader spectrum. He even came across a brief article in a serious newspaper regarding a former Auror named Frank Longbottom and his wife, who had suffered a brutal attack and were in grave condition. The name pierced through the veil of time like a needle, evoking memories of that noble Gryffindor warrior from Hogwarts. The war was no longer confined to the shadows. It was tearing through the entire magical realm. And his Draco was caught at the center of that storm. This realization brought forth a paradox that threatened to tear him apart. On one hand, he felt relief at having escaped that vortex, at least for the time being. On the other hand, a profound sense of paternal responsibility and guilt burned relentlessly within him. He had left his son in the company of a madman growing ever more dangerous, in a world destined for destruction or further darkness. He began to feverishly gather information, desperately seeking any clue about Draco's current state, even if only indirectly. He monitored any Muggle news related to Hogwarts, though there was little, keeping an eye out for reports of unusual activities by pureblood families in the Muggle world. He even risked venturing out at night, shrouded in a concealment charm, to sense the magical fluctuations emanating from the direction of the leaky cauldron, its chaotic and fear-laden magical field sending shivers down his spine. Chapter 51, The Beginning of Correspondence. One night, after yet another intense internal struggle and bout of withdrawal discomfort, he stood before the small window in the attic, gazing out at the London night sky. The city lights could not entirely dispel the winter night's darkness, much like the faint glimmer within his heart could not illuminate the path ahead. He raised his hands, observing them adorned in black gloves. These hands had once wielded a wand to cast malevolent curses, had trembled in supplication during moments of humiliation, and now, through the most primal means, they painstakingly sculpted silverware, carving out a painful freedom of his own. He could not return. Not now, at least. To return would be to court death or to once again become a tool of Voldemort, devoid of any meaningful purpose. He had to become stronger here, whether in body, will, or in the resources he could command. He turned back to the workbench, picking up the silver material prepared for his next order. This time, he resolved to explore a different theme of guardianship. Not a powerful, overt protection, but rather a subtle, resilient one, akin to the dimmest star in the night sky that never extinguishes. The exiled platinum figure, surrounded by solitude, pain, and fear, continued on his seemingly endless journey. Beneath his mask, fissures and rebirth coexisted, while the path ahead remained shrouded in dense fog. Yet the chisel in his hand was steadier than it had ever been. Time etched invisible rings into Lucius Malfoy's rhythmic and painful existence. His craftsmanship in silverwork grew increasingly refined, and the name Lucius Malfoy began to resonate within niche circles, associated with uniqueness, tension, and a hint of cold sorrow. However, this reputation, much like himself, remained cautiously concealed beneath the vast shadows of London. Lucius discovered that his body harbored a desperate cyclical memory and craving for Voldemort's magic. Every Thursday, like an inescapable curse, withdrawal symptoms would return with a doubled intensity, seemingly to commemorate the particularly long or humiliating nurturing and conditioning that often transpired on Thursdays over the past 11 years. This Thursday, the pain arrived unusually early, beginning to manifest in the afternoon. By 5 or 6 o'clock, it had evolved into a full-blown tempest, no longer merely emptiness or pain, but a compound torment interwoven with extreme anxiety, panic, and physiological nausea. He felt as though an invisible hand was squeezing his heart, his breath quickening, the edges of his vision darkening as if he might faint at any moment. He curled up on the attic floor, his body trembling uncontrollably, cold sweat soaking through layers of clothing. In his mind, Voldemort's visage emerged like a specter, not in anger, but with that cold calmness he had once relied upon for survival, extending a hand as if inviting him back into that familiar, thoughtless, obedient dark tranquility. Lucius squeezed out a hoarse sound from between his teeth, his fingernails, encased in thick leather gloves, digging harshly into his arm, attempting to stave off consciousness with sharper pain. Go away. Yet, the body's memory proved more obstinate than willpower. A spasm gripped his stomach, and he struggled toward the diminutive restroom, collapsing beside the toilet to retch violently. Yet nothing emerged. Only physiological tears blurred his vision. He lay prostrate on the chill porcelain tiles, feeling the waves of deprivation crash over him like a tsunami. Akin to a fish cast ashore, slowly suffocating beneath the sun's harsh glare. This episode endured for nearly 3 hours, longer than any prior. When the pain finally receded like a tide, Lucius found himself devoid of the strength to lift even a finger, lying there like a puddle of soft mud. His gaze hollowly fixed upon a small patch of peeling paint on the ceiling, his heart heavy with the aftermath of survival and a deeper, more profound sense of helplessness regarding this relentless cycle of torment. Days later, as Lucius mustered some energy to deliver several newly completed works to Agnes's shop, the elderly woman astutely sensed his distress. His complexion was paler than usual, dark shadows under his eyes, and his movements appeared sluggish and feeble. "You look dreadful, Lucius," Agnes remarked, setting down her magnifying glass, her gray eyes scrutinizing him. "Is it an old injury resurfacing?" She deliberately employed that vague term. A chill ran through Lucius, and he lowered his gaze, arranging the silverware he had brought, avoiding her penetrating stare. "Just a bit under the weather, Mrs. Weasley. The weather in London is always so dreary." Agnes did not press further, merely handing him a steaming cup of tea that exuded an unusual herbal aroma. "Try this. It's my grandmother's recipe, remarkably effective for various ailments." Lucius hesitated but accepted the cup. The scent was not unpleasant, even carrying a hint of familiarity, reminiscent of certain mild potion ingredients. Cautiously, he took a sip, a warm current flowing down his throat, seemingly easing the lingering discomfort that clung to his nerve endings. "Thank you," he murmured, his suspicions about Agnes's true identity deepening. She was certainly more than an ordinary old woman with a few tales to tell. "That collector," Agnes mentioned seemingly casually, "was quite pleased with your piece, bound and free. He is curious about how you captured such an inner, almost inhuman tension." Lucius's heart skipped a beat. He looked up to meet Agnes's gaze, which seemed capable of penetrating all facades. "Imagination, madam," he maintained a steady voice. "An artist always requires a touch of the fictitious." Agnes smiled noncommittally, shifting the conversation to the details of the next batch of orders. Yet, Lucius knew he stood on a precarious precipice. Agnes, along with the collector she represented, was slowly unraveling the carefully constructed guise he had built. He must tread more cautiously or begin to contemplate the preparation of an alternative identity, another refuge. His longing for Draco manifested as another form of withdrawal. Silent, yet equally gnawing. It could not be alleviated through meditation or walking. Rather, it only grew heavier with the passage of time. Lucius began to channel this unmoored emotion in an exceedingly dangerous manner. On a cheap, non-magical muggle notebook, he began to write letters in the elegant cursive he had taught Draco. Letters addressed to Draco. Chapter 52. To meet Draco. Lucius would, of course, never send them. These letters were meant for his own eyes, a floodgate for the tumult within his heart. "Draco, it rained in London today. I remember how much you despised the rain as a child, for it meant you could not chase peacocks in the garden. I wonder if you still hold to that sentiment, or if you have been taught that even likes and dislikes must conform to certain standards. I have completed a new piece, themed on guardianship. Absurd, isn't it? One who has abandoned you attempting to define protection. Yet, I hope that in some dimension unknown to you, it truly can guard you from harm, even if only in the most trivial way. Today is Thursday again. It is always particularly arduous. It reminds me. No, I shall not dwell on that. I can only hope you never have to understand this feeling. I have heard some troubling news from the magical realm. Be cautious, Draco. No matter what they teach you, no matter what you are asked to believe, please retain a sliver of your own judgment. This is my most powerless plea as a failing father." After completing these letters, he would meticulously read them over, then, with an expressionless face, tear the pages from the notebook, placing them in a metal box, igniting them with a small, non-magical flame, watching them turn to ash. It was as if this act could incinerate the weight of longing and guilt that clung to him. But he knew it could not. The ashes still existed, merely transformed into another form, settling deep within his heart, becoming the dark fuel propelling him forward, or rather, continuing to hide. He approached the window, gazing out at the neon-lit urban nightscape. This was his prison, yet also his fortress. He was Lucius Malfoy, and yet also Luke Maverick. He was a fugitive, and yet a survivor. He was a father, and yet an outcast. These contradictory identities tore at him, accompanied by the unending pangs of withdrawal and the ceaseless longing for his distant son. He raised his gloved hand, gently pressing it against the cold glass. In the reflection, the pale-faced man with a complex gaze stared back at him. The struggle was far from over. One could even say that on the battlefield of his soul, the most brutal conflict had only just entered a stalemate. The resilience of Platinum was undergoing the most extreme test in this silent, day-to-day ordeal. December in London was shrouded in a cacophony of festive cheer and a damp chill. For Luke Maverick, this Christmas held no celebratory significance, only an almost obsessive yearning to see Draco. More than half a year of Muggle life had granted Lucius a deeper understanding of how to conceal himself. He no longer relied solely on magic, but combined it with Muggle methods. He purchased a second-hand, inconspicuous black sedan, a set of ordinary, commonly styled dark gray overcoat and trousers, and a dark wool hat that could hide his conspicuously platinum hair. He even used a small amount of harmless cosmetics bought from a Muggle pharmacy to slightly alter his skin tone and facial contours, rendering his overly refined face ordinary and weary. Most importantly, he wore a pair of newly crafted, perfectly fitted, opaque black leather gloves and a pair of non-prescription glasses. The gray eyes behind the lenses deliberately subdued to eliminate any captivating brilliance. Today, he allowed himself a reprieve. The studio's orders had been completed ahead of schedule. His entire focus was fixated on the platform at King's Cross Station, a place he had traversed countless times, representing the connection between the magical world and family, whether distorted or genuine. He calculated the time. The Hogwarts Express typically arrived in the morning. He parked his car early in an inconspicuous corner near the station, sitting in the driver's seat, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the steering wheel. The intertwining of inner desire and immense risk left him restless. All he wished for was a distant glimpse, to ascertain Draco's well-being. To see if he had grown taller, even if it was merely a blurred figure clad in Hogwarts robes with platinum hair. This was sufficient to sustain him through another painful and solitary month. As the time approached, he mingled among the bustling Muggle travelers, making his way towards the wall nestled between platforms 9 and 10. He dared not draw too close, opting instead for a pillar that afforded him a view of the platform exit while providing relative concealment for a hasty retreat. His heart raced within his chest, each breath exhaling a misty cloud. He fixated on the wall, as if it might reveal a portal to his shattered past. One after another, wizarding families clad in Muggle attire, yet bearing magical artifacts, such as owl cages and oddly shaped parcels, emerged from the wall, embracing their waiting kin, laughter and joy resonating throughout the corners. This heartwarming scene pierced Lucius's heart like a needle. Then he saw him. The first to emerge was Draco. He had grown considerably, clad in a tailored black coat that accentuated the brilliance of his platinum hair. He held his chin slightly elevated, his face a blend of travel fatigue and the comfort of returning to familiar surroundings. Lucius greedily absorbed every detail of his son, his eyes moistening instantly, barely suppressing the impulse to rush forward. If only he were Lucius's son, rather than Voldemort's heir. However, in the next instant, Lucius felt the blood in his veins freeze as a tall figure clad in a simple black robe, like the deepest shadow, stepped forth from the magical veil of the platform. Tom Riddle. Voldemort had come in person. He wore no mask. His handsome, pallid face bore no expression. Yet his black eyes, surveying the surroundings, emanated an invisible pressure that seemed to solidify the very air. The raucous crowd, both wizards and muggles, seemed to instinctively retreat from that vicinity. He approached Draco directly, casually placing a hand on the boy's shoulder, as if to declare ownership. Lucius felt as though struck by a bolt of lightning. Frozen behind the pillar, his mind blank. Fear cascaded over him like ice water, swiftly permeating his limbs. How could he be here? Why would he personally come to retrieve a first-year student? Was it to demonstrate his regard for the heir, or some incomprehensible, deeper intention? The sheer shock and terror acted as a potent catalyst, igniting the withdrawal symptoms that had been expected to peak later in the evening. Without warning, that familiar, intense emptiness and tearing sensation, rooted in the core of his magic, erupted like a tsunami hours ahead of schedule. It was more violent and intense than ever before. A suppressed, anguished groan escaped Lucius's throat. Chapter 53. Captured. He felt his legs surrender entirely, as if the very bones supporting his body had been drawn away. His vision narrowed drastically, darkening, while the roar of rushing blood filled his ears. He attempted to grasp the pillar beside him, but his gloved fingers slipped weakly away. Bang! He collapsed heavily onto the cold, hard ground, his body curling into a ball, trembling uncontrollably. His hat rolled aside, revealing the conspicuously platinum tips of his hair he had tried to conceal. His thin glasses shattered, the fragments reflecting the contorted, pale visage of his extreme agony. This fall, amidst the din of the station, may not have attracted undue attention, but the sudden eruption of uncontrollable magical turbulence, albeit weak, yet akin to a beacon in the night for a top-tier wizard, coupled with his pained whimper before collapsing, was enough to draw the attention of that presence. Voldemort's fingers resting on Draco's shoulder twitched slightly. He slowly turned his head, like the most precise predator. Those bottomless black eyes penetrated the crowd, precisely locking onto the curled, trembling gray figure sprawled beside the pillar. Even with his disguise, even from a short distance, even in such a disheveled state, the profound connection, the pain and familiar resonance relayed by the brand he had marked, allowed Voldemort to instantly recognize him. His possession, missing for over half a year. A fleeting, faint curve of surprise, amusement, and cold anger flickered at the corner of Voldemort's mouth. He did not act immediately, merely observing, as if admiring a long-lost toy that had returned, yet was now soiled. Draco seemed to sense the anomaly as well, following his father's gaze. He beheld the fallen stranger, a hint of confusion and barely perceptible disdain crossing his youthful features, a pitiful muggle or squib making a scene in public. In the depths of excruciating pain and dizziness, Lucius vaguely sensed that palpable, frigid gaze upon him. He struggled to lift his head. Across a ground littered with shards of glass and blurred tears of a physiological nature, meeting Voldemort's abyss-like eyes. Despair shattered like the last layer of ice deep within his heart. It was over. All his efforts, all his endurance, all his painful struggles coalesced into nothingness in that moment. He wished to rise, to flee, but his body betrayed him, thrashing helplessly like a fish out of water, gasping and trembling under Voldemort's indifferent scrutiny. The agony of withdrawal sharpened, nearly tearing apart his consciousness due to the hunter's presence. Voldemort finally moved. Ignoring Draco's perplexed gaze, he strode directly toward Lucius, collapsed on the ground. His pace was unhurried, the black robes trailing behind him, parting the crowd as if pushed by an unseen force. He halted before Lucius, looking down upon him from a height. Then, he slowly crouched, extending a pale, slender hand, not to assist him, but to gently lift Lucius's sweat-drenched and pain-ridden chin with his fingertips, compelling him to meet his gaze. Evidently, Voldemort's voice was low and smooth, akin to a serpent gliding over skin. Only the two of you can hear this. Half a year of respite has not taught you true independence, Lucius. Hearing that long-lost name, laden with absolute control, escaped Voldemort's lips extinguished the last vestige of strength within Lucius. He closed his eyes, tears mingling with cold sweat, silently cascading down. He lacked the energy to feel humiliation. Only an endless, frigid despair remained. Voldemort's fingers caressed his chin, as if confirming the authenticity of this reclaimed possession. Then, he stood, nodding slightly to two sharply-eyed men in muggle suits who had silently appeared behind him, clearly Death Eaters in disguise. The two men promptly advanced, one on each side, effortlessly lifting the nearly limp Lucius from the ground. His legs dragged weakly, his head hung limply, resembling a marionette from which the soul had been extracted. Voldemort cast one last glance at the subdued Lucius before turning back to the bewildered Draco, as if he had merely dealt with an inconsequential matter. "Come, Draco." His voice regained its usual tone, as if trivial dust had been brushed away. Draco nodded in a manner that suggested some understanding, following Voldemort as they vanished into the throng of the station. Meanwhile, Lucius was roughly shoved into a black car that had seemingly materialized at the roadside, carrying him toward the dark abyss of Malfoy Manor, from which he had once exerted every effort to escape. Half a year of freedom, akin to a fleeting yet agonizing mirage, was utterly shattered upon the cold ground of King's Cross Station. The platinum fugitive ultimately could not elude the grasp of the hunter. His struggle came to a brutal and abrupt end. Lucius Malfoy's return was devoid of grand ceremony or public humiliation, characterized solely by a chilling, absolute, suffocating control. He was unceremoniously transported back to Malfoy Manor, but not to the master bedroom he once inhabited. Instead, he was cast into a deeper, concealed chamber within the estate. This place was even more isolated than the previous cellar, its walls crafted from smooth black stone, devoid of windows, illuminated solely by a magical crystal embedded in the ceiling, casting an ominous green glow. The air was thick with the scent of antiseptic and an ancient, magic-suppressing dust. He was roughly stripped of his muggle disguise and clad in a simple, coarse linen robe that clung coldly to his skin. All his personal belongings, including a cracked ring, fortunate enough to remain undiscovered in its hidden compartment, were confiscated. Only his black leather gloves, for reasons unknown, were left behind, abandoned in a corner like a curled shadow. Voldemort did not appear immediately. In those initial days, Lucius was imprisoned within this realm of absolute silence and darkness. The withdrawal symptoms, exacerbated by the drastic environmental upheaval and extreme mental strain, became more ferocious and chaotic, devoid of any rhythm, relentlessly tormenting him. At times, he would curl up on the cold stone floor, trembling and moaning, At others, he paced like a caged beast within the confines of his narrow prison, and occasionally, he would succumb to a fleeting, nightmarish slumber, utterly exhausted. He found no solace in any magical power. Voldemort appeared to deliberately prolong this pure agony, compelling him to fully savor the bitter fruit of his failed defiance, allowing both body and soul to scream in primal deprivation. Chapter 54, Voldemort's Monologue. I have one. My Lucius, how dare you? When Bellatrix trembled as she reported that Lucius Malfoy, my exquisite, obedient Lucius, every inch of his soul bearing my mark, had vanished. Like a droplet evaporating in the desert, the initial fury was so pure it nearly tore apart the sanity upon which I relied for existence. This was not mere betrayal. No, that would be far too superficial. It was a deeper, chilling sacrilege. I could almost envision him, my pale, beautiful captive, calmly plotting his escape with those gray-blue eyes that had once only reflected my image, transforming the magic I had bestowed to sustain his life into a barrier of concealment in his final moments. He exploited our connection, that profound dependency ingrained in his very bones, to resist me. The nightingale I have caged has shattered its gilded shackles, yearning to return to the thorns. Fury ignited within my chest, a blaze as fervent as the hottest inferno, yearning to reduce everything to ashes, dig 3 feet into the ground. No, I would rend every inch of this world, scour every corner until my fingertips once again brushed against his platinum locks, feeling the tremor of his pulse. Quaking from fear, or perhaps something else. Mine. He is my most perfect creation, the most intimate testament to my dark dominion. The sole living collection bearing my unique imprint that I have acknowledged in my endless solitude. His flight was not merely a challenge to my power, but a negation of my very existence. The old be always is you. Yet Albus Dumbledore, that eternally foolish old madman clad in ridiculous starry robes, once more intervened at the most inopportune moment. The remnants of the Order of the Phoenix. The Ministry of Magic's mire in dire need of reformation, and those few secret weapons burrowing about like moles, all seemed to erupt simultaneously, binding my attention. I was compelled to first address this cacophony. With every flick of my wand that crushed a resistor, with every piercing agony I inflicted upon a hardened foe, a part of me coldly calculated the time, measuring each second Lucius lingered in that filthy, muggle-stench-ridden world outside. Waiting, at times, is the most precise form of torture. I suppressed the immediate impulse to hunt him down myself. On one hand, Dumbledore's interference was indeed vexing. On the other, a clearer, more brutal realization surfaced. Lucius would not escape far, nor endure for long. He was like a mandrake uprooted from its enchanted greenhouse, destined to wither swiftly in the tempest of the outside world. The emptiness of his magical core, the void I had deliberately crafted, only I could nourish, would gnaw at his nerves like an insatiable hunger, day and night. Moreover, Draco's frail concern for his son would serve as another invisible chain, binding him tightly to the shadows of his past, ultimately dragging him back to the only place he could survive, at my feet. How painfully elegant that brooch is. When I finally had the opportunity to cast my gaze upon the search, the clues presented themselves in an almost ironic manner, not through tracking spells, nor from informants, but rather through a piece of art. A lowly Death Eater, trembling in fear, presented an ancient wooden box containing a grapevine brooch. With a single glance, I recognized it. The cold, desperately struggling, elegant lines, the subtle hints of proud taste belonging to an ancient pure-blood family. Even in its fall from grace, the Malfoy mark could not be erased. This was Lucius's masterpiece, imbued with all the pain, confusion, and futile attempts to grasp something during his flight. From the East End of London to my palm. You ultimately cannot escape. I dispatched inquiries, and soon the cramped, metal and chemical-scented muggle attic, the woman named Agnes Weatherby, came to my attention. Controlling that mute, oh, she seemed to possess a touch of amusing cleverness, yet utterly meaningless, was childish play. Then, under the guise of a mysterious benefactor, a commission was delivered to Lucius, a silver sculpture themed around bondage and liberation. What a mockery! I demanded he forge a metaphor symbolizing our relationship with his own hands. And he, amidst the thirst for magic and the pressures of life, accepted without hesitation. Each of your creations weaves a cage for me. From then on, every piece he produced silently flowed into my collection. I observed those silver works, transforming from initially sharp, rebellious forms into gradually weary, compromised, and even faintly confused fragility. Through these cold metals, I could touch the warmth of his soul, sense the erosion of his will. He was striving to live, indeed, like a true muggle craftsman, toiling sweatily, attempting to take root in that tainted soil. Yet this sight only struck me as absurd. How could a phoenix associate with chickens? Platinum is destined to shimmer upon the dark throne, not to fade within the muck of muggles. Half a year's limit, my dear Lucius. You are even more fragile than I imagined. As it turned out, it was less than half a year. The depletion of his magic and his yearning for Draco, I allowed him to perceive some vague updates about Draco. A tiny morsel of bait, tightened around him like two constricting nooses, suffocating him. He returned, not as a victor, nor as one entirely unshackled, but rather as a wayward, battered pet, instinctively seeking the singular master who can provide nourishment and sanctuary. He has come to visit Draco. The moment he stepped onto platform 9 3/4. He had already returned to my cage. A modicum of silversmith's pride? It shall soon be ground away. He appears altered. His fingers bear the delicate scars left by silversmithing. His form is imbued with the unfamiliar scent of labor and the marketplace, and his gaze, while still tinged with familiar fear, now carries an unfamiliar trace of exhaustion born from struggle. He even attempts to maintain a semblance of ridiculous dignity, a trivial pride rooted in his identity as a silversmith. This is amusing, yet it is but a fleeting curiosity. Such minor errors, this dust of the Muggle world, shall soon be overshadowed by the absolute dependence and submission he is about to revisit. Confinement reminds one of who truly reigns. This time, I have triumphed, unquestionably victorious. He is ultimately unable to extricate himself from the cage I have crafted. A few days of confinement, within the familiar cellar, accompanied by just the right amount of darkness, silence, and an intensification of his thirst for magic, will swiftly erode all unnecessary edges he has accumulated over the past 6 months. He shall relearn how to be a docile pet, one who can draw from me the very essence required for survival. He will prostrate himself at my feet, beseeching my magic as if imploring the life-giving rain, and I shall generously bestow it, all the while tightening the shackles. You are ultimately mine, Lucius Malfoy. Forever. This little escapade, this farcical flight, will ultimately deepen his obedience towards me, allowing him to recognize more clearly that his life, his soul, his very being, has long been inextricably entwined with mine. Tom Riddle, the Dark Lord. He has tried, he has failed, and he shall pay the price, thus belonging to me even more wholly. Welcome home, my dear Lucius. Your cage has always awaited you, and this time, the door shall be irrevocably welded shut. Chapter 55, Redomestication. Food and water will be delivered through a narrow, magically driven aperture at regular intervals, tasteless, merely sufficient to sustain life. There is no communication, no sound from the outside world. Only the increasingly labored breaths and uncontrollable whimpers of his own making. This utter isolation and relentless torment serve a clear purpose: to annihilate any semblance of independence and fragile self-esteem he has established in the Muggle world over the past 6 months, returning him to a state of absolute dependence, devoid of anything beyond the Master's grace. After nearly a week of captivity, the door to the chamber silently slid open. The figure of Voldemort appeared at the threshold, still clad in simple black robes, yet the pressure he emanated rendered the very air in the room seemingly frozen. Lucius was experiencing a wave of acute withdrawal. Curled in a corner, drenched in cold sweat, upon hearing the sound, he struggled to lift his head, his gray eyes brimming with physiological tears and boundless fatigue. Voldemort approached slowly, halting before him, his black eyes like cold probes, meticulously scanning his disheveled state. It seems. Voldemort's voice shattered the suffocating silence, eerily calm. Half a year of indulgence has not extinguished your body's memory of my magic, Lucius. Instead, it has rendered it more ravenous and chaotic. He crouched down, not touching Lucius, merely observing the spasms of agony in his muscles and the vacant expression in his eyes. You attempted to heal yourself in a Muggle fashion? Voldemort's lips curled in a mocking arc. Foolish. Like trying to quench a raging fire with pure water. Our connection is magical, a soul-deep imprint. Any evasion will only cause it to rebound with greater ferocity. His words struck Lucius's already fragile nerves like a cold chisel. The agonizing struggles of the past 6 months, in the mouth of another, became mere indulgence and folly. His gaze swept past the black glove in the corner, his tone imbued with an elusive meaning. Attempting to use such a thing to isolate yourself? To establish new boundaries? Pitiful creature. Lucius shut his eyes, unwilling to meet those all-seeing black orbs. Despair washed over him like a cold tide, submerging him. Voldemort extended his hand. This time, he did not directly infuse magic as before, but hovered his palm above the violent rise and fall of Lucius's chest, a feeble, yet intensely alluring wave of magical energy, akin to the finest thread, gently teasing Lucius's parched magical core. In that instant, Lucius's body jolted as if a traveler in a parched desert had glimpsed an oasis. A desire more potent than the pain of withdrawal compelled him to lean toward that source of magic, a muffled, pleading sound escaping his throat. He loathed this version of himself, despised this body that betrayed his will. Yet, 11 years of conditioned reflex and 6 months of hellish withdrawal had rendered this dependence his most primal physiological drive. Voldemort observed his reaction with satisfaction. "Look," he whispered, his voice laced with hypnotic magic. "Your body is far more honest than your will. It remembers what it truly requires." He did not satiate Lucius's thirst. Instead, he abruptly withdrew the thread of magical energy. A more intense void and pain surged forth, and Lucius emitted an uncontrollable cry, his body curling tighter. "Remember this feeling, Lucius." Voldemort stood, gazing down at him as he writhed in agony. "Remember the cost of defying me. And remember, only I can bring this to an end." Having spoken, he turned and departed, the door to the chamber closing soundlessly behind him, casting Lucius once more into an abyss of darkness and suffering, deeper than before. This time, Voldemort did not inflict physical torture, nor did he engage in verbal humiliation. He employed a more intricate and cruel method, exploiting Lucius's insurmountable physiological dependence, forcing him to witness the collapse of his will before the instincts of his body, making him acutely aware of the illusory nature of his so-called freedom and independence. This is the first step of redomestication, to make him despairingly acknowledge his inability to escape this dependence, that his suffering and solace are entirely contingent upon the master's whim. Lucius lay sprawled on the cold ground, adrift in waves of pain. The faint vestige of self he had established in the Muggle world seemed to be fracturing at an accelerated pace under this precise and merciless assault. He returned, not as a captured fugitive, but as an object in need of repair, a malfunctioning entity. And the process of restoration is destined to be more dark and thorough than the initial domestication. The Platinum Soul, having just caught a glimpse of freedom's faint light, was dragged back into an even deeper, more despairing abyss. The chamber beneath Malfoy Manor became Lucius Malfoy's new, more desperate prison. Time lost its significance here. With only pain and the occasional arrival of weak, almost charitable waves of magical energy marking the passage of day and night. Voldemort's redomestication was systematic and ruthless. Like the most meticulous scientist, he began to accurately measure the thresholds of Lucius's pain and dependence. He would appear at irregular intervals in the chamber, sometimes every few hours, other times not for an entire day. Each time he appeared, he would repeat that cruel ritual, hovering his hand above Lucius, releasing a faint yet irresistibly enticing surge of magical energy that tantalized the insatiable void within Lucius. Initially, Lucius reacted with intense struggles and resistance, twisting his head away with the remnants of his willpower, gritting his teeth, but gradually, he lamentably adapted. His body, driven by excruciating pain and primal instinct, would involuntarily tremble, inching closer to the source of that magic, his gray-blue eyes brimming with tears that mingled shame and pure desire. He even began to emit faint, pleading whimpers, despite his consciousness silently screaming no. Voldemort observed this all with calm detachment, meticulously recording the duration of Lucius's resistance, which grew increasingly shorter, the intensity of his bodily responses, and the critical point of his mental collapse. Behold, here once again, as Lucius succumbed to the temptation of magic, curling up in a pitiful plea akin to a dying animal. Voldemort spoke to a figure lurking in the shadows, possibly Rodolphus or another core Death Eater, in a tone almost reminiscent of academic discussion, noting that physiological dependence had entirely suppressed the superficial consciousness's defiance. The next step was to reshape his understanding and attitude towards this dependence. Chapter 56. Despair. Lucius listened to these words, feeling a chill deeper than the sharpest of knives. He was not merely a prisoner. He had become a specimen laid bare upon an experimental table. Days later, Voldemort altered his strategy. He no longer simply enticed with magic and then deprived him. He began to establish conditions. He would make small, symbolic demands, granting fleeting magical solace in return. The first command was simple: lift your head and look at me. Lucius hesitated, the burning shame clawing at his throat. Yet the tumultuous pain within him and the magic so tantalizingly close, capable of ending it all, ultimately overwhelmed every other sentiment. With immense humiliation, he slowly raised his head to meet those abyssal black eyes. The moment he completed this action, a stronger surge of magic flowed in, bringing with it a fleeting, heavenly reprieve. Lucius nearly collapsed, tears pouring forth not only from the relief of pain, but also from an overwhelming loathing for his own ease of surrender. The next demand morphed into, say you need me, and then, crawl over to me. The requests escalated, evolving from simple actions to humiliating words, and finally to poses that obliterated his dignity. With each capitulation, Lucius's will was vanquished in the tug-of-war against his physiological needs. Each submission etched a deeper, new brand upon his soul, forging an unbreakable bond of master and servant between him and Voldemort, more resilient than any magical contract, rooted in his insurmountable weaknesses. He began to confront a brutal reality. He could not survive alone. Absent Voldemort's magic, he would plunge into a cycle of torment worse than death. His 6 months of escape had become a farcical testament to his own deficiencies. Just as Lucius's mental defenses were on the brink of total collapse, Voldemort delivered his most devastating blow. The door to the chamber swung open once more, but this time, accompanying Voldemort was Draco. The boy, clad in an exquisitely tailored emerald green robe, his platinum hair meticulously arranged, bore a look of curiosity at the unfamiliar surroundings, along with an ingrained, absolute obedience to his father's decisions. Upon seeing Lucius curled in the corner, clad in coarse linen and pale from weariness, a flicker of confusion and disgust crossed Draco's face. Draco, Voldemort's voice resonated calmly. Do you recall what I told you about disobedient objects needing to be reconditioned? Draco nodded, his gaze falling upon Lucius, as if regarding a malfunctioning piece of furniture in dire need of repair. Yes, father. Lucius's heart felt as though gripped by a cold hand, nearly ceasing to beat. He looked at his son, the child he longed for day and night, willing to sacrifice everything for, who now regarded him with a strange, contemptuous look. He attempts to escape his responsibilities, to flee from the value I have bestowed upon him. Voldemort continued in that matter-of-fact tone, as if stating an objective truth, resulting in certain unnecessary complications. He is now relearning his position and the significance of his existence. Draco, seemingly understanding yet confused, clearly accepted this explanation. He even took a small step forward, adopting a tone coldly reminiscent of Voldemort's, addressing Lucius. You should obey, father. Resistance is foolish. Those words struck Lucius like a poisoned dagger, piercing through the last bastion of his heart. All his struggles, all his suffering, reduced to mere folly in the eyes of his son? In that instant of dizzying realization brought on by the crushing blow, the familiar pangs of withdrawal surged within him once more, fiercer than ever before. He could not contain his body as it curled in on itself, emitting pained groans. Draco frowned slightly, retreating a step, seemingly startled by this undignified display, retreating deeper behind Voldemort. Voldemort, seizing the moment, placed his hand atop Lucius's head. This time, he did not withhold the magic. A surge of relatively abundant, frigid magic flowed in, swiftly quelling the intense pain. In the wake of the pain's dissipation and the despair wrought by his son's words, Lucius's spirit shattered completely. He no longer possessed the strength to feel humiliation, only a boundless numbness and an eerie sense of acceptance. He even began to actively draw upon that cold magic, as if it were the sole lifeline capable of rescuing him from this abyss of despair. Voldemort reveled in the transformation of the body beneath his palm. Resistance had vanished, replaced by a profound, deathly submission. He turned to Draco and said, "See, education is always effective. He understands now." Then, he departed the chamber with Draco, leaving Lucius alone. Sprawled upon the cold ground, his gaze hollowly fixed upon the emerald crystal of the ceiling. The last flicker of light ultimately extinguished. He was no longer the Lucius Malfoy seeking escape, nor the Lucius Malfoy struggling for survival. He had reverted to the object belonging to Tom Riddle, one that required regular nourishment and calibration. The only distinction was that this time, he clearly and despairingly recognized this fact and had abandoned all thoughts of change. The platinum resilience had finally been thoroughly melted away under the meticulously calculated psychological and physiological torment. He returned to his cage, and in a certain sense, he could no longer leave, for the key to his cage no longer resided outside, but deep within his shattered soul. Lucius Malfoy's days in the chamber had morphed into a prolonged and silent collapse. Time ceased to flow linearly, marked instead by Voldemort's appearances and departures, and the intervals of brief magical solace that followed. His will, like metal repeatedly hammered, gradually lost its original form and elasticity with each surrender. Voldemort made his nourishment more regular and imbued it with greater ritualistic significance. It seemed he deliberately reinforced Thursday's special status within Lucius's physiological memory. Every Thursday, he would arrive earlier than usual, lingering longer, and the demands he imposed were increasingly symbolic and humiliating. He would compel Lucius to maintain a prolonged kneeling posture, his forehead pressed against the frigid ground, as if beseeching a dark deity. He would make Lucius repeatedly articulate, in a shattered, tear-laden voice, "I am your property. My existence is to bear your will. I require your magic to be whole." Chapter 57, Rebirth. Initially, when Lucius uttered these words, a faint flicker of rebellion, akin to ashes, still smoldered within him. Yet, as the torment of withdrawal and the undeniable physiological pleasure derived from the magic's soothing effects alternated, that spark diminished. His body, preceding his consciousness, fully embraced this perverse logic. Obedience brings tranquility, while defiance invites torment. On one Thursday afternoon, Voldemort's arrival was later than usual. The withdrawal symptoms within Lucius had reached a critical threshold. He slumped against the wall like a puddle of mud, his consciousness drifting amidst agony and blurred yearning. When the door to the chamber finally creaked open, he lacked the strength to lift his head. Voldemort did not commence the ritual as usual. Instead, he approached Lucius, gently prodding his curled form with the tip of his shoe. "Today, we shall approach this differently, Lucius," he spoke, his voice imbued with an unsettling calm. Struggling to open his eyes, Lucius's blurred vision met the hem of Voldemort's black robe. "I need you," Voldemort intoned slowly, deliberately pausing to observe the subtle flicker of expectation that surged within Lucius upon hearing those words. "Beg me willingly, not because I command you, but because you genuinely cannot bear to exist without me." Lucius's heart constricted violently. This was an attempt to strip him of his last vestiges of passive defense, compelling him to acknowledge that his downfall stemmed from his own desires, not merely external coercion. He clenched his jaw tightly, the remnants of pride waging a final struggle. The agony within him burned like molten lava, his yearning for magic nearly bursting from his throat. Voldemort remained unhurried, even crouching beside Lucius to relish his turmoil up close. He could scent the cold sweat and despair emanating from Lucius, witnessing the anguished light in his gray eyes as reason and instinct waged a fierce battle. "Look at yourself now, Lucius." Voldemort's whisper was akin to a demon's seduction, the proud head of the Malfoy family resembling a pet that could not survive without its master. "Your body screams for my presence. Why does your mouth cling to that meaningless pride?" He extended a hand, his fingertips hovering above Lucius's heaving chest, the familiar, alluring pulse of magic once again enveloping him like the sweetest poison. "Admit it," Voldemort's voice bore an irresistible hypnotic power. "Acknowledge that you need me more than you need air, more than you need water, more than anything. Admit that your soul has long been branded with my mark. Any attempt to flee is but self-mutilation." Under the relentless torment and precise psychological assault, Lucius's defenses finally crumbled. The last fragment of his pride vanished before the towering wave of physiological need. Tears mingled with sweat, cascading from his eyes in a frenzied torrent. He ceased to resist. No longer feeling shame, or rather, the sense of shame had been overshadowed by a deeper despair. Like a thoroughly tamed beast, he leaned forward with his last ounce of strength, pressing his forehead against Voldemort's cold boot, his voice shattered yet unmistakably clear as he choked out his plea. "Please, my master, I require your magic. I cannot endure being without you. I am nothing without you. I beg you to give it to me." This marked his first instance of utter submission, emerging from the depths of his fractured soul, devoid of any direct command. Voldemort fell silent. The chamber was filled solely with Lucius's suppressed sobs. Then, a cold hand descended upon Lucius's sweat-soaked platinum hair, adopting a near-paternal gesture of comfort. Immediately, a wave of magic, more potent and pure than ever before, surged into Lucius's parched body like a warm torrent, despite its inherently cold nature. He released a long, tremulous sigh, his body relaxing completely, nearly melting at Voldemort's feet. Unconsciously, he pressed his forehead more firmly against that boot, akin to a cat finally receiving its master's affection after having been abandoned and then reclaimed. Voldemort allowed him to maintain this humble posture, continually infusing him with magic until he sensed Lucius's body had ceased trembling, his breathing becoming steady and elongated. "Well done," Voldemort finally spoke, his voice imbued with a barely perceptible satisfaction. "You have finally learned this most essential lesson. Remember this feeling, Lucius. This should be your eternal state, finding peace and wholeness within my power." He withdrew his hand. Lucius felt a slight pang of loss. Yet the gnawing emptiness and pain did not return. His body brimmed with Voldemort's magic, a familiar sense of completeness, albeit shackled, returned. Voldemort rose, gazing down upon the still kneeling Lucius, who seemed reborn. "From this day forth, every Thursday, you shall be here, in the posture you have just learned, to receive my nourishment." Voldemort's voice resonated like a final decree. "This is your new ritual, Lucius, a rite of your confirmation of belonging and sustenance." Lucius did not respond or move. He simply knelt quietly, feeling the icy power of his master coursing through him. Deep within his gray eyes, all struggle, all light had extinguished, leaving only an unfathomable void of submissive silence. He no longer yearned for escape, nor did he reminisce about freedom. For him, freedom had become synonymous with unending agony and his own incompleteness. He chose the shackles, for they bestowed upon him the wholeness necessary for survival. The Platinum Soul, having undergone a brutal and complete spiritual death, assumed a twisted, wholly dependent form upon the darkness, achieving a lamentable rebirth. He became Voldemort's most exquisite creation, a beautiful, docile, and utterly reliant living vessel, incapable of, or even unwilling to, extricate himself from his master. The Thursday ritual would serve as his eternal mark of belonging. Chapter 58, A Dignified Demise. Lucius Malfoy's submission was absolute and serene. He resembled an exquisite puppet, devoid of a soul, flawlessly fulfilling every ritual Voldemort had established for him. The nourishment received every Thursday became his sole anchor for existence. He no longer resisted, nor did he express any emotion, save for a fleeting flicker of physiological relaxation in his gray-blue eyes when that cold magic flowed into him. Yet beneath this tranquil facade, not all was devoid of turbulence. Occasionally, during solitary nights, the forcibly suppressed fragments of Lucius Malfoy would quietly resurface. He would recall the cramped attic in London, suffused with metallic and chemical scents. The focus of his fingertips upon silver materials, Agnes's meaningful gaze, and the twisted vine brooch into which he had poured all his pain and struggle. These fragments of memory, sharp as glass, sliced through his numbed heart. In stark contrast to the current existence of a soulless automaton, those years of painful, fearful yet faintly autonomous flight appeared so vividly real and precious. This awareness engendered a profound self-loathing within him. He abhorred the body that could only be whole through the malevolent magic of his adversary, detested the soul that had so readily surrendered all struggles, willingly succumbing to the tranquil embrace of darkness, and was even more reviled by the shameful nostalgia that occasionally stirred within him for that precarious, agonizing freedom. This sense of revulsion peaked after a Thursday ritual. As Voldemort's hand withdrew from his head, that familiar, shackled sensation flooded his being. He gazed at his master's departing figure and watched as the door to the chamber slowly closed, severing all light. A fierce impulse to utterly terminate this existence coiled around his heart like a poisonous vine. He no longer wished to endure this life, not as Lucius Malfoy, nor as Voldemort's possession. He recalled the small vial of the elixir of life he had hidden away in secret, a remnant that had escaped confiscation, intended for a brief escape during unbearable withdrawal. Now, he discerned a more profound purpose for it. Without hesitation or regret, he experienced a peculiar tranquility as he downed the small bottle of concentrated liquid, shimmering like silver moonlight. Its bitter taste bore the promise of liberation. The effects manifested swiftly. A powerful wave of dizziness and drowsiness enveloped him like a warm tide, lifting him from the cold floor as his consciousness began to detach from his body, rendering the pain, humiliation, and self-hatred distant and indistinct. At that moment, Voldemort sensed an unusual fluctuation within the chamber, life force rapidly dissipating. He sat in his study, idly toying with the grapevine brooch that had come to him through a sycophantic Death Eater, crafted by Lucius himself. The cold silver tendrils entwined around his pale fingertips, the intricate details symbolizing bitter fruit, evoking the struggles and despair that had accompanied Lucius in its creation. He had always known. From the instant the brooch fell into his possession, he recognized its singular, flawed elegance, belonging solely to Lucius Malfoy. He did not immediately retrieve him. Part of it was due to his focus on the impending confrontation, while another part stemmed from a deeper, almost inexplicable thrill of this cat-and-mouse game. He yearned to witness how long his possession could endure outside, to deliver a devastating blow at the most unexpected moment. Yet now, sensing Lucius's vital signs waning alarmingly, an unfamiliar, piercing emotion stabbed through his usual calm. Was it anger? A refusal to accept the loss of his possession? He materialized in the chamber. Witnessing Lucius sprawled on the floor like a shattered lily, his complexion nearly translucent, breath so faint it was barely perceptible, clutching an empty potion vial. In that instant, Voldemort felt as though his heart was gripped tightly by an invisible hand, panic surging through him. "Lucius," he bellowed, his voice betraying a tremor he had not recognized in himself. He swiftly knelt, powerful detection magic sweeping over Lucius's body, confirming the overdose of the elixir of life. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned no servants, but instead unleashed the most potent magic at his command to stabilize Lucius's fading vitality, then lifted him in a manner that felt utterly foreign, tearing through the fabric of space to appear outside the top emergency ward of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. "Save him." He uttered those 3 words to the pale-faced healers who rushed in, his voice as cold as ice. Yet the turbulent dark energy swirling in his black eyes made it clear to all present that the consequences of failure would be dire. Lucius lingered on the precipice of death for a full month. Voldemort remained vigilantly stationed outside the ward. He would never enter a place thick with the scent of weakness, conducting Death Eater affairs through the two-way mirror or brief absences. His countenance was dreadfully grim, the oppressive aura he exuded silencing all Death Eaters and healers alike. He perpetually gripped the grapevine brooch, the cold silver nearly bending beneath his clutch. Throughout that interminable month, He watched the healers come and go, observing Lucius breathe weakly, sustained by the magical life support system, as an unprecedented, complex, and twisted emotion burgeoned within him. He reflected on the 11 years Lucius had spent by his side. From the proud youth to the vessel he had branded and utterly tamed, to the silversmith struggling for survival in the Muggle world, exuding an extraordinary vitality he had never anticipated. He found himself unable to accept Lucius's potential absence. It was not merely the anger of losing a precious possession. It was a deeper, more unfamiliar sense of vacancy. It felt as though a specific coordinate in his dark world, a position only Lucius Malfoy could occupy, had suddenly turned hollow. He realized he desired more than just a docile, dependent vessel. He craved the Lucius Malfoy who would resist, struggle, suffer, and pour his soul into crafting silverware. He wished for him to live, to be by his side, in any form, but he must be alive. Chapter 59, The Dark Lord's Love. This realization was revolutionary, even perilous, for Tom Riddle, who revered absolute power and viewed emotions as weaknesses. Yet he could not deny it. Gazing at the pale, fragile life within the ward, he understood. Was this love? No, it was far from what the world comprehends as love. It was a darker, more selfish, and more twisted form of possession, a fervent desire to wholly assimilate another's soul, pain, struggle, and even life into his own dark existence. He could not bear to lose him. When the healers finally announced that Lucius was out of danger, but still in a deep coma, requiring time to recover, Voldemort entered the ward for the first time. He stood at the bedside, looking down at the handsome face still marked by fragility and fatigue and slumber. His fingers gently brushing through the platinum strands, his touch unprecedentedly tender. "You have won, Lucius," he whispered inwardly, his dark eyes glimmering with a complex and dangerous light. "You have shown me what you truly mean to me." He did not reclaim the grapevine brooch, but rather stored it carefully away. It was no longer merely a trophy. It had become a testament, witnessing how his possession had pried open a minute yet undeniable crack in his seemingly impenetrable dark defenses in the most harrowing manner. When Lucius awakened, he would no longer confront the Dark Lord who saw him merely as a tool, but a master who harbored a far more intricate, twisted, and potentially terrifying emotion toward him. This awakening of distortion would either lead their relationship into an unpredictable abyss, or perhaps forge a more unbreakable cage of a different kind. Only time could unveil the answer. The fate of the platinum was entwined with a more intricate, unfathomable thread of darkness after circling the brink of life and death. Lucius awakened amidst a cacophony of conflicting emotions. His body felt as though it had been hollowed out and then clumsily stuffed with cotton, leaving him frail and powerless. Yet, astonishingly, the insatiable thirst and emptiness for the dark magic that had persisted for 11 years within his soul had mysteriously subsided. It was not the shackled satisfaction that came from the weekly rituals, but rather a deeper, more fundamental tranquility. It was as if his desiccated core of magic had been forcibly stabilized and nourished by a more formidable force, allowing him to maintain a semblance of completeness without reliance on external charity. Upon opening his eyes, he was not greeted by the suffocating ceiling of the chamber, but rather by the pale yet pristine light of St. Mungo's ward. Then he beheld him. Voldemort sat not far from the bed in an armchair, neither reading nor attending to affairs, merely gazing at him with an unwavering intensity. The once cruel amusement and cold scrutiny in those crimson eyes were replaced by a profound complexity of emotions that Lucius had never witnessed before, an unquenchable smoldering anger, a form of assessment, yet beneath it all, a tinge of unsettling focus. "You are awake." Voldemort's voice was deep, devoid of its usual slickness, now imbued with a peculiar rasp. Lucius attempted to respond, but his throat was parched, rendering him voiceless. Instinctively, he endeavored to move, only to be met with a wave of dizziness. In the next moment, a cup of warm water was brought to his lips. The hand that held the cup was Voldemort's, pale and slender, typically reserved for casting unforgivable curses or caressing Nagini. Lucius froze, disbelief flooding his gray-blue eyes. He complied and sipped, yet his gaze remained riveted on that hand and its master. This was too abnormal, surpassing all his preconceptions of the Dark Lord. Why? He finally regained his voice, weak and hoarse, questioning why he had been saved, why he was here at this moment, why such an act so contrary to Voldemort's nature was performed. Voldemort set down the cup, not answering immediately. His gaze roamed Lucius's face, as if poring over an exceedingly intricate and precious tome. After a long pause, he slowly spoke, his voice low yet resonant. Like thunder in Lucius's ears, "I will not allow you to leave, Lucius." It was not a reprimand for his audacity to attempt suicide, nor a declaration of ownership, but rather a possessive insistence that bordered on obsession. The weight of this statement sent shivers through Lucius, for it did not imply punishment, but a far more terrifying constraint concerning his very existence. Your life, your suffering, your struggles, even your attempts to escape my will, all of these belong to me, Voldemort continued. Leaning slightly forward, that powerful aura of darkness enveloping Lucius, not with hostility, but rather like a confining embrace. You have no right to unilaterally terminate it. A chill of despair coursed through Lucius. Had he even been stripped of the freedom to die? Look at me, Lucius, Voldemort commanded, his voice laced with a strange allure. Lucius raised his eyes to meet those crimson orbs. He had expected to encounter mockery of victory or a cold desire for control. Instead, he found something deeper, a twisted, dark, yet alarmingly genuine need. Do you think death would grant you liberation? The corners of Voldemort's mouth curled into a temperatureless arc. No, it would only bind your soul to me, ensuring eternal unrest. You can never, ever escape me. This declaration rang like a final verdict. Lucius understood. His suicide attempt had not brought him freedom. Rather, it had triggered a switch deep within the Dark Lord, an absolute fear of loss and an insatiable desire for complete possession. From that day forth, everything seemed altered, yet paradoxically, nothing had changed. Voldemort no longer confined him to the dim chamber. He was permitted to return to Malfoy Manor, albeit under strict surveillance, and even had the opportunity to see Draco, his son, entangled in this web. With a complex gaze, at designated times, his range of movement had expanded, yet the invisible shackles felt even heavier. The nourishing rituals every Thursday continued. But the sensation was entirely different. The magic Voldemort infused into him was no longer merely sustenance for survival. It had morphed into a dark brand of ownership, saturated with an intense possessiveness. Each ritual was accompanied by Voldemort's prolonged, almost scrutinizing gaze, as if confirming the integrity of his possession. Chapter 60, Twisted Love. What unsettled Lucius further was Voldemort's burgeoning concern for his well-being. This was not mere surface-level inquiry, but an almost pathological attention. He would notice Lucius's lack of appetite and cast a questioning glance at the slightest furrow of his brow, albeit still icy. And he would appear like a specter in the shadows of Lucius's room when he was jolted awake from nightmares, silently watching over him until he fell asleep again, or, more accurately, until he was compelled to pretend to sleep under the weight of that omnipresent gaze. This was a distorted form of care, a cohabitation founded on absolute control and fear. Lucius was horrified to discover that within this extreme, twisted relationship, even his once-dead heart began to undergo subtle changes. His fear and hatred for Voldemort remained deeply rooted, yet beneath it, a faint, almost shameful dependency began to flourish. His core of magic required Voldemort's stabilizing influence. This was an undeniable truth. Moreover, his very existence had become an extension of the Dark Lord's will. He could not escape, neither physically nor psychologically imposed. He was akin to a vine parasitizing a dark tree of magic, the host providing the nutrients vital for his survival while simultaneously tightening its grip on his roots. The more he grew, the more entangled he became. Once, when Voldemort placed a new, exquisitely crafted brooch before him, as if replacing the one that had carried all his defiance, and watched as he affixed it, Lucius caught a glimpse of their reflections in the mirror, the pale, powerful Dark Lord, and beside him, himself, delicate and fragile, akin to a meticulously adorned puppet. In that moment, he clearly recognized that between them, there indeed existed a form of love. A love steeped in darkness, power, dependency, fear, and absolute possession, grotesquely distorted to its extreme. It was a cage, a shackle, yet it had also become a grotesque, inseparable symbiosis. He could not survive without his nourishment and control, and conversely, Voldemort could not exist without him, his sole vessel for twisted emotions and possessiveness. Voldemort feared losing him, and Lucius, upon realizing the deeper imprisonment entailed in that fear, succumbed to a more profound despair and an eerie, twisted acceptance of fate. The platinum destiny he had sought through his suicidal act was now welded onto a darker, more inescapable path. They would remain entwined in this pathological dependency and confrontation until their mutual destruction or until they descended together into a deeper abyss. Malfoy Manor regained its superficial order, even an eerie tranquility. House elves continued to move silently. Portraits of wizards on the ancient tapestries whispered among themselves, and sunlight streamed through the high windows, casting diamond-shaped patterns on the polished floor. Yet beneath this calm surged a new, suffocating tension. Lucius was permitted limited movement within the manor. A slender, nearly imperceptible silver ring had been added to his ankle, intricately etched with complex magical runes, serving as an alchemical artifact imbued with tracking, surveillance, and constraining functions, personally crafted by Voldemort. Unlike shackles that weighed heavily, it incessantly reminded him of his predicament, a caged bird permitted to stroll within a lavish confinement. Voldemort had not vacated. Rather, He transformed the master bedroom adjacent to it into his own study and living quarters, permeating Lucius's life in an omnipresent manner. He no longer summoned Lucius to his presence as frequently. At times, he would personally visit Lucius's chamber, silently sitting beside him, tending to his documents, or merely observing him. Such scrutiny tormented Lucius far more than any torture could. It was no longer a mere gaze assessing the worth of an object, but rather a deeper, more viscous examination, as though attempting to penetrate his skin and explore every subtle tremor within his soul. Voldemort was observing, scrutinizing the vitality of the life he had invested in, and assessing whether the forcibly salvaged existence had undergone any noteworthy transformations. Lucius endeavored to maintain his last vestige of dignity, straightening his spine, garbed in meticulously tailored robes, his platinum locks meticulously arranged. Yet, while he could deceive everyone else, he could not deceive the reflection staring back at him. His gaze, once haughty and frigid in its gray-blue hue, now bore the weight of a complex weariness, a resignation, and beneath that stillness, a flicker of profound fear regarding his circumstances, intertwined with an indescribable dependence. The ritual on Thursday was relocated to Lucius's own bedroom. This was not an act of consideration, but rather another form of proclamation. Even his most intimate space had been utterly transformed into an altar of devotion and possession. The process of the ritual remained unchanged, as cold magic surged forth, imparting a sense of complete abhorrence and yearning. Yet Voldemort's movements seemed to linger longer. His hands rested atop Lucius's head for an extended duration, his fingertips occasionally sliding unconsciously through the platinum strands, imbued with an almost nostalgic touch. Following the ritual, Voldemort would not depart immediately. He would stand there, observing Lucius tremble slightly from the infusion of magic, a peculiar flush gracing his cheeks, a dark, satisfied gleam flickering in his scarlet eyes. "How does it feel, Lucius?" he inquired once, his voice low, devoid of mockery, instead embodying a form of affirmation. Lucius cast his eyes downward, concealing the tempest within. What could he possibly articulate? To confess that this magic, bestowed by an adversary, was both his poison and his nectar for survival? To admit that while he loathed this bondage, his body shamefully relied upon the tranquility it bestowed? Very tranquil, my master. He ultimately opted for a neutral, expected response. Voldemort appeared to chuckle softly, a sound akin to serpent scales brushing against stone. Excellent. This interaction became a new paradigm between them. Voldemort constructed a cage through power and omnipresent surveillance, while simultaneously nurturing their twisted umbilical connection through the infusion of magic. And Lucius, in a state of despairing resignation, gradually acclimatized to this dark sustenance. His body no longer vehemently rejected it. He even began to anticipate it. As Thursday approached, that familiar thirst, born from the essence of magic, would quietly surface, reminding him of the impending reprieve. This physiological dependence bound him to Voldemort more effectively than any chain. Nightly, he found himself plagued by nightmares, no longer of past torments or shadows of death, but of the loss of this nourishment. Chapter 61, Acceptance. He dreamt of reverting to the fugitive in the Muggle world. On the brink of collapse, magic dried up like a desert. That profound emptiness and agony terrified him more than the sharpest torment. One fateful night, he awoke from such a nightmare, drenched in cold sweat, heart racing. A scream stifled in his throat. He curled up, arms wrapped tightly around himself, attempting to dispel the chill brought forth by the nightmare. In the shadows, a tall figure materialized silently. Voldemort stood at the bedside, like a guardian specter. "Did you have a nightmare?" he asked, his voice resonating with clarity in the stillness of the room. Lucius offered no reply, burying his face deeper, his body trembling uncontrollably. He felt shame, exposed in his most vulnerable state before this man. Yet, the anticipated mockery or threat did not arrive. A cold hand gently rested atop his head, reminiscent of the ritual. But this time, no powerful magic surged forth, only a steady, oppressive aura of darkness gradually soothing his distressed soul. "Sleep now." Voldemort's voice was almost a lullaby. "You need not fear that emptiness. As long as I am here, you shall never experience it again." This statement bore the weight of the most malevolent curse, yet also the warmth of a tender promise. Under that cold reassurance, Lucius surprisingly felt a perverse sense of comfort. His trembling gradually subsided, and consciousness sank back into darkness, this time devoid of nightmares. Upon awakening the next morning, he found himself alone in the room, as if all that transpired the previous night had merely been a dream. Yet the lingering, barely perceptible chill of the Dark Lord beside his pillow, along with the shameful memory of last night's solace, reminded him that it was no dream. He approached the dressing mirror. Gazing at the pallid man with a complex expression reflected back at him, he beheld the despair of a prisoner, as well as a nascent conspiracy of silence forged between him and his captor. He could no longer extricate himself from this bond, not merely through magic, but within this extraordinarily distorted relationship. He had been molded into an entity that required the other's existence for stability. His fears and dependencies entwined with hatred and a morbid sense of belonging, forming an inescapable web. Voldemort had triumphed in this war, employing the most unexpected means to render Lucius Malfoy incapable of envisioning a world devoid of Tom Riddle, both in spirit and in flesh. Regardless of whether that world was heaven or hell, Voldemort's attentions grew increasingly substantial and more chilling. He began to personally oversee Lucius's diet, not out of concern for his health, but to ensure that the exquisite food and potions optimally sustained the functionality of the vessel he cared for. After one Thursday ritual, he seemingly casually mentioned, "Your silversmithing tools may be retrieved." Lucius's heart leapt, a flicker of disbelief illuminating his gray-blue eyes, quickly suppressed. He lowered his gaze, responding in the most obedient tone, "If my master permits." The long-sealed workshop in the west wing of the manor was reopened. House elves cleaned it to the highest standards, and his tools, including those instruments brought back from the London attic, imbued with the essence of the Muggle world, were arranged meticulously, even more so than when he tended to them himself. It was as if he had merely stepped out for tea the previous afternoon, standing before the familiar workbench. Lucius's fingers brushed against the cold metallic surface, a melange of emotions swirling within him. It appeared to be a gift, a return to freedom. But he understood better than anyone that this was a more opulent cage. He was permitted to reclaim his creative abilities. Yet that ability itself had become a means to please his master, to validate his worth. His art, the outlet for his pain and struggle, was now branded with Voldemort's mark. He had no choice. Refusal implied provocation, a denial of the Dark Lord's considerate arrangement, with consequences too dire to contemplate. To accept acceptance means he must confront once more, within this scrutinized space, the self that once sought liberation through the silverware, a torment in itself. He began to attempt to grasp the tools anew. Initially, his fingers were stiff, as if they had forgotten how to converse with metal. Yet, the memory of muscle quickly revived. The familiar rhythm of hammering, polishing, and shaping allowed him to momentarily forget everything around him. He crafted a simple bookmark, shaped like a ginkgo leaf twisted by the wind, its lines fluid and imbued with melancholy. He did not present it to Voldemort, but merely placed it upon the workbench. The following day, he discovered the bookmark had vanished. During dinner, Voldemort made no mention of it, only remarking, as he departed the dining hall, that the details of the leaf's veins were acceptable. Lucius tightened his grip on the fork. He understood that everything in his workshop lay under the watchful gaze of this master. Each creation, each emotional revelation became a specimen for the other's scrutiny and appraisal. This was a silent and all-encompassing invasion. Simultaneously, Voldemort began to present him at certain clandestine Death Eater gatherings, not as a displayed, weakened vessel in need of sustenance, but as a quiet companion. He was positioned somewhat behind Voldemort's throne, akin to a living trophy, attesting to the Dark Lord's power and mercy. The gazes of the Death Eaters were complex and inscrutable, remnants of awe for the Malfoy name, veiled disdain for his evident plight, and profound curiosity regarding why he received such special treatment from the Dark Lord. Bellatrix's gaze was particularly venomous, brimming with jealousy and confusion. She could not tolerate her master dividing his attention with this cowardly, once betraying brother-in-law. Lucius bore these stares with an impassive face, yet within, he felt as if he were being scorched by fire. He knew well the intention behind Voldemort's actions, to isolate him utterly from the outside world. Sympathy, disdain, or jealousy would only deepen his sense of isolation, making him acutely aware that apart from this dark master beside him, he had long since lost all refuge and support. In the dead of night following one gathering, Voldemort seemed in good spirits. Rarely did he forego immediate work, instead holding a goblet and standing before the study's window, gazing out into the pitch-black courtyard. "Bellatrix looked at you today as if she wished to tear you apart," he suddenly remarked, his tone laced with amusement. Chapter 62, A Smile. Lucius stood silently in the center of the room. She did not comprehend. Voldemort turned to face him, his crimson eyes shimmering with an eerie glow in the candlelight. She understood only absolute obedience and fervor, incapable of grasping more intricate values. He approached Lucius, his footsteps soundless. He extended a hand, not to touch, but merely to trace the outline of Lucius's cheek with his fingertips, as though admiring a fragile work of art. Pain, struggle, even the will to die, when confined within the appropriate framework, they radiate a unique luster. Lucius. His voice was low, akin to a demon's whisper. "You have revealed to me this possibility. A soul that wholly belongs to me, yet has not entirely lost itself, is far more fascinating than a mere puppet." A chill coursed up Lucius's spine. He understood. Voldemort relished not only the act of possession, but also the delicate balance achieved between destruction and reconstruction, repression and allowance. He was akin to a collector, gathering not only objects, but also the tragedies and uniqueness encapsulated within them. "I am the master's possession," Lucius managed to utter, the words emerging as his sole shield against such moments. Indeed, Voldemort smiled with chilling satisfaction, his grin cold and twisted. "You are my most precious, most unique collection. So live well, Lucius. Continue your creations. Show me more." He leaned closer, his icy breath nearly brushing against Lucius's ear. "Remember, the venom you drink is the nectar I bestowed upon you. The shackles you bear are the honors I have sanctioned. We are inseparably bound." In that instant, Lucius beheld his reflection in Voldemort's scarlet gaze, pallid, exquisite, ensnared in endless darkness, a darkness that proclaimed, in a distorted manner, his absolute ownership, and a chilling obsession that bordered on love. He closed his eyes, accepting this fate. The venom and nectar, the shackles and honors, the hatred and dependence had all woven into an inextricable web. He was Voldemort's prisoner, a pale and twisted flower, meticulously nurtured, forever unable to leave the soil of his dark kingdom. The Dark Lord's almost declarative uniqueness spread like ink falling into silent, stagnant waters, rippling outwards in Lucius's tranquil heart lake, causing waves of unrest. He repeatedly mulled over the words, most precious, most unique, inseparable. Fear remained rooted. Hatred had not dissipated. Yet a new and perilous awareness, akin to tendrils sprouting in the dark, quietly entwined around his reason. He was different. This difference did not stem from his Malfoy name or his former status, but rather from Voldemort's own twisted and obsessive conviction. He was a specific and irreplaceable coordinate within the Dark Lord's shadowy universe. Bellatrix's fervor could not substitute for it, nor could the awe and fear of the other Death Eaters. This realization brought forth an absurd, almost shameful sense of security. He began to scrutinize Voldemort more closely. He observed the intensity with which Voldemort's scarlet eyes reflected his own image, the subtle movements of his fingertips unconsciously stroking the grapevine brooch, which Voldemort still kept close, and the barely perceptible moment of satisfaction that followed his rituals on Thursdays. Lucius recognized that his existence seemed capable of influencing this powerful, seemingly invulnerable Dark Lord in return. He was not merely a passive recipient. He himself had become a source of influence through his suffering, his struggles, his will to die, and his current fractured yet singular existence. This realization acted like a slowly acting poison, akin to a tempting light in the darkness. It awakened his dormant courage, causing it to rise like a coiled serpent. One afternoon, Voldemort was in his study, listening to a report from a Death Eater regarding the wavering stance of a marginal pureblood family. Lucius was permitted to remain on a sofa in the corner, reading. This had become a common occurrence, as he sat like a silent ornament, yet ever present. The Death Eater's voice trembled with fear, while Voldemort's fingers rhythmically drummed on the armrest, a sign of his impatience. The pressure in the air escalated, heralding an impending storm. Lucius's heartbeat quickened slightly. He closed the book, rose not to leave, but to approach a small table on the opposite side of the room, where a house elf had just delivered red tea and an exquisite set of porcelain. He disregarded the almost palpable tension in the air, ignored Voldemort's questioning glance, and the astonished gaze of the Death Eater. He picked up the silver teapot with elegant grace, as though participating in an afternoon tea party from a more peaceful era. He slowly poured the amber-hued tea into a delicate porcelain cup, then performed an act that was exceedingly out of place, even audacious. He carried the cup to Voldemort's chair and gently placed it on the table beside his master. Throughout the entire process, he uttered not a single word, nor did he cast a glance into Voldemort's eyes. He remained fixated on the task at hand, as if fulfilling a duty that was as routine as it was obligatory. The study was enveloped in an oppressive silence. The reporting Death Eater seemed to halt his very breath, his complexion pale, awaiting the Dark Lord's wrath in response to this audacious transgression. He could almost foresee the piercing glare of retribution. Voldemort's fingers, which had been drumming against the armrest, stilled. He slightly inclined his head, his gaze falling upon the steaming cup of red tea beside him, then lifted it to rest upon Lucius's lowered eyelids. His profile seemingly obedient, yet taut with tension. Time appeared to freeze, each second stretched interminably. Then, to everyone's astonishment, an almost imperceptible smile twitched at the corner of Voldemort's mouth. It was neither a sneer nor derision, but rather an arc of peculiar intrigue, bordering on a smile. He did not touch the cup of tea, nor did he express anger. He made no comment on Lucius's actions, merely redirecting his gaze to the stunned Death Eater, and in a voice that was somewhat calmer than before, commanded, "Continue." The storm dissipated into nothingness. Lucius retreated to his corner, resuming his reading. yet his fingertips trembled slightly beneath the pages. A tempest of emotions surged within him. He had not faced punishment. Had he even received a smile? Was it truly a smile? Chapter 63. Out. He had succeeded. In an almost juvenile yet perilously audacious manner, he had tested the invisible boundaries. And the outcome revealed to him that his uniqueness indeed afforded him a certain degree of privilege, a minor insubordination that could be tolerated within specific confines. That evening, when Voldemort visited his chamber for their weekly ritual, everything proceeded as usual. However, following the ceremony, he did not depart immediately. He stood by the bedside, observing Lucius, and suddenly remarked, "Today's tea is at the perfect temperature." With that, he turned and left, leaving Lucius alone in the dim light to ponder this seemingly ordinary yet laden statement. Lucius caressed the cold silver ring encircling his ankle, and within the desolate expanse of his heart, something seemed to break through the surface. It was not hope, but rather a grotesque vine that had taken root in desperation, nourished by darkness, entwining around the bars of his imprisonment, striving to bloom into its own perilous and enchanting flower. He understood the peril of this path. He was dancing on the precipice of a cliff. Yet, uncontrollably, he began to revel in the morbid thrill that this probing brought, along with the affirmation of his singularity granted by silent acquiescence. In this distorted symbiosis with his master, it appeared they had forged a new, more intricate, and hazardous understanding. The cup of tea, unrefused, served as a tacit permission, prying open a wider chink in the darkness of Lucius's heart. Voldemort's words, "The temperature is just right," echoed in his ears, transforming from a mere statement into a subtle confirmation, acknowledging that his actions had been noticed, permitted, and even appreciated. A dangerous, almost dizzying sensation seized him. He remained terrified, acutely aware of his precarious situation, yet an impulse to probe the boundaries and ascertain how far his singularity could extend spread through him like an addiction. He began to exhibit signs of near willfulness in subtle ways. If the potion provided by Voldemort was excessively bitter, he would furrow his brow slightly, though he would ultimately drink it. Yet, the fleeting change in expression was no longer concealed with the same fervor as before. On one occasion, during a dinner served by the house elf, a dish of roasted onions, which he had always detested, remained largely untouched. Voldemort took note of this. He said nothing. But the following day, the dish did not reappear. Lucius's heart raced within his chest, a mix of triumph and deeper trepidation coursing through him. He was playing with fire. He knew. Each minute test was a gamble on whether Voldemort's twisted affection could overshadow the possibility of his authority being challenged. He was no longer content with the meager freedoms granted within the confines of the manor. One afternoon, sunlight, a rarity amidst England's habitual gloom, pierced through the clouds, illuminating the garden with brilliance. Lucius stood before the window, gazing at the meticulously trimmed yet lifeless landscape, and suddenly felt a powerful yearning to escape, not merely to stroll through the monitored garden, but to genuinely, albeit briefly, leave the confines of the manor's walls. The audacity of this thought startled even him, yet he did not suppress it. That evening, when Voldemort arrived for the Thursday ritual, as the cold magic coursed through his body, bringing familiar tremors and completeness, Lucius did not immediately succumb to the sensory onslaught as he usually did. He forced himself to maintain a semblance of clarity. At the moment when Voldemort's hand was about to depart from above his head, he lifted his gaze, his gray-blue eyes appearing exceptionally bright amidst the residual magical energy, imbued with a cautious, almost pleading essence. "Master," he began, his voice slightly hoarse from the magical turbulence. "It seems the weather will be quite pleasant tomorrow." He carefully considered his words, his heart pounding within his ribcage. "May I, with your permission, take a brief walk to Hogsmeade? Just for a moment," he hastily added, "within your sight, or rather, your realm of perception." He uttered the name of the village, Hogsmeade, the only all-wizarding village in Britain, bustling with life and vibrancy, starkly contrasting with his current deadened existence. This was a request far bolder than simply serving tea. It was almost a direct protest against his life of confinement. The room fell into a prolonged silence. Voldemort's gaze, tangible in its intensity, roamed over his face, weighing the implications behind this request. Was it merely a desire for fresh air, or a deeper probing of freedom? Was it a hint of willfulness with independence, or the stirrings of rebellion? Lucius could almost hear the sound of his own blood coursing through his veins. He envisioned all possible outcomes: rejection, punishment, or perhaps the revocation of all prior privileges. Then, he heard Voldemort speak, his voice calm and unruffled. "You may." Lucius stood frozen, nearly doubting his hearing. "Avery will have business in Hogsmeade tomorrow," Voldemort continued, as if arranging a most ordinary task. "You will accompany him." 1 hour. His fingertips brushed lightly against Lucius's temple, sending a chill coursing through him. "Remember, Every breath you take is by my allowance. This was not unconditional freedom. It was a release with longer chains. Yet even so, for Lucius, it felt like a long-awaited rain after a drought. The following day, as he walked along the familiar cobblestone streets of Hogsmeade, with the silent and vigilant Avery trailing behind, surrounded by bustling crowds and lively shops, the sunlight felt tangible on his face. While the breeze carried the sweet aromas of candy and butterbeer, he experienced a surreal sense of dislocation. People cast glances his way, some surprised, others fearful, and many curious. He endeavored to maintain the Malfoy air of arrogance and indifference, yet internally, he churned with the intensity of this brief normalcy. He entered the quill shop, his fingertips gliding over the smooth quill shafts, savoring that pure touch, untainted by darkness or magic. He procured the simplest of quills, an obsidian black feather, devoid of any enchantments. Avery graciously settled the bill without further inquiry. An hour later, he returned punctually to the designated rendezvous. Voldemort did not appear, however. Lucius sensed an invisible, familiar gaze enveloping him, akin to a serpent lying in wait. Upon returning to the manor and stepping into the familiar yet stifling foyer, an unusual sensation surged within him. The vibrancy and freedom of the outside world receded like the ebbing tide, leaving not a deeper despair, but rather a warped sense of belonging. Chapter 64, Indulgence. This opulent yet dark prison, under the master's almost benevolent indulgence, seemed less intolerable. That evening, Voldemort entered his chamber, foregoing any ritual, merely standing there and observing him. "How is the air in Hogsmeade?" he inquired, his tone betraying no emotion. Lucius paused for a moment before responding truthfully, "Refreshing." He hesitated, adding, "Thank you, my master." Voldemort approached, his pallid fingers lifting Lucius's chin, compelling their eyes to meet. Within those crimson depths lay no anger, only a profound, all-encompassing satisfaction. "Remember this feeling, Lucius," he whispered, "it emanates from me. I can bestow it, and I can retract it. The boundaries of your world, regardless of their expanse, are delineated solely by my will." Lucius gazed at him, the perilous tendrils within him tightening at that moment. He loathed this control, yet simultaneously craved the breath permitted beneath its authority. His audacity grew, but his soul, through repeated trials and indulgences, was indelibly marked by Voldemort's essence. This distorted symbiosis, fortified by the illusion of expanded freedom, became increasingly irrevocable. The excursion to Hogsmeade had opened a perilous floodgate. The tendrils within Lucius, nourished by a modicum of sunlight and rain, began to flourish with reckless abandon. No longer content with passively accepting the latent privileges of his singularity, he began to dance, tentatively, along that invisible boundary. Each week, Snape dutifully delivered specially concocted potions to remedy Lucius's body, ravaged by prolonged dependency on magic. The potion bore an acrid scent, a grotesque amalgamation of decay and metal. In the past, Lucius would down it expressionlessly, forcefully suppressing the rising nausea. Yet this time, as the house elf timidly presented the vial, Lucius merely cast a glance before gently pushing it away. He uttered not a word, nor did he glance at Voldemort beside him. Instead, he directed his gaze out the window, his jawline taut, silently conveying a clear yet unspoken defiance. The air in the room instantly thickened. Snape's sallow visage bore no expression, though a fleeting look of surprise flickered in his eyes. The house elf trembled, nearly fainting. Voldemort, engrossed in reviewing a document, did not lift his gaze. The quill glided across the parchment with a soft rustling sound. After several seconds of suffocating silence, he spoke matter-of-factly, as if commenting on the weather. "Severus, do adjust the flavor next time." Snape inclined his head slightly. "Yes, my master." No questioning, no hesitation. Lucius's heart pounded heavily in his chest. He had triumphed once more. Voldemort had not even glanced at him, yet had acquiesced to his fastidiousness. This indulgence sent a tremor of satisfaction coursing through him, far more potent than any direct reward. He reclaimed the potion, and this time, he drank it down. The grotesque taste seemed less intolerable. During a small gathering of Death Eaters, the assembly deliberated on how to deal with a wizarding family suspected of leaking information to the Order of the Phoenix. The proposals were largely brutal: torture, extermination, and examples made of them. Lucius, as usual, sat quietly in the shadows behind Voldemort, resembling an exquisite ornament. When the discussion turned to whether to implicate the family's distant relatives working in the Ministry of Magic, one Death Eater fervently advocated for total eradication. At that moment, a clear and composed voice, bearing the elongated cadence characteristic of the Malfoy family, unexpectedly interjected. "Too broad a sweep may provoke unnecessary backlash. Within the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, we have yet to gain full control." The entire chamber fell into a stunned silence. All eyes, filled with astonishment, anger, and disbelief, fixed upon Lucius, who had dared to interject in such a crucial decision-making meeting, and moreover, to express a viewpoint bordering on mercy. Bellatrix was nearly on the verge of leaping up, her wand sparking with fury. Voldemort raised his hand, silencing the commotion. He slowly turned his head to Lucius, his crimson gaze devoid of emotion. "Oh? What is your opinion, Lucius?" Lucius felt a cold sweat trickle down his spine, yet he compelled himself to maintain an outward calm. "I believe that clarity of objective yields greater efficiency. Indiscriminate terror can sometimes create more enemies than it instills fear." He paused, adding, "This is merely in consideration of my master's long-term interests." Voldemort scrutinized him for a full 10 seconds, his gaze penetrating as if to discern whether he was genuinely offering counsel or harboring ulterior motives. Then he turned back to the Death Eater advocating for extermination and commanded, "Proceed as Lucius suggests. Limit the target to direct relatives." The Death Eater, whose proposal was rejected, turned ashen, yet dared not voice any dissent. Bellatrix glared at Lucius with venomous intensity, as if she wished to consume him whole. Lucius gradually leaned back against his chair, his fingertips icy. He had not only interjected, but his opinion had been heeded. He had, before all the Death Eaters, manifested an unprecedented, almost advisory standing. Fear intertwined with a warped sense of accomplishment, leaving him nearly breathless. Testing boundaries and transgressions did not always yield pleasure. With his burgeoning audacity, the repressed fears and traumas within him surfaced more readily. He still endured nightmares, sometimes haunting him with past torments, other times with the terrifying void left by the loss of Voldemort's nurturing. Once, he awoke from an extraordinarily vivid nightmare, in which he again became that wretched being bleeding at the corner of a Muggle street, his magic utterly shattered. He bolted upright, drenched in cold sweat, gasping uncontrollably, his gray eyes filled with lingering terror. Almost simultaneously, Voldemort's figure appeared at his bedside. He did not light the lamp, merely standing in the shadows outlined by the moonlight. "Another nightmare?" His voice resonated unnaturally clearly in the darkness. Lucius did not respond, instead curling his knees to his chest, burying his face within, his body shaking uncontrollably. This time, it was not merely fear. It was also a sense of grievance that had festered after repeated indulgences, one he despised even within himself. He felt the mattress dip slightly as Voldemort settled beside him. No contact, merely proximity. That powerful, dark presence enveloped him like a cold shroud. "Look at me, Lucius." The command bore a tone of authority, yet devoid of its customary cruelty. Chapter 65, Tom. Lucius hesitantly raised his head, tears and cold sweat rendering him a pitiful sight. Voldemort extended his hand, eschewing magic, merely using his icy fingertips, clumsily, almost stiffly, to wipe away a trace of moisture from the corner of Lucius's eye. The gesture lacked any tenderness. It resembled the act of dusting a precious artifact. "Your magic, your life, your fears, all belong to me." Voldemort's gaze pierced through him, his scarlet eyes burning like smoldering coals in the darkness. "As long as I permit it, nightmares cannot truly harm you. Remember this." This time, Lucius felt no solace. Instead, he was engulfed by a deeper descent. He realized that Voldemort not only indulged his probing, but reveled in the vulnerability and dependence that such probing laid bare. His fears had become an integral part of pleasing his master. He could not extricate himself from this dark sustenance, nor from this twisted indulgence, and he began to find himself increasingly reliant on this morbid intimacy that laid his soul bare before another. Boundaries blurred and were redefined in their repeated dance, seemingly shifting ever more leniently towards Lucius. Yet, he was acutely aware that beyond this leniency lay a prison unfathomably deep. He savored the poisonous fruit born of this symbiosis, fully aware of its lethality, yet unable to forsake this addiction that had seeped into his very marrow. He was Voldemort's only acknowledged partner in this dark stage where power and dependence intertwined, spinning, probing, entangling, until they both sank into oblivion. Lucius's courage, under Voldemort's relentless, almost indulgent, if such a term could apply to such a dark relationship, tolerance, gradually metamorphosed into something more substantial, nearly describable as influence. It transcended mere negotiations of personal comfort and began to infiltrate broader realms. A low-ranking Death Eater, while executing a simple intimidation task, had botched it through excessive violence, resulting in the target's demise and attracting unnecessary attention from the Ministry of Magic. Voldemort was exceedingly displeased. At the gathering, he coldly announced that the punishment for this Death Eater was to be handled by Bellatrix, which typically signified prolonged and excruciating torment, culminating in inevitable death. The Death Eater collapsed to the ground, pleading in despair. Just as Bellatrix eagerly drew her wand, Lucius's voice rang out once more, calm and clear, "Master." All eyes refocused. This time, even Snape raised an eyebrow slightly. Voldemort turned his gaze towards him, a flicker of genuine intrigue dancing in his crimson eyes, as if anticipating what Lucius might say next. Such a fool is not worth wasting Bella's time, nor tainting her hands, Lucius remarked, not even casting a glance at the trembling unfortunate, as if commenting on a trivial object to be disposed of. The Dementors of Azkaban, it seems, have recently been quite famished. He proposed a swifter, more economical method of execution, robbing Bellatrix of the pleasure of tormenting her prey. Bellatrix emitted an offended shriek. Lucius, how dare you? Silence. Bella, Voldemort interrupted her, his gaze remaining fixed on Lucius, the intrigue intensifying. In Lucius, he seemed to see a reflection of his own cold efficiency in dealing with waste, a twisted mirror image. An intriguing suggestion, Voldemort slowly stated, his fingertips lightly tapping the armrest of his chair. Do you believe his life to be of no value, unworthy of further attention? His blunder has already demonstrated his worth. Lucius replied, his gray-blue eyes icy and indifferent, a stark contrast to his past refined arrogance, more akin to Voldemort's essence. Voldemort chuckled, a deep and pleasurable sound. Very well. We shall proceed as Lucius suggests. The Death Eater was dragged away, his fate sealed. Bellatrix trembled with rage, but dared not utter another word. The way other Death Eaters gazed at Lucius had irrevocably changed. No longer merely disdainful or curious, their expressions now blended with profound apprehension. They realized that this seemingly frail, dependent prisoner, sustained by his master's power, possessed a terrifying whispering influence capable of directly affecting life and death judgments. Lucius's workshop became another stage for the exercise of his influence. He ceased creating works imbued with sorrow or personal imprint, instead embarking on a path of more symbolic creations. He crafted a pair of silver candlesticks, entwined with thorns and serpents, their eyes inlaid with tiny rubies that flickered ominously. He presented them to Voldemort to adorn the throne room. Upon receiving this gift, Voldemort scrutinized it for an extended period. The sharpness of the thorns, the chill of the serpents, perfectly aligned with his aesthetic, and the craftsmanship and dark intent infused by Lucius brought him a peculiar satisfaction. This was not merely an offering. It was his possession, partaking in the construction of his dark dominion in his own manner. Beautiful, Lucius, he remarked, placing the candlesticks beside the throne. They remind me of something particularly special. Lucius understood he referred to the vine brooch, to all the pain and entanglement between them. He had distilled his suffering and struggles into the thorns that adorned his master's throne. It was a form of submission, a silent declaration. Behold, even my darkest parts have long belonged to you, and can enhance your brilliance. Henceforth, whenever Voldemort sat upon the throne, those thorned candlesticks would flicker beside him. Like Lucius's silent presence, both decoration and warning, a testament of submission and a symbol of the spreading influence. The most significant turning point occurred one fateful night. Voldemort appeared to be in good spirits, perhaps having just completed a complex dark magic ritual, or perhaps a plan was progressing favorably. He entered Lucius's chamber, bypassing any formalities, merely taking a seat in the chair by the fireplace, gazing at the flickering flames. Lucius sat silently on the sofa opposite him. The prolonged, tacit transgressions had instilled in him a near-narcotic illusion, as if this distorted equilibrium between them would persist indefinitely. Tom. The name slipped from Lucius's lips, light as a sigh. No honorifics, no prefixes, merely a name. The very name Voldemort had nearly abandoned, a symbol of a past he deemed weak. Chapter 66. Uniqueness. The moment the words escaped, Lucius froze. Blood ran cold, fear cascading over him like icy water, abruptly awakening him from his stupor. What had he done? How dared he utter the Dark Lord's name? This was no longer a test. It was blasphemy, an act mad enough to reduce him to ashes in an instant. He abruptly lifted his head, his gray-blue eyes filled with unprecedented, pure terror, gazing at Voldemort. Voldemort's body stiffened imperceptibly. The flames cast flickering shadows in his scarlet eyes, rendering his expression inscrutable. He did not move, nor did he speak. He merely stared at Lucius, his gaze as profound as an abyss. Time seemed to freeze. Lucius could hear the sound of his heart threatening to explode. He awaited the storm of wrath, the piercing agony, the arrival of death. Yet, the anticipated punishment did not materialize. Voldemort slowly, excruciatingly slowly, leaned back against the chair. A faint, chilling smile returned to his lips. He seemed to savor the sensation of the name being called, and after a long pause, he spoke in a low, emotionless voice. It seems I have indeed spoiled you. Lucius. He did not deny the name, nor did he express anger. He merely acknowledged Lucius's spoiled nature with a tone that was almost declarative. This realization sent a more profound chill through Lucius than any punishment could. It implied that his transgressions, his overreach, and even his foray into the most profound taboos remained sheltered beneath the halo of his singularity. Fear ebbed like a receding tide, leaving in its wake a deeper, suffocating sense of confusion and dissent. Where exactly was he? What did his relationship with this man truly constitute? Voldemort rose and approached him, towering over him. He did not touch him, but quietly uttered, "Remember, it is only you. Forever, only you." With that, he turned and exited the room. Lucius remained there, chilled to the bone. He had dared to touch the deepest taboo, yet he was still alive, even receiving a silent affirmation once more. His influence, his uniqueness, had reached a height that even he found terrifying. He sat upon a thorny throne woven from Voldemort's indulgence and his own despair, gazing down into the abyss of dependence and possession that lay beneath him, an abyss that was boundless and dark. There was no turning back, nor did he wish to. After that utterance of Tom, something had been irrevocably shattered, only to be reforged into something more robust and sinister. Lucius felt as though he had traversed a tightrope over an unfathomable chasm without protection, miraculously avoiding a fall. Yet, upon safely reaching the other side, he found no sense of relief. Instead, he descended into a deeper bewilderment and a strange exhilaration. Voldemort did not punish him, nor did he impose any explicit prohibitions. That phrase, "I have indeed spoiled you," served as both a supreme pardon and a more exquisite chain. It sanctioned this transgression while distinctly confining this privilege to Lucius alone, becoming yet another dark secret between them, a distorted boundary of intimacy known only to the two of them. Since that night, Lucius's standing among the Death Eaters underwent a subtle, yet significant transformation. He was no longer merely a decorative figure lurking in the shadows. When Voldemort issued commands or made decisions, his gaze would occasionally drift toward Lucius, not in search of counsel, but rather as a form of confirmation, or perhaps, as if appreciating the ripples caused by his unique possession in the surrounding environment. The Death Eaters keenly sensed this shift. Their attitudes toward Lucius grew more complex. A blend of awe and trepidation intermingled with an ineffable, almost queenly, though none dared use that term, caution. Even the most fervent Bellatrix, when casting venomous glances at Lucius, instinctively tempered her ire, recognizing that no matter her rage, she could not overlook her master's silent but unmistakable favoritism. Lucius himself felt this change. He remained silent. Yet that silence was no longer merely suppression. It bore an air of restrained, almost regal dignity. He needed not speak. His very existence was a declaration. He even began to grow accustomed to feeling those veiled glances directed at him after Voldemort delivered a brutal pronouncement, as if observing his reaction. He had become a unique coordinate within the Dark Lord's sphere of influence, an entity possessing an unconventional authority that all understood tacitly. Lucius's workbench became an outlet for the tempest within his soul. He began crafting a new piece of silverware, grander in scale than anything he had previously undertaken. It was a complex and grotesque sculpture, a massive, coiling serpent, its body entwined with countless twisted, struggling human forms. The serpent's head reared high, its maw grasping a twisted crown set with a colossal black gem. He poured every ounce of his energy into it, working tirelessly as if engaged in a frenzied, sacrificial rite. The sound of the hammer grew urgent and powerful, as if striking at his very soul, forging those fears, dependencies, distorted gratifications, and the tremors brought forth by that name Tom into the cold metal. Voldemort visited several times, standing beside the workbench, silently observing the piece that gradually took shape, infused with dark beauty and painful energy. He offered no commentary. Yet Lucius could sense the glimmer of profound satisfaction in those scarlet eyes. This sculpture was a tangible testament to Voldemort's complete conquest of Lucius's inner world, a manifestation of his indulgence. When the work was finally completed, Lucius felt nearly drained. The intertwined forms of serpent and human exuded a desperate power, and the crown held in the serpent's mouth resembled both an offering to the Dark Lord and a symbol of the eternal bondage of the wearer. Lucius presented it to Voldemort. Voldemort delicately caressed the cold scales of the serpent and the twisted human forms for a long moment before picking up the crown, not placing it upon his own head, but turning toward Lucius. "Kneel, Lucius." His voice was calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Lucius froze, his heart racing. He knelt on one knee as commanded. Voldemort gently placed the dark crown upon Lucius's head. The chill of the metal pressed against his forehead. The weight of the black gem felt as if some thought were being pressed into his mind. "This is your masterpiece." Voldemort looked down upon him, his scarlet eyes shining with an almost fervent possessiveness. "And it is you who must bear its meaning. You are the most fitting reflection of my dark dominion, Lucius. Your pain, your art, your existence are the most unique adornments upon my crown." Chapter 67. The Crown. This was not a coronation. It was a branding, a ritual that utterly nailed him to the core of this twisted, symbiotic relationship. The crown was heavy, pressing down upon him so that he could scarcely lift his head. Yet a sense of absurd and terrible glory surged within him. As the crown descended, Lucius became acutely aware that he could no longer sever himself from Voldemort. Their fates were entwined, like the serpent and human in the sculpture, tightly bound in a suffocating and eternal embrace. His magical prowess relied upon Voldemort's nourishment. His very survival hinged upon Voldemort's indulgence. Now, his worth and the significance of his existence were entirely defined by Voldemort's recognition. He even began to fear losing this distorted relationship, for that would mean losing everything, including the crown that symbolized pain and singular darkness. One night, he awoke once more from a nightmare, but this time, he felt no terror, no tremors, only an icy chill deep within his bones. Instinctively, instead of curling up, he reached out to grasp the silver crown resting on his bedside table. When his fingertips brushed against the cold metal and gems, an odd sense of calm began to spread through him. Voldemort appeared on cue like a specter. He witnessed Lucius's actions, observed the way his fingers lingered upon the crown with a sense of dependence. Without a word, he approached the bedside, extending his hand not to touch Lucius, but to cover the hand that held the crown. Two hands, one pale and elongated belonging to the Dark Lord, the other delicate yet marked by the subtle scars of long silver work, pressed together upon that dark symbol. "Do you feel it, Lucius?" Voldemort whispered, his voice laced with a spine-chilling satisfaction. "This is us, indivisible." Lucius closed his eyes. He felt it. The cold crown, Voldemort's even colder hand covering his, and the desolation within him that had long since merged with the darkness. He no longer sought to gaze into the abyss, for he himself had become a part of it. He was a prisoner of Voldemort, a manifestation of his creation, a reflection of his essence. The sole individual permitted to invoke his past name, the darkest embellishment by his side, and a willing accomplice on the path to his own ruin. He grasped that icy hand, the pressure subtle, yet imbued with a definitive response. The abyss gazed back at him, and he had melded into its depths. The dark crown was not worn daily by Lucius. Rather, it was placed by Voldemort upon a conspicuous black velvet pedestal in the throne room, alongside a pair of thorned candlesticks, becoming a hallmark of the new order at Malfoy Manor. It silently proclaimed Lucius Malfoy's unique status in this realm. A publicly acknowledged prisoner of extraordinary privilege, a being sharing a certain clandestine intimacy with the Dark Lord. Lucius's influence began to take on a systematic form. He no longer relied on abrupt interjections to convey his viewpoints. Voldemort, when deliberating on matters involving pure-blood family relations, internal factions within the Ministry of Magic, or plans requiring finesse rather than sheer violence, would habitually inquire, in an unassuming tone, "Lucius, what do you think?" before reaching a final decision. This had become a ritual, sometimes in the study, other times even in smaller meetings with less central Death Eaters present. Lucius's responses were typically succinct, incisive, imbued with Malfoy shrewdness and a cold detachment born of a keen understanding of dark machinations. His counsel was frequently heeded. The Death Eaters, initially taken aback and wary, had grown nearly numb to his presence. They tacitly accepted Lucius's peculiar advisory role, as if it were his rightful place, standing at the very core of power as shadow, whispering to the Dark Lord. Even Severus Snape, when faced with Lucius's suggestions regarding the supply chain of certain potion ingredients, based on pure-blood connections, would nod impassively, as if conversing with an equal, at least in that specific domain. Lucius had grown accustomed to this dynamic. He no longer trembled with trepidation at each inquiry. Instead, he analyzed and responded with an almost professional demeanor. He even began to actively gather information, organizing his thoughts in anticipation of Voldemort's inquiries. This became yet another means of affirming his worth and maintaining that special connection within his gilded cage, apart from his silver craftsmanship. His mind had transformed into a tool serving the Dark Lord, and he embraced this role willingly, even with a perverse sense of accomplishment. The Thursday ritual remained the core of the dark bond between them. However, the atmosphere surrounding the ritual had become more quotidian. At times, after the ceremony, Voldemort would not immediately depart. He would continue conversing with Lucius about some plan discussed moments earlier. The physiological tremors induced by the surge of magic had not yet fully subsided when Lucius had to summon his composure to respond. His body trembled in submission and pleasure, albeit twisted, while his intellect strategized for the dark enterprise. This dichotomy made him feel as though his humanity was gradually being stripped away, replaced by a more non-human existence that adapted to this symbiotic relationship. His dependence on Voldemort's magic had reached new depths, evolving from a mere necessity for survival into a profound physiological and psychological craving. On one occasion, Voldemort departed England for 2 days on urgent business, missing the designated nourishment day. Lucius did not immediately succumb to despair, but he acutely felt a growing sense of anxiety, unease, and emptiness. The manor felt particularly cold and desolate, and he found himself unable to concentrate on anything, be it silverwork or intelligence analysis. He was like a compass deprived of its magnetic guidance, spinning wildly and fruitlessly. When Voldemort finally returned, completing the belated ceremony, the overwhelming influx of cold magic brought not only completeness, but also a shameful sense of reassurance, akin to a parched traveler greedily absorbing that dark power. In that moment, he clearly recognized that the stability of his soul had long been intertwined with this man's magic. During a public trial concerning a traitor within the ranks of the Death Eaters, an eager young Death Eater attempted to challenge the accuracy of a piece of information provided by Lucius, his tone laced with a barely perceptible provocation, aiming to elevate his standing in the eyes of their master by undermining Lucius. He did not even finish his sentence. Voldemort merely cast a glance, a silent incantation, and the young Death Eater crumpled to the ground as if struck by an invisible hammer, writhing in agony, yet unable to utter a sound. Chapter 68, The Sole Privilege. To question him, Voldemort's voice was low yet dripped with a cold venom, resonating in the hearts of all present, equating to questioning my judgment. The hall fell into an oppressive silence. No one dared to utter any dissent regarding Lucius's status and authority. This was the most public and direct form of protection, placing Lucius firmly under his absolute wing. That evening, in Lucius's bedroom, after completing the ritual, Voldemort did not take his leave. He stood by the window, gazing into the inky night. "The insects are quite noisy tonight," he remarked casually. Lucius, seated on the edge of his bed, had just calmed the tremors wrought by the magic. After a moment of silence, he softly replied, his voice barely above a whisper, "Thank you, Tom." Voldemort's silhouette hesitated imperceptibly. He did not turn around, but Lucius felt the chilling aura enveloping the room soften for a fleeting instant. "Sleep now." Voldemort finally uttered those two words before vanishing. Lucius lay down, his fingers brushing against the non-existent crown mark on his forehead. He was no longer perplexed, no longer struggling. He had embraced his identity as a part of Voldemort's darkness. He was his prisoner, his advisor, his silversmith, the only one permitted to utter his name. The darkest gem upon his throne of power, and the sole echo within his lonely abyss. Their love, if it could be termed such, was the ultimate intertwining of submission and domination, a perfect loop of dependence and being depended upon. They were inextricably linked, one requiring absolute control and unique belonging, the other craving the sustenance of darkness and a distorted acknowledgement. The fate of Platinum ultimately did not escape the darkness, but chose to merge with it, reflecting its own pale and eerie sheen within. This twisted symbiosis had become the final chapter, an eternal testament to their peace and hell. Time had lost its linear significance within this warped equilibrium. The rising and setting of the sun, the changing of the seasons, merely signified the cyclical nature of the Thursday rituals for Lucius, alongside the myriad affairs requiring his counsel within Voldemort's ceaseless dark vision. He had become a fixed and indispensable component within this opulent manor and Voldemort's dark empire. On one occasion, while dealing with a family attempting to form cliques among the Death Eaters, Voldemort sought Lucius's opinion. This family had previously intermarried with the Malfoy line, rendering them distant relatives. Lucius did not even inquire about the specifics. He simply raised his gaze, his ice-blue eyes reflecting a refined, pure coldness. "Overgrown branches will sap the nutrients from the trunk and obscure the sunlight. Simply prune them, master." His tone remained calm and unruffled, as if discussing inconsequential weeds in the garden. The counsel he proffered aligned perfectly with the cruel decree that had long been inscribed within Voldemort's heart. It was not merely efficient, but even more merciless than Voldemort's original design. He suggested the complete obliteration of the entire collateral line, thereby eradicating future threats, omitting even the step of consigning them to Azkaban. Voldemort gazed at him, a flicker of near-perfect satisfaction dancing in his crimson eyes. He observed how his will had taken root and flourished within this exquisite vessel, ultimately blossoming into a dark flower indistinguishable from his own essence. Lucius was no longer merely a reflection of his thoughts. At certain moments, he had become an extension of his will, an organ capable of executing his dark logic flawlessly without the need for detailed instructions. "Let it be as you say," Voldemort murmured, delegating the authority to Lucius. Lucius accepted the task with calm composure, employing precise maneuvers and cold edicts to silence the family's members entirely overnight. He felt no trace of guilt or unease, only a hollow tranquility that followed the completion of his task. Standing in the corridor, he watched a house elf polishing a portrait of an ancestor and suddenly realized that the Lucius Malfoy who once strained himself for the continuation of his lineage, navigating through the gray areas, was no more. What remained was Voldemort's Lucius. His thoughts and values had become indistinguishable from those of the Dark Lord. His body's reliance on Voldemort's magic had transformed into an instinct as natural as breathing. The Thursday rituals had ceased to be a torment or an anticipation, evolving instead into a necessary procedure for sustaining life. He could even report the progress of a complex plan with clarity while simultaneously infused with magic, his body's instinctive responses harmonizing seamlessly with his calm intellect. Once, Voldemort intentionally delayed the ceremony by a day to observe his reaction. Lucius indeed felt a palpable discomfort. The core of his magic began to ache, a familiar emptiness gnawing at his nerves, rendering him restless and irritable. Yet, when Voldemort finally arrived, there were no pleas, no complaints. He simply raised his pale face, his gray-blue eyes, imbued with pain and dependence, fixed upon him, his voice hoarse as he uttered, "You have come." It was as if the wait were a given and his arrival the sole redemption. Voldemort reveled in this silent, profound dependence. He extended his hand to perform the ritual. Watching Lucius gradually relax under his magic, the process of him becoming whole akin to admiring one's most remarkable creation. He possessed not only Lucius's body, loyalty, and thoughts, but also the very rhythm of his existence. Lucius lived, solely to bear his magic, to affirm his being. The name Tom was no longer an occasional transgression, but had evolved into a tacitly accepted appellation reserved for intimate moments. Sometimes, in the study where it was just the two of them, when Lucius had finished reporting his duties and Voldemort was in a favorable mood, he would use this name. Voldemort never responded, but also never forbade it. This became an unspoken game between them, a dark ritual affirming Lucius's singular privilege. One night, Lucius awoke from slumber to find Voldemort not departed, but seated in a chair by the fireplace, seemingly lost in thought. The flickering flames cast dancing shadows upon his pale visage. Lucius did not rise, but quietly observed the dark figure. After a lengthy silence, he softly spoke. His voice laced with drowsiness, yet remarkably clear, "Tom." Voldemort slowly turned his head, his crimson gaze locking onto him. "Will we continue like this?" Lucius inquired, his tone devoid of fear or expectation, only imbued with a profound, resigned calmness. Voldemort stood and approached the bedside. He did not respond, but leaned down, his cold lips brushing lightly against Lucius's forehead. It was not a kiss, but rather a brand, a seal. "Forever, Lucius," he murmured, his voice imbued with an undeniable, despairingly eternal resonance. "You are mine, from soul to life, to every whisper until the end of time." Lucius closed his eyes, having received his answer. There was no ecstasy, no sorrow, only a profound silence. He extended his hand, not to push away, but to gently grasp the edge of Voldemort's dark robe. Like a drowning man clutching the only piece of driftwood that could support him, even if that very piece of wood was an anchor dragging him into the abyss. He actively reinforced his own cage, needing this darkness, this control, this twisted love to define his existence. He was his only hell and his sole sanctuary. The Platinum Soul had finally succumbed entirely to the embrace of darkness, completing the transformation from resistance to reliance, from struggle to integration, from prisoner to accomplice, ultimately becoming an inseparable part of the darkness itself. The closed loop was now complete. The cage had transformed into eternity. This distorted awakening and symbiosis had, at this moment, reached its morbid yet perfect conclusion. Chapter 69, Epilogue, The Death of Platinum. The winter of 2025 arrived unusually early and exceptionally cold. The ancient stone walls of Malfoy Manor seemed unable to fully ward off this chill, a coldness more profound than ice and snow, freezing in the manor's innermost chamber. Lucius Malfoy lay peacefully upon a swath of black velvet, as if merely ensnared in slumber. He still donned the most exquisite dark green robes, his platinum hair like cold silken threads, meticulously arranged upon his shoulders. Time had etched subtle traces upon his face, yet it had not stripped away the elegance and pride that were ingrained in his very being. However, those once stormy gray-blue eyes were now tightly shut, devoid of any glimmer. They were forever closed. Voldemort stood beside the crystal casket, his expression inscrutable, more rigid than the coldest marble. His crimson gaze remained fixed upon the pallid face within the coffin. The room was filled only with the occasional crackle of the fireplace and a silence so profound it seemed to crush the very air. He extended his hand, pale and slender, which had cast unforgivable curses countless times and had nourished the one within the casket, gently touching the icy lid of the crystal tomb. The chill that surged through his fingertips instantaneously froze his heart. Dead. Lucius Malfoy was dead. Not an escape, nor a betrayal, nor any act of volition. It was death. A complete and irrevocable end. It had taken away his breath, his heartbeat, all the emotions in his gaze, fear, hatred, dependence, numbness, and perhaps even a fleeting sentiment that had existed during those moments of distortion that even Voldemort himself had not fully comprehended. a flicker so faint that Lucius might not have even been aware of it. An unprecedented sense of emptiness began to gnaw at Voldemort's very essence. Akin to the most ravenous Dementor, he had grown accustomed to Lucius's presence, just as one becomes accustomed to the shadow that follows. Whether that presence was one of obedience, struggle, or the later complex, symbiotic dependence, Lucius had always been there, a fixed coordinate in his dark world. The only living being permitted to approach the core of his soul. And now, that coordinate had vanished. The world had not crumbled, power remained firmly in his grasp. Yet he felt an abyssal, absurd sense of weightlessness. "My lord," Bellatrix called cautiously from the doorway, her voice laced with worry and an almost envious fear. She found it incomprehensible that the death of Lucius Malfoy could plunge her master into such an abyss of silence. This state was far more unsettling than fury. Voldemort did not turn around, nor did he offer the slightest reaction. It was as if his entire universe had contracted to the confines of this crystal coffin. Days later, as Lucius's body was to be enchanted for eternal preservation in preparation for burial, Voldemort committed an act that left all the Death Eaters utterly speechless. He ordered the most potent fire whiskey from the cellar to be brought forth, then locked himself in the chamber where the coffin was housed. He had never relied on alcohol, a mere muggle's solace for the weak. Yet at this moment, he craved something to numb the sharp, maddening void, to temporarily deceive his senses. The amber liquid scorched his throat, providing a visceral stimulation, yet it failed to warm his frigid blood. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, his consciousness began to blur, his vision swayed. Lucius's face within the crystal coffin appeared to come alive through his intoxicated haze. He seemed to glimpse those gray-blue eyes again, not lifeless, but imbued with emotion. He recalled Lucius, hiding behind the ornate columns, furtively watching him converse with Abraxas, those eyes filled with a mix of curiosity towards great power and a hint of fear. He saw Lucius, poised and proud at the ball, where the gray-blue gaze reflected the innate superiority of a pure-blood lineage. He envisioned Lucius standing beside his father's frigid body, clad in somber black mourning attire, his eyes, usually brimming with arrogance or caution, now shattered like broken glass, filled with helplessness, terror, and a bewildering sense of an impending world collapse. How had he acted in that moment? The intoxication surged like a tide, submerging the levees of reason, washing forth a memory long sealed by power and twisted desire. It was many years ago when Abraxas Malfoy, that astute old fox, ultimately succumbed to the corruption of the blood curse, lying on the grand 4-poster bed at Malfoy Manor, barely clinging to life. The air was thick with the bitter scent of death mingling with expensive potions. Voldemort, then the ascendant Dark Lord, stood by the bed, coldly observing life ebbing from this once magnificent body. Abraxas, with his last vestige of strength, fixed his ashen gaze upon him, frail hand clutching the edge of his robes, voice rasping like a torn bellows. "My lord, Lucius is still too young. I beseech you to protect him. The Malfoy family shall remain eternally loyal to you." At that moment, Voldemort was calculating how to seize complete control of the Malfoy wealth and connections, how to transform this ancient pure-blood family into his most steadfast stepping stone. To protect a newly adult, pampered young Malfoy? That was merely a part of the plan. He nodded, as if to acquiesce. The last flicker of light in Abraxas's eyes extinguished, his hand fell limply. Then, he beheld Lucius. The young platinum-haired aristocrat stood in the shadows of the room. His complexion paler than the sheets of his father's bed, body trembling slightly, those gray-blue eyes inherited from his father now brimming with tears, stubbornly refusing to fall. Gazing at him with a mixture of profound sorrow and deeper fear, directed at the Dark Lord who had just promised protection on his father's behalf. In the original memory, or rather, in the timeline Voldemort had once truly traversed, he would have approached that delicate, beautiful boy, placing his cold fingers upon that damp cheek. Right there in the death-laden room, beside the still warm body of Abraxas. Yet, in this moment of inebriation, what Voldemort envisioned, or rather, what some unrecognized corner of his soul desperately longed for, was an alternate scene. He saw himself walking towards the trembling youth, but refraining from violating him. He merely stood there, silent for a moment, then made a gesture that was profoundly unfamiliar to both Tom Riddle and Voldemort. He opened his arms, clumsily yet devoid of lust, gently enveloping the fragile, on the brink of collapse Lucius in an embrace. The boy's body stiffened like stone, and then, the suppressed, shattered sobs finally burst forth, soaking his expensive black robes with tears. He did not push him away, nor did he offer comfort. He simply allowed him to weep, feeling the genuine, unwarped sorrow and fear emanating from that youthful form. At Abraxas's funeral, he stood beside Lucius, facing the myriad of pure-blood families who had come to pay their respects, each harboring their own thoughts. With a voice clear and resolute, he proclaimed, Lucius Malfoy shall be under my protection. Any attempt to harm him or the interests of the Malfoy family shall be considered an affront to me." He did not look at Lucius's expression, yet he felt the slender body beside him tremble slightly. Then, the memory, or perhaps the fantasy, began to accelerate. He did not rush to drag Lucius into darkness, nor did he hasten to bind him with violence and magic. He grew patient, like a masterful hunter, no longer eager to kill, but rather to set a gentle trap. He would provide crucial advice when Lucius was overwhelmed with family matters. He would, seemingly inadvertently, come to the aid of the young Malfoy in certain social situations. He would, when Lucius was adrift regarding his future, use his persuasive voice to paint a seemingly bright path, one where they would rule the magical realm side by side. He exploited the power vacuum left by old Malfoy's death and the vulnerability of young Lucius, gradually infiltrating his life, thoughts, and emotional voids. Akin to slowly boiling a frog in water, he made him accustomed to his presence, reliant on his guidance, subtly transforming that dependence into a distorted admiration, a fledgling sentiment under the shroud of darkness. He watched as Lucius shed his youthful innocence, evolving into the elegant, astute, and ruthless Malfoy patriarch he had envisioned. Yet the fear in those gray-blue eyes diminished, replaced by a complex glow of reverence that could perhaps even be deemed love. Time flew by, and under his protection and guidance, Lucius Malfoy successfully assumed control of the family, gradually ascending to the pinnacle of power within the British magical community. Bolstered by Voldemort's covert support, he witnessed the day Lucius became the Minister of Magic. After the grand inauguration ceremony had concluded and the hubbub had subsided, they stood in the minister's office, overlooking the dazzling lights of London beneath the night sky, clad in the official robes of his office. Lucius's platinum hair shimmered with the luster of success under the illumination, his face adorned with a triumphant smile. Those gray-blue eyes bright and filled with anticipation for the future as they regarded him. "My lord," Lucius's voice held a barely perceptible intimacy and excitement. "Without you, there would be no today for me." Voldemort turned to face him. In the original plan, he might have reiterated claims of ownership or demanded further loyalty and recompense. But in this drunken reverie, he found himself speaking in a tone he had never employed before, almost gently. "Lucius, what we share has long transcended the master-servant dynamic." He observed a flicker of surprise in Lucius's eyes, which swiftly transformed into a deeper, more vibrant light, filled with an intoxicating intensity. "I am proud of you," he continued, his crimson gaze fixed upon those striking gray-blue eyes, as if attempting to penetrate the very depths of his soul. "My feelings for you have long transcended mere protection or possession." He paused momentarily, seemingly weighing his words, a gesture so unfamiliar to him. "I love you, Lucius Malfoy." The instant those words escaped his lips, the entire world seemed to fall into silence. He witnessed a faint blush creep across Lucius's cheeks, his exquisite gray-blue eyes widening in disbelief, reflecting his own figure with remarkable clarity. Then, he beheld Lucius smile, not the insincere grin of social pretense, nor the ingratiating smile born of fear, but a genuine smile, imbued with shyness and immense joy. "Tom," Lucius whispered in response, his voice trembling yet resolute. "I love you too." He reached out, clasping Lucius's hand, which was warm and undeniably real. Crash! The wine bottle slipped from his grasp, shattering upon the cold floor with a piercing sound. The amber liquid splattered across the ground like tears. Voldemort jolted awake, tearing himself from that exquisite, painfully vivid dream. There was no warm embrace, no blissful smile, nor the cherished words, "I love you too." Before him lay only the frigid crystal coffin, within which rested Lucius Malfoy's eternally closed eyes, devoid of life. The profound disparity struck him like the most vicious of daggers, piercing through his soul. The more beautiful the dream had been, the more excruciatingly brutal the reality became, rendering him breathless. He finally comprehended the depth of his emptiness, the weightlessness that overwhelmed him, and the utter devastation that struck him upon witnessing Lucius's eyes forever shut. It was not merely the loss of a precious possession, a tamed pet, or a symbiotic vessel. It was love, a love he had never acknowledged, nor truly understood, that had quietly blossomed amidst decades of possession, control, and a distorted dependency, ultimately intertwining into a towering tree of affection. He loved Lucius Malfoy, not as an object, nor as a symbol, but as a person, a being with a unique soul. Gray-blue eyes and platinum hair, one who would resist, struggle, suffer, and strive to grasp even the faintest glimmer of hope in despair, even if that glimmer came from his own dark son. He loved him, unbeknownst to himself. And by the time he realized it, it was far too late. Lucius was gone, taking with him memories colored by fear, hatred, and a twisted reliance. Chapter 71, Interlude, A Devoted End. A sound emerged from Voldemort's throat, an inhuman cry filled with agony and despair, shattering the stillness of Malfoy Manor's night. His overwhelming magical power erupted uncontrollably, reducing the furniture and decor within the room to mere dust, cracks appearing in the walls. Only the crystal coffin remained intact, protected instinctively by his magic. The Death Eaters outside were terrified by the commotion, yet none dared approach. Voldemort collapsed beside the crystal coffin, his fingers clawing at the lid, knuckles widening. For the first time, something liquid flowed from his crimson eyes. Not tears, but a scorching black substance, a mixture of profound anguish and magic. Tracing down his pale face, he understood the meaning behind Abraxas's gaze in his final moments. It was not merely a protection of his son, but perhaps a plea for him not to treat that proud yet fragile boy with cruelty. He grasped why, over the long years, he had tolerated Lucius's minor transgressions. Why he felt irked by his pain, furious at his betrayal, and why, upon each return, an unacknowledged sense of relief surged within him, one he despised. Everything became clear. Yet it was all over. He had lost him. Forever. Amidst profound sorrow and acute awareness, a decision ignited within him. Like the last flicker of a cold star in the darkness, he could not endure a world devoid of Lucius Malfoy, even if that world was under his absolute dominion. Slowly, he rose, adjusting his robes, slightly disheveled from the uncontrolled magic and inebriation. He regained that terrifying calmness, yet beneath it lay an unfathomable resolve to die. He exited the room, ignoring the hushed servants outside, and began to methodically arrange subsequent affairs, the transfer of power, resource allocation, and the elimination of potential threats. Like a finely tuned machine, he managed everything in a remarkably brief span, as though merely preparing for a short sojourn. Then, he returned to that room, to the side of the crystal coffin. He cast a spell, lifting the heavy lid of the coffin. Lucius's serene visage was exposed to the air, radiating an eternal tranquility. Without a moment's hesitation, Voldemort stepped into the coffin, lying beside Lucius. The space was cramped. He lay on his side, extending his arm to tightly embrace Lucius's cold, rigid body, as if cradling the world's only treasure. Or like a drowning man grasping the last piece of driftwood. From the inner pocket of his robe, he retrieved a small crystal vial containing a shimmering silver liquid, a high-concentration potion of life and death. This was the very potion Lucius had once attempted to use to end his life in despair, only to be saved by him. The cycle of cause and effect, retribution unerring. He uncorked the vial, without a trace of hesitation, and drank the contents in one swift motion. The bitter taste spread through his mouth, bearing a familiar, intoxicating promise. The potion took effect swiftly. A powerful dizziness and drowsiness washed over him like a warm tide of darkness, submerging him. As consciousness began to fade, he clutched Lucius's cold body tightly, burying his face in the lifeless platinum hair, whispering softly, like a fervent prayer or a desperate curse, "This time we go together, Lucius. Forever." His arms tightened around Lucius as if to meld them into one. Darkness completely engulfed his awareness. The one to discover them was Draco Malfoy. When he mustered the courage to push open the heavy door, the scene before him was one of haunting beauty, his formidable and terrifying father, alongside his elegant yet complex mother, embraced within that magnificent crystal coffin, as if in a deep slumber. Yet both had lost all signs of life. Voldemort's face bore a strange, almost serene satisfaction, while his mother, Lucius, maintained an eternal peace. Draco stood frozen, his complexion pale as paper, his body trembling uncontrollably. Shock, fear, sorrow, and confusion surged within him like a tsunami. He could not comprehend how this had come to pass, nor why his father would choose to end his life in this manner, alongside his mother in a devoted end. The word flashed through his mind, seeming utterly absurd. But he had no time to delve deeper. An overwhelming grief and a heavy sense of responsibility crushed him. He silently stepped forward, gazing at the two figures intertwined within the coffin. He perceived what seemed to be a faint, dried tear stain at the corner of his mother's eye. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, and observed his father's arms tightly encircling her. A gesture of absolute possession and an unwavering allegiance. Ultimately, Draco Malfoy, as their sole connection in this world recognized by law and blood, presided over their funeral. There were no grand ceremonies, nor an abundance of mourners. Within the ancient cemetery of the Malfoy family, a new, grander black marble tomb than any of its predecessors was erected. The coffin was carefully closed and then eternally sealed within the deepest recesses of the tomb. Upon the gravestone, there was no mention of Voldemort's fearsome name, nor any ostentatious titles. Only two simple lines of inscription stood side by side: Lucius Malfoy, Tom Marvolo Riddle. In the end, they found each other in eternal silence. The dust settled. All love and hatred, all power struggles, all twisted entanglements and symbioses, all possession and evasion, ultimately returned to this cold earth. In the realm of death, could the platinum soul and the essence of darkness finally shed those heavy shackles, attaining a true peace that eluded them in life, in ways unknown to any? No one knows. Only the winds of the cemetery, year after year, whisper against the cold gravestones, recounting a tale that few dare to mention, a tale of the Dark Lord and his platinum captive, a twisted and desperate love. Death, contrary to the beliefs of many, is not merely an end or a release. For certain souls of overwhelming power, particularly those ensnared by fervent obsessions, it may simply represent a different form of confinement. Voldemort's consciousness did not dissipate into nothingness as he had anticipated. Chapter 72, Epilogue, the sudden appearance of the portrait. The high concentration of the elixir of life stripped away the vital signs of his corporeal form, yet it could not entirely obliterate the fragments of his soul, torn and forcibly coalesced by the Horcruxes, filled with dark magic. His perception plunged into a chaotic, gray fog. There was no direction, no time, only an endless void. However, within this emptiness, a faint, cold coordinate persisted. It was Lucius, not the living Lucius, brimming with warmth and emotion, but an essence. A familiar echo of magic entwined with him for decades. It flickered like a candle in the wind, fragile yet stubbornly alight, guiding his chaotic consciousness through the mist. He could neither see nor hear, yet he felt it. He sensed Lucius's soul nearby, equally trapped in this fog of death, equally lost, equally unable to find rest. Was it due to the unresolved love and hatred between them? Was it because Lucius perhaps harbored complex feelings for him at the end? Or was it the final, reckless embrace and allegiance, forged with powerful dark magic, that established an ultimate bond transcending life and death? Voldemort did not know, nor did he need to know. He only understood that Lucius still existed. That was sufficient. He began to move through the mist towards that cold coordinate. Without a body, movement was merely an inclination of will. The process was slow and arduous, as though he were traversing through thick glue. Amidst the surrounding gray fog, fleeting images and sounds occasionally flickered. Lucius's terrified gaze, his focused profile while crafting silverware, his feeble breaths on the brink of death, and the words "I love you" that had emerged in a drunken dream, never spoken in reality. These fragments pierced through his already numb soul core like sharp blades, bringing forth a deeper torment, distinct from physical pain. Yet he did not halt. The pursuit of Lucius had become the sole instinct of his soul in death. Uncertain of how long had passed, perhaps an instant, perhaps an eternity, he finally reached that coordinate. It was not a clear form, but rather a cold energy body coalesced with a platinum hue. It remained quiet, nearly devoid of fluctuation, as if ensnared in the deepest slumber, or perhaps deliberately isolating itself. Voldemort's consciousness cautiously encircled it, like a serpent lurking around its prey, or like a wanderer finally discovering a haven. He attempted to embrace that platinum light with his dark soul energy, akin to how he had clung to that cold crystal coffin in his final moments. In the instant of contact, a torrent of memories belonging to Lucius Malfoy surged into his consciousness. They were not merely the memories of fear and hatred he had anticipated. Within them lay the secret admiration for Lucius's formidable power from his youth, the twisted dependence and gratitude born from being sheltered by him in his adolescence, the anguish and humiliation experienced in moments of possession, and the habits and sense of belonging cultivated through their protracted, pathological symbiosis that even Lucius himself had never acknowledged or understood. He even glimpsed the despair entwined within Lucius's heart while crafting that vine brooch. An unspeakable emotional entanglement directed towards him. It turned out that the reverse of hatred was never oblivion, but rather another form of remembrance. In his frenzied desire to possess and control Lucius, Lucius had inscribed indelible marks upon his soul in ways he had never perceived. This realization was like the final piece of a puzzle, completing the distorted portrait of emotions within his heart. It was not a unidirectional possession, but a bidirectional, grotesque intertwining. They were each other's prisoners and each other's wardens. His consciousness entwined itself more tightly, infused with an unprecedented blend of regret, pain, and a near-desperate tenderness. He gradually channeled his dark soul energy into that platinum light, not as nourishment, but as an attempt at fusion, a futile effort to re-establish connection in the realm of death. The platinum light quivered slightly, as if the slumbering soul had been disturbed, or as if a fissure had opened in a frozen lake. It neither repelled nor responded, simply allowing the dark energy to entwine and permeate. In this gray shore beyond the reach of the living, two souls entangled for a lifetime found themselves bound once more, in this peculiar manner, without the constraints of flesh. Devoid of the struggles for power, only the essences of their souls mingling and eroding one another remained. Would this signify eternal peace? Or another form of a more desperate prison? Voldemort did not know, nor did he care. He only understood that he would never let go, whether in life or death. In heaven or hell, Lucius Malfoy would forever be his, and he would eternally pursue that glimmer of platinum light until the complete obliteration of their souls, or until they discovered a manner of twisted coexistence unique to them within the endless fog of death. Their story had not concluded with the demise of their bodies. Perhaps, in this eternal silence, the twisted dance that began with power and possession was only just beginning. And this time, devoid of worldly shackles and bodily limitations, this entanglement of souls would journey towards a more profound and unpredictable horizon. In the realm of the living, Malfoy Manor still stands, though it is no longer shrouded in the dark terror of yore. Instead, it is enveloped in a heavy silence, one long sealed by the weight of history. After laying to rest both his father and mother, Draco Malfoy manages the estate and the remnants of his family's legacy with an almost obsessive caution. He has closed off much of the manor, particularly the wing where his father once resided and the chamber that housed the final crystal coffin. Yet, magic does not always abide by the wishes of the living. Powerful traces of magic, especially those entwined with intense emotions and formidable forces, can sometimes seep into the very fabric of reality like phantoms. In a small parlor overlooking the Rose Garden, a favorite retreat of Lucius Malfoy in his lifetime, hangs a family portrait. The frame once contained the visages of several long-deceased Malfoy ancestors, who typically slumbered in silence or whispered discreetly among themselves. However, one fateful evening, as the sanguine rays of the setting sun filtered through the tall windows at a peculiar angle, the imagery on the canvas began to warp and dissolve. Akin to a reflection in disturbed waters, colors coalesced anew, and lines delineated fresh forms. When the transformation ceased, the figures that emerged from the frame were no longer the ancient ancestors, but two distinct silhouettes. The background blurred, reminiscent of the manor's study. Voldemort sat in a high-backed chair, his visage reminiscent of his youth, handsome, pallid, exuding a profound and unsettling pressure. Clad in a simple black robe devoid of embellishment, he emanated an aura of quiet menace. Beside him, slightly behind, stood Lucius Malfoy, adorned in his customary emerald green velvet robe, his platinum hair cascading over his shoulders. His countenance reflected that of adulthood, elegant yet shadowed by an inescapable weariness and vigilance. His slate blue eyes, no longer the vacant stasis of his final moments nor the youthful arrogance of his past, now bore a complex mixture of scrutiny and a certain frozen sorrow. They were not the animated, conversing magical portraits of lore. Instead, they remained still, as though captured in a single, eternal moment. Yet their gazes were strikingly vivid, as if imbued with an infinite reservoir of suppressed stories. When Draco first encountered this distorted portrait, he was nearly startled into dropping the goblet in his hand. Fear gripped him as he beheld the two figures within the frame. How could they materialize here, in such a seemingly tranquil, yet tumultuous manner? He endeavored to employ various spells to either remove or restore the portrait, yet all proved futile. It seemed to have become an intrinsic part of the manor's very structure, an emotion that could not be dispelled. Occasionally, when the manor lay in profound silence and moonlight replaced sunlight within the chamber, a discerning observer, if such a person truly existed, might notice the slightest of alterations in the two immobile figures. Voldemort, or Tom Riddle, might imperceptibly tighten the fingers resting on the armrest. Lucius's lowered eyelashes might tremble, almost undetectably. The air between them, frozen upon the canvas, appeared to convey an invisible, taut tension. It was neither hatred nor love, but rather an eternal, silent stalemate forged from the compression of these two extreme emotions to their utmost limits. There were no dialogues, no interactions. Yet their mere existence in that frame served as a silent proclamation, narrating a tale of power, possession, a twisted dependency, delayed awakenings, and an eventual shared descent into oblivion. At times, Draco would find himself standing alone before the portrait, gazing intently. He would observe the familiar yet profoundly alien complexity of his mother-esque expression and the heart-stopping intensity of his father's profile. He could not comprehend the nature of the entanglement that transcended the boundaries of life and death. Nevertheless, he felt a heavy sorrow and a suffocating sense of fate. This portrait had become a clandestine secret of Malfoy Manor, a living tombstone inscribed with a scandalous and dark past. It represented the final, frozen echo of the twisted dance of souls between Voldemort and Lucius Malfoy in the realm of the living. Their bodies had long since turned to dust, their souls perhaps entwined in some dimension beyond comprehension, while in this world of the living, they were irrevocably captured in a painting, gazing at one another, yet forever devoid of communication, collectively bearing the unspeakable and unyielding weight of their dark history. This, perhaps, is the somber and eerie footnote that fate has bestowed upon the world regarding their story. The end. If you enjoyed this, please like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for your support.